Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. I hold in my hand the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 18th November 2025 for correction. And we go straight to page 1. Page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14. Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Speaker, on page 13, item 17, the name Honorable Nana Osai Aji to be replaced with Honorable Samuel Uku.
Table of Office, take note. Page 14, page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21, 22, 23, yes.
Speaker, on page 22, item number 3, the Honorable Samuel Uku to be replaced by Honorable Nana Osai Aji. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table of Office, take note. Page 24. Yes. Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to take you back to 22. Sorry.
You take me back to
22.
22.
Yeah, just for the records, I would want...
From today, I will not have a reverse gear. But I will reverse to 22 for you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The name should be Mahamanti Abdul Kabiru for the records.
Very well. Table of Office, take note.
Page 22. At item number 19.
Page 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, yes. Honorable Zanetto.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On page 42, number 7, under the Defence and Interior, Ajaman, without a G at the end. The spelling of my name.
Very well, table office, take note.
Thank you.
43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and 73. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 18th November 2025 as corrected is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, official report of Friday, 7th November 2025 under correction. Honourable members, any correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the official reports of Friday, 7th November 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, item 6. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, item 6, but it starts with the Minister of Interior, who is not actually present yet. But we have two ministers here for lands and natural resources, and then also the Minister for Roads and Highways. So I would plead with you that we start with the Minister for Lands and then continue and fill in the gaps. So
Starting
we
with
have
which question?
we have 458. Which is question 7, sorry, 7, item 7. But we are looking at page 4, 458.
Is that the only question?
Yes, that's for the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the minister has already taken the designated seat. I will therefore call question number 458. Standing in the name of Honorable Frank Anodompre, Member of Parliament for Nzaum Adwajiri. You have the floor.
If you may indulge me, before we begin, I admit we had some engagement at conclave. Speaker, because today we have lined up 9 contributors to the statement on the budget presented, and we have 4 sectors programmed for today. We are starting off by doing away with the Ministry of Interior and Foreign Affairs. I am aware these two ministers had written to Parliament and applied for today to be programmed for them to come and answer these questions. So if it is the case that we are beginning from lands, and I don't have any objection to that, what happens if Interior and Foreign Affairs comes? How are we going to navigate? Because the debate must also go on, and we have Lands Ministry also here. So,
yes, so yesterday I was indicating that in view of the fact that we have to take a lot of people to comment on the budget, do we go with questions? So once the ministers are programmed, we can take their questions, but I will plead with the House if you can limit supplementary question to one. Because to have about 10 each speaking on the budget, we need not less than 4 to 5 hours. Yes?
Yeah, rightly so, Mr. Speaker. We have quite a number of questions today, and then also the debate, the budget debate should also. So, as you have directed, I think, restricting the follow-ups to one so that we can get through, all the program questions.
Yes.
As we have the ministers here.
Really, the questions are more than 20. Yes, so Honorable, you have the floor.
I can start. However, if it becomes the case that we only deal with lands and maybe roads, then the rest, we can reprogram the rest, because
yes,
you and I know typically when the debate is done, we are now going to have the estimates. The report will take a while. Then Table Office can reprogram these outstanding questions to be
yes,
taken when the House
agreeable.
is
We'll try as much as possible to take interior, lands, and roads. Yes, so you have the floor. Honorable members, we should as well limit the comment to a supplementary question.
Speaker, I'm guided. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources whether cocoa farms or crops have been selected as a preserve of only the Forestry Commission in the RED Plus program and the justification for this. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the idea of reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, RED Plus program, emerged from global efforts to address climate change under the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change. During the early 2000s, scientists highlighted that deforestation and forest degradation accounted for about 10 to 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions. This made forests a critical area for climate change mitigation. Mr. Speaker, under the RED Plus program, cocoa farms are not a preserve for the Forestry Commission alone. The RED Plus program, particularly in the Ghana Cocoa Forest RED Plus program, is a collaborative effort that empowers farmers, private sector actors, and communities to participate in sustainable cocoa production and forest conservation. The Forestry Commission's role is therefore regulatory and facilitative. Mr. Speaker, cocoa was selected as a key commodity in the RED Plus program due to its significant impact on forest degradation and deforestation, thus leading to emissions. The Ghana Cocoa Forest Program therefore aims to promote climate-smart cocoa production, integrate shade trees into cocoa systems, and enhance farmer livelihoods while reducing emissions and secure Ghana's forest reserves and biodiversity hotspots. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member. Supplementary
Speaker,
question.
going by your earlier directives, may I ask the Minister if there are exclusive programs for private sector participation? And I don't have to elucidate because of time, but what specific action lines have you undertaken or intend to undertake in facilitating the participation of private hands in the entire Red Plus program, Minister? And this will be my only question.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Yes, you have the floor, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, as stated in my answer, the Red Plus program focuses not only on the cocoa sector, it also includes private sector actors. For example, in Ghana, we have Taunton, Rainforest Alliance, Mondelez, and others. You have also civil society organizations, farmer cooperatives and associations, and traditional authorities and local communities all focus on this program. And the Forestry Commission is actively engaged with them, supporting them and facilitating these efforts with them. I thank you.
On earlier directives, there are a few issues more, but I intend, for the records, to engage the minister to get these matters.
I'm most grateful. Yes.
Speaker, respectfully, fortified under Order 883, I seek your permission and I have the authority of my colleague William Oforiatta to ask the minister. Since we are dealing with the issues of land.
It is not his turn.
I'm sorry, Speaker.
Yes, question number 546.
I'm sorry.
Standing in the name of Akwasi Konedu.
Yes, Speaker.
Nenshianov. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what specific measures are being implemented by the ministry in partnership with the Forestry Commission to safeguard forest plantations established under the flagship program Green Ghana within the Tunnel of Shelter Forest Reserves, that is in Nkawie, where parts of the reserves are reportedly at risk due to illegal mining activities. Mr. Speaker, I so ask.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wish to clarify that there is no forest reserve called Tunnel of Fin Shelter Belt Forest Reserve. However, the Tunnel of Fin Forest Reserve and of Fin Shelter Belt Forest Reserve. So, Speaker, having clarified, the Green Ghana initiative was introduced by the previous government with portions of the program implemented within the Tunnel of Fin Forest Reserve. The ministry has since instituted comprehensive measures to ensure that all trees planted under this initiative receive the necessary care and maintenance. We have put in place elaborate programs, including regular monitoring by the ministry and the Forestry Commission. The Tunnel of Fin Forest Reserve is also benefiting from tree maintenance activities undertaken under the Tree for Life Reforestation Initiative introduced by this new government. These efforts are aimed at nurturing the seedlings and promoting their optimal growth across the country. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that this forest reserve was part of the 9 red zone no-go areas that has since been liberated and are out of the woods, falling into the yellow area, which is basically saying that it is now under safe control of government. This is because of the collaborative efforts between the National Anti-Illegal Task Force and the Forestry Commission Forest Guards. I thank you.
Any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Just one. The minister makes me aware that it was one of the red zones area that has been liberated. So I would want to ask that is it that now we have permanently stationed men in there such that there will be no opportunity for other individuals to go back in there to have their way at this forest reserve that we have, so that it will not go back to whatever it was in the previous times. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
You're right on, Speaker. This is one of the areas that have had consistent incursions by illegal miners, and because of that, the NAMOS has identified that area as one of the areas that they've working to and station people in that vicinity, working with the forest guard to ensure that it is protected. I thank you.
Now, members, we will now move to question number 460, standing in the name of Honorable Duke Williams, Ellen Kwame Amokwata Oforiata.
The name is a combination of all names. Amokwata Oforiata. Speaker, I've sought permission supra, so subject to your...
Well, I don't know. It is combination of all names. I only know that it's a name of honorable member.
Yes, he has a lot of names.
Please, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how the Forestry Commission plans to ensure the successful establishment of 12,000 hectares of forest plantations and 500 hectares of reclaimed mined-out sites under the 2025 Robust Afforestation and Reforestation ARR program. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The afforestation and reforestation intervention this year have been undertaken under the government flagship Tree for Life Restoration Initiative. The initiative was launched by the President on the 21st of March 2025 with a target of 30 million tree seedling this year under various tree planting components. The components include the modified tonja system, the direct planting by the youth forest champions, which at the time on August have planted 714 hectares of forest plantation. And out of the 2,000 hectares, the modified Tunja has planted 5,895 hectares, and then the distribution of tree seedlings for amenity planting, which has planted a total of 2 million seedlings, was targeted to be distributed as of August. 1.483 seedling has been distributed. And then we have also the enrichment planting. Under this component, it involves incorporation of high-value timber species within moderately degraded forest areas. Under this component, a total of 1,300 hectares of enrichment planting has also been undertaken nationwide against a target of 2,000 hectares. On the reclamation and rehabilitation of mined areas, on this program, 2 large-scale mining companies in both Western and North have rehabilitated a total of 18 hectares of mined area. The ministry is also in discussion with the Chamber of Mines and other private companies to undertake reclamation of degraded landscapes in forest reserve and agricultural landscapes. I thank you.
Any supplementary?
Yes, there will be just one supplementary, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to find out from the respected Minister of Lands whether there is an extensive plan to reclaim more lands that have been mined out.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, indeed, the ministry, working closely with the Forestry Commission and the Minerals Commission, intends to undertake a lot of land reclamation. And that's why in the answer we talked about the fact that because of limitations of funds, we have reached out to the private sector. We are also working with the Ministry of Local Government, working with local authorities, especially DC, and DCs, to ensure, for example, that in the various districts, every district knows who has mined and failed to reclaim, and that they should work with us in collaborating with us to basically reclaim all these areas in all those districts. And so reaching out with the local government authorities, reaching out with private sector, And with the government's own focus, we believe that we will do a lot of reclamation this coming year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Let's move to question numbered 519, standing in the name of Francis Governor Osu Achiang, Member of Parliament for Jobbing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources whether the ministry has signed licenses for purchase and export of gold since he assumed office. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Since assuming office as the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, I have issued 2 licenses authorizing the export, sale, or disposal of gold in connection with large-scale operations. I thank you.
Any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, based on the directives, I will engage the Minister further, so I will leave it here.
Thank you very much. Now, question numbered 545, standing in the name of Issa Salifu Taylor, Takwa Nswaem.
Thank you, the right honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what he's doing about small-scale miners in Takwa Nswaem to transition to sustainable and legally compliant mining practices to promote environmental protection and community development.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Takwa Nswaem has a number of licensed small-scale miners who are operating concessions in an environmentally friendly and sustainable manner. These operators have been engaged, educated, and trained in sustainable mining practices and are under constant supervision by the Minerals Commission to ensure they continue to operate in an environmentally sustainable manner through the use of sustainable mining practices and mercury-free processing technologies. However, amid all these, there are some irresponsible illegal mining activities occurring in various areas such as Dumping, Simpa, Nswaem, Bonsa, Bedukrom, Esueso, and Asueja, all within the Takwa Nswaem area. To help mitigate the situation and to ensure sustainable and legally compliant mining practices, the Ministry, through the Minerals Commission, has put in place some interventions as follows. We are streamlining the licensing and permitting regime to shorten the time required for obtaining a small-scale mining license, thereby enhancing legal compliance. We are also adopting the bottom-up approach through strengthening and supporting district mining committees and small-scale mining associations to play an effective role in the licensing and management of the small-scale mining operations at the local level. The other effort has to do with the demarcation of more block areas for small-scale mining. And here, Mr. Speaker, we are working with the Ghana Geological Survey to identify more block-out areas with geological investigation to identify areas for small-scale miners. We are also working, and as you know, we established what we call the cooperative mining schemes under the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Small-Scale Development Program, RCOMSET, not only to transition illegal mining operations to a well-coordinated and truly community-based mining ventures, but also to provide alternative employment opportunity for community members, thereby boosting the local economy. We are also helping to decentralize the Minerals Commission through the building and expansion of offices in almost every mining district. Mr. Speaker, even as we roll out these interventions, our commitment to enforcement remains unwavering. In addition to all these efforts, the efforts by NIMOS, we have deployed 1,000 blue water guards in specific areas to monitor and curb illegal mining activities on our river bodies. Furthermore, we continue to provide ongoing training and sensitization to miners on best practices in a responsible way. And the Takwa Nswaem area is no exception. Mr. Speaker, We believe the initiatives outlined above will facilitate the shift towards sustainable and legally compliant mining practices, fostering environmental stewardship and advancing community development, especially within the Tarkwa Nsuayom area. Thank you.
Yes. Any further question?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for his elaborative response. Thank you so much, Minister.
Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, thank you very much for attending upon the House and responding to questions scheduled for you. That is all for you for today. You are hereby discharged. Honorable members, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion is to continue on 513 for the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways.
That is so. But, honorable members, permit me to acknowledge the presence of some revered guests in our midst. Visit by the chairperson of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Ghana, APPG, of the United Kingdom Parliament, to the Parliament of Ghana. Honourable members, I have the pleasure to introduce to you a three-member delegation led by Honourable Belrabero Adi, the chairperson of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Ghana, APPG, of the United Kingdom Parliament. They are in Parliament to engage with the members of the Ghana United Kingdom Parliamentary Friendship Association. Their engagement aims to explore opportunities for collaboration on shared priorities between Ghana and the United Kingdom, particularly in the areas of trade, and to further strengthen the long-standing cooperation that has characterized our interparliamentary relations. Honourable members, our visitors are Honourable Belrabero Adi, MP, Clapham and Bristol Hills, Chairperson, All Parliamentary Party Group for Ghana. 2, Honourable Diane Abbott, MP, Hackney North and Stoke Norwington. Honourable members, we have Ms. Doris JC, member, All Parliamentary Party Group for Ghana. The delegation is being accompanied by an official from the British High Commission, Mr. Duke Mensah Opoku. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and I wish them a very fruitful engagement and stay in Accra. Honourable members, we also have some students in our midst. One is Faith Presbyterian Basic School, led by Sandra Opoku, a teacher, and they are from La Nkwantana. They numbered 65. We also have Generation Royal Academy, led by Mr. Kuje, proprietor. They are from Gomoa East constituency. They numbered 50. Then we have Presby Boys Senior High School, Legon, led by Emmanuel Samuel K. Labi, Club Patron, Civic Club, and Departmental Senior Housemaster. They are from Medina. They numbered 65. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana, and may they have a fruitful stay. Honourable members, we shall continue with question number 513, slated for the Road Minister who has taken the designated seat. In the meantime, let me hear the Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I have no objection to the application made by the Deputy Leader for the Road Minister to take the appropriate seat. Speaker, the Road Minister has 9 questions. And I am aware at Conclave we all expressed concern about time allocation. So after the Road Minister, Speaker, I humbly want to suggest that then we can go to item 8, Leader, if you are with me, item 8, and start with the contribution to the budget statement. At least we would have done quite a number of questions. Depending on how it goes, we can decide if we can do that of Interior and then Foreign Affairs as well. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, actually some of the questions for Interior and Foreign Affairs are urgent questions. So I would suggest that at least we take those urgent questions since they are urgent. Yeah. Yeah. Foreign Affairs.
Honorable members, let us not belabor this. Let's just go straight and start with the Road Minister, who is seated. The first question for the Road Minister is question number 513, standing in the name of Kwame Anyimedu Entry, Asante Akim Central. While in the absence of, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I come under Order 88.3 and seek
Please go ahead.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the ministry will consider the construction of the Praso, Nyabo, Obunimasi, and Chichibiasi roads.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. The Praso Road is captured on the Department of Feeder Road database as Konongo Diase Dixon Feeder Road, which is a 25.6 kilometer long road. It is an interdistrict road that connects Asante Achim Central Municipality and Asante Achim South Municipality. It is a bituminous surface road in poor condition. We currently don't have any program activity on that road. Mr. Speaker, the Nyabo Road, this is similarly within the same district. There are no activities currently programmed. And then Obini Mase Road, Mr. Speaker, within the same location, but this time around, it's regarded as Obini Mase Junction, Obini Mase, which is a 4-kilometer road. It's an access road to Konongo Agogo Road in Asante Achim Central Municipality. Also, there are no program activities. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Chechebiasi Road, this road is a 2-kilometer road in Konongo Agogo. It's a Konongo Agogo Road, and is in Asante Achim Municipality in Ashanti region. There are no programmed activities here. With all of them, Mr. Speaker, engineering studies and cost estimate will be carried out on the road for consideration under the 2027 budget upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, there won't be any supplement. I want to take the opportunity to thank the Minister for coming.
Thank you very much. We then move to the next question, 514, standing in the name of Honorable George Kwame Abuaji. Asene Manso Akroso constituency. Yes. Honorable Kennedy Nyako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming under Order 88.3.
Please do.
Yes. Honorable Minister, on behalf of Honorable George Kwame Abuaji, I want to ask you why the road construction from Aguna Sword Road to Akimoda has come to a halt for several months now, and when is the contractor going back to site? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Agona Suedru to Akimoda, Interregional Route 2, is a 79.5 kilometer road. It starts from Winneba Runabout to Agona Suedru to Eshem in the central region and Eshem through Akroso to Oda in the eastern region. The road is made up of 3 sections. Winneba Runabout to Suedru, 15 kilometers. Winneba to Eshem, 22.5. And then Eshem to Oda, 42 kilometers. Current program, Mr. Speaker, there is no program on the first section, that is Winneba Runabout to Suedru, 15 kilometers. The second section, that is Suedru, Eshem, 22.5 kilometers, has been awarded under the contract titled Rehabilitation of Agona Suedru, Eshem Road, 22.5 kilometers. The rehabilitation of the Agona Suedru, 22.5 kilometers, commenced on the 1st of April 2024 for completion by 1st of October 2025. The progress of works is estimated at 19.5% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete outstanding works. The third section, that is Eshem to Akroso, kilometers 0 to 42, has been awarded under the contract Rehabilitation of Eshem Akroso Odan Road. This project was awarded, the works commenced on the 7th of March 2020 for completion by the 15th of September 2023. Progress of work is estimated at 47.9%. The contractor is currently not on site, and the project has delayed due to payment for works done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister, what measures has his office put in place to ensure the contractor get to site to continue the work immediately?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the records, it shows clearly that some of the contractors do not have the capacity to do the work, because one of them, the project was even supposed to be completed in 2023. It did 47% and stopped. And so even the question that why did the project stall for several months, it's not, the question itself is problematic, because the project did not stall for months. The project stalled for years in reality. So what can we do to get the contractors back to site? We'll continue to work and pay them. But those ones that you realize that if you are a contractor, you do only 19% of the work. And out of the inability for the state to pay you for 19% of a small size of work like this, it questions your capability of being selected to do the work in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, government is working hard to make sure that all outstanding bills owed to contractors are paid for them to go back to site and complete outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we then move to question number 376, standing in the name of Honourable Yao Gomado, MP for Akan. Yes.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, respectfully, may I mount a prayer on Order 883 to seek your permission in order to ask the question on behalf of the member. Please, I have his authorization.
Do.
Thank you. To ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the measures being taken to construct the road between Asetu and Apostle Kubi, which is the shortest route for the people of Akan constituency to access the OT Regional Hospital. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Asatu-Aposokubi feeder road is a 6.5-kilometer long road. It is an interdistrict road connecting Asatu to KJB municipality to Aposokubi in the Biakoye district of the Uti region. It is an unengineered earth road in poor surface condition. There are currently no programmed activities. Engineering studies and cost estimate will be carried out on the road for consideration in the 2027 budget upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Speaker, that will be your safe to thank the minister.
Thank you very well. Question number 455, standing in the name of Honourable Sanja Nanja, Atebubu, Amantin constituency. Honourable Member, you have the floor. Yes. Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, in the absence of Sanja Nanja, we move to question number 298, standing in the name of Honourable Duke Williams Ellen Kwame Amokwata Oforiata. Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when a traffic light will be installed at the Osino intersection on the busy Accra-Kumasi Highway. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to question number 455, I'll crave your indulgence to direct the question and the answers published as having been answered so that it's not repeated again, since I'm here to answer that question.
Honourable Member, I didn't give that directives because there may be similar questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Osino intersection is located along the Accra-Kumasi Highway, N6. The intersection lies within the Fantiakwa South District of the Eastern Region and serves as a key junction point for traffic heading towards communities such as Inyinem, Begro, and Koforidua. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are no programmed activities. Mr. Speaker, the question is about when traffic lights would be installed. Mr. Speaker, I'll work with the relevant agencies to get this reviewed and the necessary action taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Speaker, there is no supplementary. Thank you very much.
Honourable Members, let's move to question number 374, standing in the name of Honourable Frank Asiedu Bakwin, Member of Parliament for Sohun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways whether the ministry has any plans to construct some footbridges on the Accra-Kumasi Highway in the Suhum constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question I have is to ask the Minister for Road and Highways whether the ministry has any plan to construct footbridges on the Accra-Kumasi Highway, which is quite a distance. It didn't specify, but I can see the colleague is narrowing it down to a section, which I'm okay with. But the original question was quite...
Yes, please go ahead and answer the original question.
Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Highway is one of, in fact, it's actually the most important national road corridor. It's a 250-kilometer road which forms part of the National Route 6 and connects Accra to Kumasi. There are currently no programmed activities with respect of footbridges, as the colleague asked. However, the Ghana Highway Authority will carry out the necessary safety audit on the sections mentioned and determine the appropriate action to be taken to mitigate the challenges espoused by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question based on the question on the order paper?
Mr. Speaker, I did not type it. I think that I forwarded a question.
Honourable Member, no argument. It's either you ask a supplementary question based on the order paper.
To whom to be specific. So if he is not aware of the specific communities that I was talking about, then I cannot proceed. I think we have to.
Honourable Member, kindly resume your seat. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip. Very well, very well. Let's move to question numbered 379. Standing in the name of Honourable Maxwell Kwame Lokuto. Yes, Honourable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, most respectfully, I rise again on the strength of Order 88.3, seeking your permission to ask the question for the member.
Please do.
To ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the current state of the Tefle Road project awarded sometime in 2020. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Tefle is one of the principal towns in the South Tong district, municipality of the Volta region. It is located along the Sogakope-Accra Highway. It is a gravel road in fair surface condition. Current program, Mr. Speaker, it was awarded under a contract titled Bituminous Surfacing of Tefle Town Road, 3.9 kilometers. Works commenced on the 8th of June 2020 for completion by the 21st of June 2021. The project has since been terminated after several warning letters were issued to the contractor. Physical completion is only 20%. Engineering design studies have been carried out, and upon out of the 3.9 kilometers of road, links for consideration upon availability of funds.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No, please.
We move to question numbered 385, standing in the name of Honourable Kwame Appiah Kondia, Fantiakwa North Constituency. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister of Roads and Highways when the Miaso Asiribusu to Owusu Krom Road will commence after the contractor left site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the question is to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Miaso Siribuso to Owusu Krom Road will commence after the contractor left site. Mr. Speaker, the Miaso or Siriboso to Owusu Krom Feeder Road was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Miaso Asiriboso Owusu Krom Feeder Road 14.6 kilometers. The contract was awarded on the 30th of September 2020. The works commenced on the 11th of January for completion by 11th of January 2022. The overall progress of work is 49%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Mr. Speaker, just for emphasis, the work stalled since 2022. Mr. Speaker, efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Since governance is continuing, I seek to ask the Minister what practical step is he making to ensure that some releases of funds will be made to the contractor so that he can go back to site. Thank you, Right Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, government is a perpetual endeavor. Government of Ghana continues forever. I agree. But the emphasis I made was the contractor stopped working in 2022 because the contractor was not paid. The colleague wants to find out what efforts is government making to get the contractor paid to come back to site. I think the colleague asked similar question to another question, similar question the last time, and I reminded him that just about 3 weeks ago, the government of President Mahama paid contractors in excess of 5 billion Ghana cedi out of the 40 billion indebtedness that has been left. That means that government actually continues. So we shall continue to work and pay the rest of the contractors that are owed their money so that they can complete the works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 475, standing in the name of Honourable Kobana Boateng, Member of Parliament for Ejisu.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways about the state of the Besiase-Jamase Road in the Ejoso constituency, particularly when work will resume to complete the road. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Jamasi is located in the Ejisu municipality near the Besiase community. The Besiase-Jamasi Road is a 900-meter road off the main Kumasi-Accra Highway, serving 2 communities. Current program. The road has been earmarked for rehabilitation by the Department of Urban Road under the contract titled Rehabilitation of Jamasi, Adietem, and Donasi Adako, Jeche Kwamo Road, and Broni Krom area roads within the Ejisu municipality, 19.27 kilometers. The contract commenced on the 19th of December 2024 for completion by 18th of December 2026. The Besiase-Jamasi Road has some existing drainage structures, and the current program is to undertake earthworks, paving, and surfacing works. The contractor has worked up to base layer level and currently preparing to undertake primer seal works. Overall physical completion of the project is 45%. The contractor is on site and works are ongoing.
Any supplementary?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. By way of information to alert the minister that presently there's no contractor on site, if we may get some indication as to when work may resume to
Honourable Minister,
of the people.
An indication as to when work will resume.
Mr. Speaker, my answer is clear, that the contractor has carried out 45% of the works, which includes the base layer, and currently he's preparing to undertake primer seal. So you might not be doing anything on site, but maybe they are haulaging aggregates and treating them for the primer seal. So the fact that you don't see them actively with equipment rolling up and down the road doesn't mean that they are not on site. They might just be mobilizing haulaging equipment and materials and treating them ready for application. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, we thank you very much for attending upon the House and responding to questions scheduled for you. Accordingly, you are hereby discharged. I will therefore call on the Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs to take the designated seats. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, when budget is presented, we follow it up with budget debate. Ordinarily, Speaker, may you listen to me?
Yes, I'm informed.
Your microphone is on.
I'm informed that
Yes.
there should even be other paper addendum to enable the foreign minister
Speaker, I'll make pleadings.
respond
Can I
to the
just
question.
complete
So,
mine?
so we'll go back to the debate.
Speaker, the point is that when budget, I'm old enough in this house to know how the cycle is. When budget is presented, the focus has always been the budget debate. Speaker, ordinarily, we don't even combine questions with the debate. We sought to differ because of the fact that the questions have compounded over the days. Now, we had agreed that we'll do two sectors. We've done the lands ministry. We've also done the road ministry. Because I had cautioned our respected deputy leader that when these ministers are done, then we'll revert to item 8. We must start the debate. The public is watching. That is what they are key interested in. Now, no, would you listen? You are not listening. Listen to me. Speaker, besides the point, with respect to the foreign minister, I don't have any issues with him. I am aware the foreign minister, just about 30 minutes ago, brought his response. When we were at conclave, we demanded the response of the foreign minister.
Honorable
Speaker,
Deputy, we are doing exactly the same.
Speaker, can I
So,
finish? Listen to me.
That is what we are coming to do.
Speaker, I beg you in the name of God, just listen to me. I beg you. You are my friend. Speaker, who has made his point? Speaker, the foreign minister, I don't have anything against him. He's my friend. In our other world, he was my ranking, I was chair. We worked together. He just brought his answers. 30 minutes ago, the table office received.
That is the reason for which we are
Speaker,
deferring.
The ministers, Parliament cannot wait for the ministers. The ministers must come and wait in Parliament. And we have done two sectors. Yesterday, we oscillated so well, navigated so well. We took motions, we laid papers, we came back, we started the
Honorable
debate.
Minister for Foreign Affairs, kindly take your seat back.
Yes, you should take his seat back. We don't have anything against you. You should go back.
Honorable
Minister,
members,
go back.
item numbered 8.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying you should take his seat. No.
Honorable members, respectfully, I thought because there are two urgent questions for the minister responsible for foreign affairs, we could take those two urgent questions. And you know, urgent question doesn't require an answer being published in the other paper. But if it is the sense of the House that we should defer all questions for the foreign minister, then we'll go to item numbered 8. The impression should not be created that the foreign minister is not here to answer the question. He's been here.
I'm sorry. Oh, Roxanne, just a minute. Speaker. Please. Speaker. Protozoa. No, you should keep quiet. Please. Speaker, for the records, I want to make a full declaration. I don't have anything against the foreign minister. I don't. I'm simply saying that I have proposed to the deputy leader. Deputy leader, we have worked so well. Yesterday, we navigated well. I am not saying, no, listen to me well. I am not saying that we won't take the we won't take his questions. I am saying, to the extent that we had agreed, agreement is agreement. To the extent that we had agreed that we'll do 2 sectors, and then come back and start the debate. After a while, we go ahead. That was what we did yesterday. Speaker, let's go to item 8. After a while, the foreign minister is patient. He should wait. His answers will be programmed, and then we will take that one.
Honorable members, accordingly, I will direct that the foreign minister be rescheduled to come and answer the questions another date. Item number 8, commentary to continue. I will therefore call on Honorable Fred Agbanyo. Honorable Fred Agbanyo, you have 10 minutes. Yes?
Speaker, with all due respect, when the minority makes their position clear on the matter, Speaker, please do you hear us? We had an agreement yesterday. When we started the debate first and we went back to question, they raised issues. So today we decided that we will take the questions and clear them off the way. But the questions are so many. So we will deal with the urgent ones, which stands in the name of the Minister for Foreign Affairs and the Interior, so that we can take the urgent questions out. But I'm briefed. So when you make a proposal, let's agree on it. But when you make it as if that is the position of leadership on the matter, it hurts us. Please. And the ministers are here. The Foreign Affairs Minister is here. The Minister for the Interior and with responsibility for national security is also almost here to come and respond to questions that stand in the name of your members. When we get those ones off the way, until midnight we will be here and debate the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, we are pleading with you. Let's take the Foreign Minister. 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet and I'm pleading with you. I hold your feet, Mr. Speaker. We take the Foreign Affairs Minister 2 questions, and then we take the Minister responsible for the Interior also 2 questions. Then we can have the whole day. Because of this, we are not even taking statements, which is also hurting members whose statements have been advertised. So I'm pleading with you, instead of rescheduling the Foreign Affairs Minister, we take him, and then we take the Interior, and then we can do business until the rest of the day, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleading with you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chief Whip, tomorrow I want to see you at conclave. Honourable members, we are going to item number 8. Debate should continue. Honorable Fred Agbanyo, you have 10 minutes. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of the Republic of Ghana, presented by the Finance Minister on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama. The budget themed resetting the economy for growth, jobs, and transformation, Mr. Speaker, present opportunities and responsibilities. The budget seeks to consolidate the physical stability achieved in 2025 and lay the foundation for broad-based growth in 2026. Mr. Speaker, allow me to outline the key pillars of this budget. The government projected expenditure of 302.5 billion Ghana cedis against revenue of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, with government deficits of 2.2 billion and primary surplus of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, the abolition of the COVID-19 levy, reduction in effective VAT, and the upward adjustment of the VAT threshold to 750,000 Ghana cedis, ease the burden on SMEs, and stimulate private sector growth. Mr. Speaker, the $10 billion for the big push projects. Mr. Speaker, 302.5 billion big push project for road infrastructure and for the construction of bridges across the country. Mr. Speaker, will open up this country for the movement of goods and services and then develop the country. Mr. Speaker, in the agriculture sector, the budget has created 245 million Ghana cedis for food security, 828 million cedis for 1,000 kilometers of agriculture, enclave roads, 690 million for farmer service center, 6.9 billion for oil palm industrialization, demonstrate a strong commitment to sustainable food systems and agro-industrial growth. Mr. Speaker, in the educational sector, the government has allocated 33.3 billion for the Ministry of Education, 9.9 billion for GET Fund, 4.2 billion for free SHS, 2 billion for basic school infrastructure, and these measures will help to kill the double track system that we have in our secondary school system. Mr. Speaker, in the health sector, the government has allocated 9 billion Ghana cedis for national health insurance, 2.3 billion for Mahama Care, 600,000 million for 3 regional hospitals, 1.1 billion for LAPE, 600 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the energy sector, the government has allocated 15.2 billion to set aside the shortfalls in the energy sector, 4.8 billion for IPP arrears. And Mr. Speaker, we, the people of Guam, will be happy that with all these projects, we'll be able to open up road infrastructure in the area. We'll be able to extend electricity to the rural communities. Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to build more hospitals, cheap compounds, and schools and markets in the area. Mr. Speaker, if you refer to the budget, page 146, the Finance Minister has this to say at paragraph 1195. He said, Ghana indeed was at the bottom of the abyss, a nation of distress, with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yearning for a government with the courage and vision to rebuild. Indeed, today, Mr. Speaker, we have a government with vision. We have a government that is ready to rebuild the country. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 1196, the minister has this to say, but through decisive leadership, bold reforms, and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. The speakers who move around the country today, all Ghanaians can attest to the fact that indeed they voted for a visionary leadership, they voted for a transformational leadership, and everybody can see that indeed Ghana is progressing steadily. The speaker in paragraph 1197, the minister said, GDP growth rose from 5.3% in 2024 to 6.3% in 2025. The Speaker, as I can to say, we are open then. The Speaker, inflation has dropped from 23.8% to single digit 8% in less than 1 year. Mr. Speaker, we are open then. Mr. Speaker, the CD cumulatively has appreciated.
Honorable Member, what is the meaning of that? What is the meaning of that?
Mr. Speaker, to it,
If you don't like this, what at all again do you want?
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the city cumulatively has appreciated by 34.9% within this short period of time that this government has been in office. Mr. Speaker, it is evidently clear that this is a government that is determined to serve the people of this country. This is a president that is ready to create employment opportunity for the people of this country. That is why in this budget, we are proposing that will create employment to about 800,000 teeming Ghanaian youth who are working our streets and have nothing to do. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to note that this budget has made a provision to complete 10 of the Agenda 111 projects that were initiated and dotted across the length of this country, and not even one was completed in the 8 years that our colleagues was in power. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to note that the President has determined or has decided that 3 regional hospitals are built in the new regions that have been created in this country. Mr. Speaker, the days where people have to move to Kolebu or have to move to Komfo-Anokye to access good health care, Mr. Speaker, very soon it will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the government and want to thank the people of this country for the support they have given to this government this far, and want to assure them that we will not let them down, that the resources that have been allocated to the various sectors will be put to good use for the benefit of Mother Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and may God bless His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and may God bless Mother Ghana. I thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Dr. Mohammed Amin Adams.
Yeah.
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the great opportunity given to me to comment on this budget, the 2026 budget, which was presented here by my brother, the Honourable Atu Forson, on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, I have already described this budget as growthless and jobless. It does not offer hope to the people of Ghana. It does not offer hope to workers. It does not offer hope to teachers, not even to investors. The confidence levels in the economy is very low. And it is not we, the minority, who are saying it. Mr. Speaker, it is not the minority that is saying it. Whilst the government is in this house praising itself, investors out there are saying something different. Mr. Speaker, before the budget was presented, the government conducted 45 Treasury bill auctions, 45. And if you want to know, one of the measures to know the confidence in an economy, it is the market, how the market responds, how they patronize your investment, how they patronize your instrument, your debt instruments. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that 45 Treasury auctions conducted since January, 25 failed. If 55% of your Treasury auctions failed, what it means is that confidence in the management of the economy collapsed. Mr. Speaker, what is even intriguing is that 2 days after presenting the budget, a budget which is supposed to give good news to Ghanaians, a budget which is supposed to give good news to investors, 2 days after presenting the budget, the market rejected your debt instruments. Your Treasury bills suffered 30% rejection. That is a vote of no confidence in the economy by investors in this country. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to inflation numbers, the minister boasted that they achieved a single-digit inflation. Mr. Speaker, single-digit inflation is good for any economy. And this was why under the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we achieved, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, single-digit inflation is good. Under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we achieved single-digit in 2018, single-digit in 2019, 2 years running, Mr. Speaker. And this will be one of the longest periods of single-digit inflation in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, so to achieve a single-digit inflation is really good for every economy. But when you unmax this single-digit inflation we have today, Mr. Speaker, you will see a troubling picture. Essential commodities, what we call essential commodities, basic commodities Ghanaians associate with. Mr. Speaker, if you look at inflation for those commodities within the inflation basket, the increase in prices are higher than what we saw in 2024. They are higher than what we saw in 2024. Mr. Speaker, according to data from the Ghana Statistical Service, and you can get that from their website, basic commodities like water, in September 2024, year on year, the inflation for water classified was 2.8%. Inflation by classification, year on year, 2.8%. September this year, September, Mr. Speaker, it was 3.6%. August was actually higher, 3.9%, August this year. Milk and eggs, September 2024, the rate of inflation year on year was 8.6%. September this year, 2025, Mr. Speaker, it is 20.1%. August was even higher, as high as 37%. Oil and fats, I'm talking about cooking oil, palm oil, groundnut oil. Mr. Speaker, September 2024, the inflation was 7%. Mr. Speaker, sadly, September this year, 2025, it was 44%. In August, it was actually 53%. Mr. Speaker, you can see this trend with fruits and nuts. You can see the same trend with coffee and coffee substitutes. You can see the same trend with cocoa drinks. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, behind this single-digit inflation they are boasting about is a real struggling economy, which is depriving people of decent livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, amidst these economic difficulties, the priorities of this government have shifted from the people. They are social democrats, but they've forgotten about the people. Their priority has shifted to buying jets and helicopters. The minister announced in presenting the budget that in 2026, they will purchase 2 executive jets, 4 helicopters, and a vessel. If they were to buy 2 helicopters to even replace those that were involved in accident, I can understand. But 4 helicopters, at the time you are telling Ghanaians to sacrifice more. You gave workers 9%, and you are asking them to sacrifice more. Mr. Speaker, the minister did not give the cost of these jets they want to buy. But conservative estimates show that it will cost us $1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is not a government that is concerned about the people. Workers are suffering, teachers are suffering, farmers in my constituency are suffering. Mr. Speaker, and then you want to use that money to buy helicopters and presidential jets. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget, when it comes to capital spending, the 2026 budget cannot produce growth. It cannot produce the jobs promised the people. Mr. Speaker, why do I say that? The 2026 budget proposes 3.6% of GDP for capital spending. This is higher than the 1.5% of GDP which was proposed in 2025. And the minister actually did 0.5% of GDP. But the 3.6% of GDP for 2026 is lower than the 4.6% of GDP we did in 2024. Mr. Speaker, generally, capital investment is low in Ghana, and it's not just with the NDC. It happened with us. even though our figure was higher. It happened with previous government. That is not good if we have to build the long-term sustainability of our economy. We need to be serious as a country to invest, to do more capital investment, because that is what will generate growth, that is what will generate the jobs. Mr. Speaker, having said this, the minister talked about stability, but I know that economic stability should drive growth. It should drive growth. Unfortunately, his estimate for growth for 2026 was put at 4.8%. Why? Mr. Speaker, when the economy has stabilized, you are projecting 4.8%. At the time you said the economy was criminally managed, the economy grew at 5.7%. And so I don't see this logic. An economy that is badly managed could grow at 5.7%, and an economy that is stabilized is projecting to grow at 4.8%. There is no macroeconomic theory that can support this framework. Mr. Speaker, therefore, this stability for me doesn't exist. It's stability on paper, it is cooked stability, because I see a significant disconnect between that stability and the struggling real economy of this country at this moment. Mr. Speaker, if we have to develop our country and grow jobs, we have to invest in capital investment. And therefore, I want to make a proposal to this government. I hope they will take it. That to be able to increase capital investment, we may have to introduce what we call the golden rule. The golden rule, as it pertains in Britain, that we will not borrow to consume anymore. We will not borrow for consumption. We will borrow to invest in capital investment so that we can generate growth to support job creation in the country. Mr. Speaker, this budget offers big promises, but the numbers behind the promises simply do not add up. Let's come to numbers with regards to revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 revenue performance up to September 2025 shows that the system is struggling. The budget reports that by end September 2025, revenue and grants amounted to 154.9 billion Ghana cedis. This is equal to 11.1% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, but the full year target is 226 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 16% of GDP. So to hit this full year target, Mr. Speaker, Q4 alone must deliver 71 billion Ghana cedis, nearly 5% of GDP in one quarter. But let me break it down further, Mr. Speaker. Q1 will have to generate 32% of the entire year's revenue. Q4 will need to be 40% bigger than the average quarter so far. We must ask, what policy, what compliance breakthrough, what structural shift, or even what miracle can support such an extraordinary fourth quarter performance when you have not performed in the first 3 quarters of the year? Mr. Speaker, none, no explanation has been provided. This is not proper forecasting. This is wishful arithmetic. Mr. Speaker, the revenue measures in the 2026 budget itself are unrealistic and untested. Government wants Ghanaians to believe that they can raise 1.6 billion Ghana cedis from VAT compliance, 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from small taxpayers reforms, 1.68 billion Ghana cedis from removing 347 exemptions, 747 million Ghana cedis from corporate income tax, and recover 5.3 billion Ghana cedis while reorganizing levies and the VAT, what they call the VAT reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, these measures depend almost entirely on behavior change, administrative strength, GRA enforcement capacity, customs discipline, a taxpayer base still recovering from economic stress. But 2025 had these similar measures, and 2025 showed that the measures underperformed. If compliance gains could ensure that we address the revenue shortfall, it would have done it for us. Mr. Speaker, if removing import exemptions could have raised revenue, it would have done it for us this year. Unfortunately, these measures failed. And this is why I am confident that the revenue measures in the 2026 budget are unrealistic. When we come to growth forecast, Mr. Speaker, it breaks the internal logic of this budget. This is the most revealing contradiction of all that I have seen. The economy, as they said, grew 6.3% in the first half of 2025, above our estimated potential for 5 consecutive quarters. But, Mr. Speaker, under normal forecasting logic, strong first-year half-year growth should lead to strong full-year growth. If you have a strong growth in the first half year, it should lead to stronger full-year growth. Mr. Speaker, and strong full-year growth should lead to growth momentum in the next year, in the following year. But what do we see? 2025 growth, according to them, the 2025 will end with 4.8%, and 2026 growth projected to be 4.8%. Where is the momentum? Where is the momentum? The mass does not match the message, Mr. Speaker, because what it means is that the minister is telling us that the economy is surging today, but the budget expects the economy to suddenly lose momentum next year. At the same time, they are telling Ghanaians that this budget has introduced transformational policies. Where are those transformational policies? And your growth is anemic for next year, 4.8, the same as this year. This is not economic management, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you cannot, NDC, you cannot
Honourable Member, conclude.
You cannot claim that the economy is recovering strongly. You are rolling out growth measures. Revenue will surge, and yet growth will fall from 6.3% to 4.8%. There is no macroeconomic logic that supports this. Either the growth number, Mr. Speaker, is understated to soften expectation, or there are serious risks the government is not disclosing. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me say that this 2026 budget is not realistic. It cannot provide growth, it cannot provide jobs. Revenue has not been properly pursued. Mr. Speaker, compliance has not been achieved. Growth cannot be justified. Social spending has increased.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Honourable Members, order. Honourable Members, I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable Cletus Seydou Dapila. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to comment on the budget statement presented to this House by the Finance Minister, the Honourable Kessel Atoba Forson. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised the former Finance Minister is talking the way he's talking, because the former head of the economic management team, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, has already apologized to Ghanaians for the mess that they've caused this country. So I think if the chairman of the economic management team if he apologized to Ghanaians for the 8 years mess, I'm surprised that he is talking the way he's talking. Mr. Speaker, let me also avert the minds of my colleagues to global info analytic polls that they conducted on this budget. This budget has 82% rating approval from Ghanaians. Ghanaians applauded this budget, and they are so happy with the budget. So let's stop the politics and support this fiscal prudence that the current finance minister and his team is embarking on. Mr. Speaker, let me also remind the former finance minister that one of the bad policies that they took was to cap all our statutory funds, thereby staffing Get Fund of resources, staffing District Assembly Common Funds, staffing NHIA of funds. Mr. Speaker, today, under this government, all these statutory funds have been uncapped, particularly District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, District Assembly Common Fund under Atoba Forson and President Mahama is performing wonders.
80% of common fund is being sent to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, if you want to develop this country, it is not for anything that the local government concert was created. Mr. Speaker, it was created to send development to the doorsteps of the people. And you came in 2017, and one of the bad decisions you took with your 169 was to cap this fund, thereby starving the local assemblies of development. Mr. Speaker, today, 80% of resources or money is sent to the assemblies for development. Mr. Speaker, today, when you go to the assemblies, you will see them, all the workers, the staff of assemblies across this country are smiling because they are working. They are happy that they have resources now to work. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that if you go to NHIA, Mr. Speaker, under your watch, every other day, you have service providers who were laying down their tools. They said they won't provide services because you couldn't pay service providers. Mr. Speaker, since we came, the whole of 2025 is a thing of the past. You won't hear any service provider saying that he was going on strike. They won't provide services to our people because finance is releasing resources or monies to NHIA, and they are also paying the service providers. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the achievements of this government. Mr. Speaker, let me also avert the mind of the former finance minister and my colleagues on the other side that from 2023, Get Fund, you could only do 1.8 billion because you capped the fund. 2024, you did 2.3 billion. 2025, when we came, we did 3.2 billion, and in 2026, we are doing 9.9 billion because we work.
that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by looking at some of the things that are being applauded. If it is about achieving a negative rate of debt accumulation, the first person to have done that was Yao Safomafu in 2001. If it is about single-digit inflation based on sterilization, where you suck money from the banks and the asset management companies, the one who did that, it was Dr. Kwabena Dufo, and when he finished, people gave him a name. They said it was unprecedented, 3 years of single-digit inflation. When Osafumafu did it, they were calling him Oyadiye Osafumafu. If it's about cutting taxes, in 2017, Ken Oforiatta cut over 14 taxes. Go and see the way they were jubilating in Abosokai. Mr. Speaker, if we, the political class, continue with this exercise of exciting ourselves and dancing over these temporary gains, and we don't deal with the structural issues, all you need is one major shock to the Ghanaian economy and you are back to square one. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of my colleagues to the tables, and I beg of them to take time and read the tables. Let me take them to Appendix 2A. Appendix 2A. Mr. Speaker, I ask them to please take their budgets and read with me Appendix 2A. Half year when we came to this chamber, we warned our colleagues on the government bench that the revenue measures you have put in place, contrary to your thinking that it will raise more revenue so that you can meet your expenditure commitments, it will not meet the target. Mr. Speaker, half year when we came here, revenue was underperforming by 3 billion Ghana cedis. In fact, if you read the all of government report published by the Comptroller and Accountant General, contrary to their claim that we didn't leave them buffers, the balance brought forward from 2024 is 11 billion Ghana cedis. If you add that to the 3 billion, their revenue shortfall at half year was 14 billion. Mr. Speaker, as at now, the revenue shortfall is 8 billion. If you look at the numbers, 8 billion. And if you add that 11 billion to it, that is 19 billion. Mr. Speaker, if Hansard and our colleagues who are here will be truthful to themselves, mid-year, we told them here that by the end of the year, they will have to cut expenditure by 30 billion because their revenue is not performing. Today, when you look at the tables, you have cut expenditure by 28 billion. Then you cut 30 billion because revenue is not performing. Why is that important? Because, Mr. Speaker, all the promises that you make, if you are not able to mobilize the revenue, you cannot fulfill it. If you go into the tables and you find the numbers that were promised us, the team from finance told us that they were going to remove taxes and they won't bring new taxes. And that after they have implemented this new fiscal strategy, they will get more revenue. Remember, the finance minister told us that he was going to move tax to GDP ratio, in fact, revenue to GDP ratio, from 13% to 18%. I'm sure we all remember. Mr. Speaker, when we were leaving power, revenue as a percentage of GDP was 16%. After they implemented their strategy, revenue is now underperforming. It's now at 11% of GDP. Colleagues, if you haven't taken time to look at the tables, you have lost 5% of GDP on revenue. You think there's more money? 5% of GDP, that is 5% of 1 trillion, is 50 billion Ghana cedis. If you don't understand it, please let me explain some more. What boka 50 billion? And that is why you have had to cut your expenses. And Mr. Speaker, the expenses they have cut, it's not just numbers. The 28 billion they have cut is not numbers. They are teachers who were waiting to be recruited. And because this government has played politics with the revenue strategy, they are at home. They are nurses who were waiting to be recruited. Because you have played politics with the revenue strategy, they are sitting at home. They are contractors who are waiting to be paid. And because you have been doing politics with the revenue strategy, they have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, they are the flagship programs that young Ghanaians are waiting for this government to fund. And because they've been doing politics with it, they cannot fund even their own flagship programs. So, Mr. Speaker, when we are drawing their attention to the fact that their revenue strategy is not performing, they can dance and sing as much as they want in the chamber. The results out there will show them. Mr. Speaker, 2025, they promised to spend 51 million Ghana cedis on the Women's Bank. They did not spend it. Then this year, without providing any report on it, they announced that they've increased the budget to 400 million and that it is a credible budget. Does that sound like credibility to you? 2025, you promised 1.5 billion to the agri sector to improve agriculture. You haven't done much. In fact, it took 1 day to the budget before they launched in Nkukong Kitinkiti. Zero work done. And then now you come and promise 2 billion cedis for agri, and you say it is a credible budget. Does that sound credible to you? You promised 300 million for apprenticeship program. Where are the apprentices? What work are they doing? Nothing happens, and then you come back and promise another 170 million. Does that sound like credibility? So, colleagues, in all humility, if you stop dancing in the chamber and pay attention to the numbers, you realize that you have a big problem. In fact, we all have a big problem that we have to fix. When you say this, then they say, oh, the cedi has appreciated by 30%. Inflation is down. Monetary policy rate is down. And so by Papa. Mr. Speaker, let me take my time to draw their attention once again to a few more things. In the beginning, we told them that, colleagues, this currency that has appreciated by 30% is a matter of fact, but it is because you are pumping dollars into the economy. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that when we said it, the governor of the central bank told us on the 30th of April 2025, and I quote, "The Bank of Ghana is not injecting dollars to support the cedi stability." This is a matter of record. We kept insisting that they were pumping. So when the Bishops' Conference visited the president at Jubilee House, they inquired of him that, Mr. President, the minority say that you are pumping and that the fundamentals haven't changed. Mr. President told them that no, it's not true, and that it is effective leadership that was leading to the gains of the cedi. We kept reading the summary of economic and financial data and telling them that, colleagues, you are pumping. It took the IMF to draw their attention and ask them to stop, and then the depreciation resumed. When it resumed, by the 10th of September, when the president held the press conference, the media asked him that, Mr. President, it has started depreciating again. That was when the president admitted and said the Bank of Ghana had been intervening, and it is when they stopped that the depreciation has resumed. Mr. Speaker, the IMF has instructed the central bank, and I can say on authority, that henceforth, every month before they pump, they should announce. And that is why on the 5th of October, the Bank of Ghana announced that they were going to pump 1.15, and on the 3rd of November, they announced that they were going to pump another 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, from January till now, the Bank of Ghana has pumped not less than 8 billion cedis to shore up, $8 billion, I beg your pardon, to shore up the currency. Ghana's import bill so far is about $14 billion. So the normal supply of dollar in the economy will give us problems. It is this pumping that is holding us up. Mr. Speaker, what we should do is to take advantage of the windfall forex that we are getting from the gold purchase program and fix the structural issues. Else you can dance as much as you want in the chamber. If we are hit by one challenge, we will be in trouble. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to inflation, if you don't tackle the supply side issues, and all that you are doing is that you are sterilizing, the consequence, Mr. Speaker, will be that you will claim inflation has come down, but the lived experience of people out there will be that the prices of the average goods and services they are buying is going up. Mr. Speaker, if you say that the monetary policy rate of the central bank has come down, so interest rates are solid, I beg of you to check the average lending rate and the stock of credit to private sector. You will find that it hasn't reflected. So we have serious issues to deal with. We should not reduce it to name calling and dancing and singing. Else, one major shock, we'll be back to where we are. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me focus my attention on the real sector. Agric, you promised 1.5 billion investment into two major things, Feed Ghana and Nkukong Kitinkiti. Nkukong Kitinkiti, you launched it 1 day before you came to read the second of your 4 budgets. So how much investment has gone into it? Zero. Feed Ghana, how much has gone into it? Where are the farmers who are supposedly benefiting from it for it to lead to an improvement in agriculture? So real sector investment, growth and jobs is not happening. Industry, you inherited a 24-hour economy program. You said it was a bad program. In fact, you inherited a 1D, 1F program. I beg your pardon. you said it was a bad program and that you are replacing it with a 24-hour economy program. No problem.
So
When
should
you
I
took away
ask that you inherited 24-hour economy
no,
should
they
be expunged from the
inherited
record?
a 1B1F program. And then they said it wasn't good for purpose, and so they were replacing it with a 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, the National Development Planning Commission of the Republic of Ghana has reported that the 1B1F program left 150 factories that were functioning. That is 18 factories a year. So in 2025, when you suspended the 1B1F program, the opportunity cost is 18 factories that could have created jobs for young people. You said 24-hour economy program. Where are the factories? How many jobs? You ended up even by telling us that in 2026, we should not expect a program and a budget. Now you say you are going to give us 110 million for the 24-hour economy factory. You have no program to create industrial jobs. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, they say they are going to create 800,000 jobs. And I saw my brother John Dumelo dancing at the back there that Ato is forcing because he's announced 800,000 jobs. They forgot that the next paragraph says that 490,000 of those jobs are laborers. Paragraph 501, please listen. Mr. Speaker, 63 billion Ghana cedis worth of road contracts awarded so far under the big push, and it will generate 490,000 jobs. So your 800,000 jobs that you are announcing in your own budget, almost 500,000 of them are going to be manual labor on road projects. I was in Cape Coast University 2 days ago. The students who are about to graduate, those in the technical universities, you don't have plans for them. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by reminding our colleagues that if this budget really intends to create growth and jobs, they need to be investing in the job-creating initiatives. You can make all the noise that you want. If your revenue doesn't perform, you won't get the money to invest in it. If your revenue doesn't perform and you don't invest it in the things that will create jobs, the young people will come for you at the end of the day. You say you don't have fiscal space. You are doing fiscal discipline. So I was shocked to hear you say that now you have space to buy a new executive jet. Two, actually. You don't have fiscal space. You don't have fiscal space to finish paying the contractors on outstanding projects. But you have fiscal space to buy 2 executive jets. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude by reminding our colleagues, your revenue strategy is not performing. You don't have resources to expend. You are pumping because gold prices is at $4,000. It may not be there forever. You have 2 more budgets to go. I beg of you, spend it doing the real structural issues, not dancing over temporary results. Else, we'll be back here some other time. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Adongo.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Mr. Speaker, my colleague cited me.
Honorable members, let me sign this signal. When you are debating, avoid mentioning somebody's name. By the rules, once you mention the person's name, when he's up, I would give the person the floor. Honorable Adongo, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my colleague attributed falsehood to me. He attributed falsehood to me. When I stood up yesterday, I said the rate of debt accumulation went into negative territory in many years. In many years. 2021 to 2025 is 14 years. That is in many years. I did not say that it has never gone into negative territory. That is one. Two, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. There is no instruction. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, please, I recognize Honorable Adongo. Honorable Adongo, kindly conclude.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. Ghana is under an official IMF program. And there are benchmarks and there are prior actions. There is nowhere in the IMF program where there has been an instruction to Ghana not to intermediate in our market. And that there is no letter. There is no official... Master, this is a House of Records. This is a House of Records. The IMF has not asked the government of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance or the Bank of Ghana to make any announcement in managing its foreign currency. Therefore, the honorable colleague, is not supported by the facts, and this is a House of Records. I therefore request that, Mr. Speaker, that should be expunged from the records, because the IMF program is an official record, it's an official program, and there is no instruction to the government of Ghana not to manage its foreign currency. And nobody should be allowed to put into the official records that Ghana has been asked to report to the public when it wants to manage its foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, we can make our submission without mentioning a member's name. The rules are very clear. Honourable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, your name has not been mentioned, so I will not give you the floor. I proceed to recognize Honourable Alfred Ni-Kote. You have the floor. Honourable Alfred Ni-Kote, you have the floor. Well, I will also... Honourable members, order. Yes, Honourable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, with all due deference to you, we understand that names are not to be mentioned when we are having debates. Yesterday, my respected colleague, Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah's name was mentioned. He actually stood up trying to catch your attention, which I believe he caught your attention, Speaker. But, Speaker, he was ignored.
Then he didn't catch my eye.
Speaker, that's for your attention.
Then I'll proceed to mention Honorable Alikplim Akurugu. You have 5 minutes. Yes, Majority Chief.
Mr. Speaker, the order of names that we submitted, the next speaker, the next person to comment at this stage should be Gakwe, in the order that we presented to
you. With all due respect, I have the list here. The first on the list is Honorable Fred Agbanyo. Second on the list is Honorable Cletus Sedu Dapila. Third on the list is Honorable Alfred Ni-Kote. Fourth on the list is Honorable Alikplim Akurugu. That is the list I have before me.
Mr. Speaker,
so
that's fine.
From which
Mr.
list
Speaker,
are you speaking?
That's fine. So Alikplim, please speak.
This is what I have. I don't have any new list. Honorable Alikule Makurugu, you have the floor. Honorable Alikule Makurugu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of the government delivered by the Honorable Minister, Dr. Atuforsen. Mr. Speaker, the agricultural sector remains the backbone of the economy and our lifeline for many million Ghanaian households. As the Speaker, as the Minister rightly said, the agricultural sector has recorded.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you have no right to ask the member to stop talking.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect.
But you cannot ask the member to stop talking.
Mr. Speaker, we are supposed
You can draw my attention to something, but you cannot ask the member to stop talking.
The member is speaking and they are making noise. I have every right to draw your attention to it. Mr. Speaker, to tell me that I have no right, it's also not regular.
Order.
Please listen to her in silence.
Honorable members, order.
Why?
Honorable members, order. Honorable Akurugu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister rightly stated, the agriculture sector has seen a 6% growth, doubling that of last year. The progress is commendable and reflects the resilience of our farmers and growing impact of target interventions. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to hear or listen to our former Minister for Finance. I don't know what he was saying, but Mr. Speaker, under his watch, the agriculture sector saw an emergency responses, whilst the current budget, which our Honorable Minister Atuforsen recorded, is being managed and structural reforms are being formed. The former government acted on emergency relief of 500 million to ease drought and food security, whilst Dr. Atuforsen is giving us a driving and a long-term structural reforms for agro growth. Mr. Speaker,
as your name be mentioned,
under the watch of our former minister, he focused on short-term
Honorable Amim, I'm avoiding interruptions. So if after her debate
bans,
you want the floor, I'll give you the floor.
Actions.
Just like what I did for Adongo.
And under our current finance minister, we are seeing pursuing comprehensive long-term reforms through broader financing, value chain development, climate-driven industrialization, and major infrastructure investments. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 budget under the former minister was appropriate for purposes stabilizing food security system during national emergency. Mr. Speaker, it was under his watch when we noticed that donkeys, fertilizers meant for farmers, were being exported and the monies used to buy lands for themselves. Mr. Speaker, under the watch of Honorable Atuforsen, he is bringing bold, systematic, investment-driven, and transformational to the economy. It addresses the root causes of agriculture underperformance, builds sustainable value chains, and positions agriculture as a modern economic engine. Mr. Speaker, The 2026 budget deserves commendation for shifting agriculture from survival competitiveness and from crisis management to national development. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I am grateful.
Yes, Honorable Amin Adams. Next on the list is Honorable Kobina Ochre Dako Mensa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that, first and foremost, our side have already delivered on the budget and actually punched the necessary holes in the budget. Mr. Speaker, hello? Mr. Speaker, what's he doing here? Mr. Speaker, the mic is not working.
Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will basically be looking at the budget from the inability of the Finance Ministry and the government to raise the necessary revenues. Hello? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the only way you can fix the economy of this country is the ability of government to raise revenues. And we know that for the budgeted amount of 162 billion, only 154 was raised, clearly showing that this government have been very lazy in raising the necessary revenues to spend on the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, you will also realize that this government, under the 2025 budget, came to this House to tell us that they were removing what we call Hello?
Honorable, continue.
Unfortunately, they introduced so many taxes, more than 10 of them. They increased the growth and sustainability levy by 300%, from 1% to 3%. They also extended the sunset clause, sending it from 2025 to 2028. Mr. Speaker, electricity tariffs have also been increased in this country almost to 19%, whilst water prices have also increased by 4%. Mr. Speaker, you would also realize that when it even comes to government taxes and charges, government charges and fees, they've increased that between 30 to 40% in this country. And therefore, when the government says that inflation is reducing, you realize that on the market, the story is entirely different. So whilst people are trying to praise this budget, I want to say that what they did what they are doing in 2025 have shown all Ghanaians that nothing is really happening. Recently, the Minister for Finance himself had done some few rounds and had gone to Takrady, and he has stated it clearly in the budget, paragraph 1192. Mr. Speaker, after his rounds, he had done his own radio presentations, and I would like to quote what had come from City. Mr. Speaker, whilst he was trying to tout himself, the people of Takrady in particular, this is what he said, and I quote: "Some listeners from Takrady questioned the accuracy of the market price claims made during the minister's recent tour of Takrady." So clearly, if the minister is claiming that inflation is coming down to 9%, 8%, single digits. Clearly, it is not being felt on the grounds. So clearly, that shows that this budget is not telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the prices of goods on the market, sugar, Mr. Speaker, sugar used to be 480 per bag. Today, as we speak, sugar prices are 540 at the Takoradi market. Mr. Speaker, when you take 1 cup, we used to be 6 cedis. Today is 10 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, Kenke, which used to be 5 cedis, is now 7 cedis. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, it shows that the government of Ghana, the budget presented by Dr. Atto-Forson is just not working. Mr. Speaker, therefore, every Ghanaian should know that the budget they keep presenting to us and by the NDC is not a budget that is solving the problems of this country. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, is he citing Kempinski hotel prices? Is it Kempinski hotel prices or Makola prices?
I've mentioned these are price.
Honourable Member, continue.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, one other area the Minister of Finance has deliberated on in this House has to do the issue of big push. Mr. Speaker, even before the minister start spending on big push, we were told last year that they've spent over 10 billion on projects that we know have not started. If you look at budget appendix 2C on the second column, you see clearly there. For the first part, it said they have spent 6 billion, 6.6, and the second part, 3.2. But we all know in this country that big push have not started. In fact, when they came to Takoradi to even launch, what is it? When they came to Takoradi to launch the big push, no contractor was introduced. The president was the contractor, and at the same time, the person cutting the sword for the project.
Hold on. Honorable Kwame Agojan, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily I should let my colleague flow in the debate. But Mr. Speaker, we beg of you, if colleagues make statements, and I'm grateful you gave me the opportunity. My colleague just said that the finance minister has said that we spent 6 billion on Big Push, and he is aware that Big Push hasn't started. How can you even make that comment? When you know in this house, Mr. Speaker, we have listed projects that have started, and I've come here to say that some of the Big Push projects are 30% already into the program. So if you don't know about these things, don't say these things. Don't say these things. Big Push projects are on site. Big Push projects are on site.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the first two speakers, you were able to manage it very well. Mr. Speaker, yourself, you can see that when you give opportunities on points of order, people are now abusing Order 122. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, let the debate flow and don't give chances to all these.
Honourable members, if
Mr. Speaker, if they have something to say, there is a next speaker. They can hand it over to the person.
Honourable
the person
members,
do the correction, and then we move on.
if you watch me carefully, when a member is commenting on the budget and our rules are breached, I know. Don't take it that I don't know when the rules are breached. Honorable Ochre, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me. My name was mentioned by Honorable Akrugu to the effect that we use the money meant for the fertilizers to go and buy land for ourselves.
Honorable member, you realize that after Akurugu has finished speaking, I give the floor to Honorable Amin Adam.
No, I didn't hear my name.
You stood up, but you sat down again.
No, I didn't hear my name.
I did so. The record can bear me out. They can play the voice recording for you.
I didn't. And so, Mr. Speaker,
they can play the voice recording for you.
Mr. Speaker, I think she should provide evidence.
I really mentioned your name.
I didn't hear, Mr. Speaker. And if you indulge me, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
members, if you can keep quiet and listen to each other,
I said I didn't
I
hear.
think it will be of a great service to all of us. The record will show that I mentioned your name, but you said you did not hear me.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear. And so if you indulge me, I will request
Honorable member, that time has lapsed. Now, Honorable Ochre,
Mr. Speaker,
Daku Mensah is on the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
so if you are up, are you interrupting him and you can tell me the basis?
That information
kindly resume your seat.
Otherwise, she should provide evidence.
Kindly resume your seat.
She should provide evidence.
Former Minister, kindly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker,
please resume your seat. The floor is for Daku Mensah. Honorable Daku Mensah, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it's not a fair ruling.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that Big Push is not a funding source. It's just a program name. And therefore, if you are talking about new projects under the Big Push, there is nowhere in this budget that new projects have started under the Big Push. And therefore, any expenditure under the Big Push are for old Nana Akufo-Addo's projects. And the NDC cannot claim those projects. Mr. Speaker, the budget also make mention of spending over 292 million on sanitary pads. The same NDC, prior to 2005, during the 2024 campaign, made mention that they are going to go into what we call the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, we've had different versions of the explanations for the 24-hour economy. But we all know that the youth of this country are looking for jobs. That is why they bought into this project. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that spending 292 million on just sanitary pads alone is not good enough. In fact, we should take part of that money to set up factories in every constituency of this country. At least if you are even spending 200,000 Ghana cedis to set up a sanitary pad factory, we can provide sanitary pad factories and employ over 100 people per factory in all the constituency of this country. At least that can be said to be maybe an agenda 276 instead of 24-hour economy, so that the youth of this country can be employed and they can produce these sanitary pads locally and supply the schools that we want to supply. Because with only $20,000, we should be able to set up these factories across the length and breadth of our country. Mr. Speaker, one other area that I've been talked about in this House is that anytime we give an advice, our brothers on this side, I've heard Jirapa, I've heard Honorable Adongo, telling us that we have messed up the economy and we'll under them an economy that has been messed up. But Mr. Speaker, everybody knows in this country that before we took over power in 2017, the economy itself had been messed up. Because if you look at the data for 2016 and the data for 2024, you can see a marked improvement in these data. And therefore, I believe that the Ghanaian should know that those who messed up the economy was not the MPP. We came to fix the problem. Because we are all here when the NDC supervised the biggest banking loot in this country, costing the nation over 30 billion Ghana cedis. At that time, about $6 billion. It took the courage and the energy of the MPP administration to look for money to solve this problem. It was after that that COVID also came to create additional problems. And we were able to solve them to the extent that whilst we took a growth rate under the John Dramani administration, from 3.4%, we were able to move it to 5.7. 5.7. So nobody should be able to say this again in this house, that we messed up the economy. We never messed up the economy. We were faced with challenges and we were able to solve it. Under the NDC, there are no challenges in this country. But even inflation, single digit, they are only doing just about 8. In 2019, with this single digit of 7.9% of inflation. So definitely, the NDC cannot debate with us and tell us that they are doing better under us. And everybody know where they are getting their monies for the dollar depreciation. So please, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the biggest challenge we have in this country is that the structure of the economy has to be reorganized. Because without productivity, we cannot naturally deal with the issue of depreciation of the cedi in this country. Recently, when the minister came to present the budget, the dollar was just about 10.7. Today, as we speak, we are looking at 11.45 of the dollar. So clearly, the dollar is not stable. Today, check. You can check. Bank of Ghana rate. But we brought it down before we handed it over to you. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no way the NDC can do anything better than what we did under our term. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure everybody that the choices the NDC are now making are not good choices. We need choices that will continue to support the growth of this country. It is very important, very, very, very important, that when we were in power, they insisted there was no need for us to buy helicopters and jets for the government and the army. Today, they've come back. They have to be on principles. We cannot be running this country without principles. If they believe that we didn't need it, why now? Why now? Why do they want to use the taxpayers' money now for those purchases to put the president in executive jets? I believe that it is time they rethink, because the 1.2 billion can be used in fixing the Accra-Kumasi road, where a lot of people have been dying. In fact, we just need a minimum of 3.7 billion to complete the bypasses and get the double road or the dual carriages from Accra to Kumasi. And I believe that when we are able to spend that money better that way, debt on that road will reduce, productivity will increase, and the structure of our economy will change so that we can naturally support our city, we can naturally support the growth and development and the creation of jobs in this country, so that more of our youth, more of our young people will be able to better benefit from the budget that we have developed. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I then proceed to give the floor to Honourable Alfred Nikote. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you once again. I'm privileged to also share on the budget that Honorable Atu Forson has come to lay before this House. But, Mr. Speaker, it baffles me when I hear our colleagues on the other side churning out figures that we don't know where they are generated from. Because we are in this country, in fact, we were in this country when they churned out figures to the World Bank and gave Ghana conflicting figures. But because truth do not lie, they were caught in flagrante delicto, to say they were caught pants down. Mr. Speaker, it was clear what we all witnessed under the MPP government. It was obvious the economy was so malnourished that my Bukom brother in Bukom will call it a kwashiorkor economy. That is what we inherited, a kwashiorkor economy. Today, we have a government that has put better measures in place, and we are all seeing the signs of the economy improving. Let me get on to the specifics. In the area of health, and Mr. Speaker, if you permit, I would like to refer us to page 183 of this budget statement, page 183. And I want to lay emphasis on health. Mr. Speaker, under health alone, allocations made for 2026 is 22 billion, over 22 billion Ghana cedis, almost 23 billion. These monies hitherto would not have been gotten because under the MPP, they capped all those sectors and create inconveniences for NHIS and what have you. Today, we have uncapped it. And I don't want to go into the details because one of my colleagues have done that already. But Mr. Speaker, these monies will be channeled into the NHIS fund so that we'll have monies to pay claims, unlike what they faced that they couldn't pay. So there will be confidence in the Ghanaian when they take their health insurance card and say they are going to the hospital. Under the MPP, healthcare was so bad that even vaccines for children, what we used to call 6 killer diseases, now more than that. We couldn't even get vaccines to save our children. Today, Mr. Speaker, today, infection and control has been elevated nationally. Infection prevention and control has been elevated, such that all over the country, you see nurses going from one house to the other, vaccinating children. We couldn't see that under MPP. Mr. Speaker, under this government, we have been able to commence the development of the National Cleft Center in Konfanochi to save those who are suffering from that. They were in power for 8 years. They didn't see the need to do that. We have partnered organizations and we are developing that for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, under emergency response, the National Ambulance Service in just 1 year has trained 500 emergency medical technicians. Under MPP, they couldn't do. 500 in 1 year. Additionally, we were able to train 6,000 youth as first aid responders under the National Ambulance Service. MPP couldn't achieve that. Mr. Speaker, nursing training support. Mr. Speaker, we have been able to make full payment of the nurses' allowances. Something they made noise over. Mr. Speaker, they made so much noise over it that they couldn't achieve that. They couldn't pay. We have been able to achieve that. Now, as we speak, 13,500 nurses have been placed on payroll. Something they couldn't do as well. Mr. Speaker, we are expanding health training institutes all over the country. Institutions that have been developed all over the country. We have given accreditation to several new teaching centers as well. Under the MPP, they couldn't do. Mr. Speaker, it will amaze you that threatened to go on strike. Today, 230 John Mahama. Attendants have been trained.
Honourable Member, your time is up. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the 2026 budget statement and economic policy debate. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. This 2026 budget must be evaluated and analyzed in a context, Mr. Speaker. And the context is the basis on which the current National Democratic Congress Mahama administration came to office. Mr. Speaker, they came to office on two fundamental pillars and commitment to the Ghanaian people. Two. Mr. Speaker, the first is to implement policies, programs, and interventions to reduce cost of living and cost of doing business. Mr. Speaker, the second is to create the hundreds and thousands of jobs for the teeming pointing in the right direction. But it's also important for me to point out, Mr. Speaker, that this is principally as a result of the post-COVID-19 economic recovery plan by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, and secondly, also on account of the domestic gold purchase program, which was initiated by the Akufo-Addo administration. Mr. Speaker, indeed, in April 2024, specifically paragraph 232 of the 2024 budget, it was projected that by the end of 2025, inflation will ease to 8%. And inflation has been easing all the way to 8%. Mr. Speaker, this government committed to realizing these two commitments of reducing cost of living, cost of doing business, and ensuring that they reduce unemployment in our country, principally on one major policy commitment they made to the Ghanaian people, particularly the Ghanaian youth, the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, let me refer this House to Chapter 2 of the NDC Manifesto, specifically paragraph 2.1 on page 22, where they said, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, the 24-hour economic policy, same jobs, 3 shifts, 3 people, the 24-hour economy is a deliberate policy intervention by the incoming NDC administration to stimulate economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and public institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each, end quote. So, Speaker, in August 2024, at the launch of the NDC manifesto for the 2024 election, then candidate John Dramani Mahama, now President Mahama, Mr. Speaker, had this to say, and he said that the 24-hour economy is going to be coined in a slogan called 133 formula. And the president said, Mr. Speaker, and this is very important, the president said that Ghanaian youth will have this opportunity. One person will start a job, the same job, at 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., 8 hours. And from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight, another 8 hours, a second Ghanaian youth will take over. And that from 12 midnight to 8 a.m., another Ghanaian youth will take over, 8 hours. It means for one job, Mr. Speaker, one person will do 8 hours from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., another person will take the same job from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight, and the third person will take the job from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Agenda 133 formula. Mr. Speaker, I want to contend and submit here. Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance itself today closes at 5 p.m. The Ministry of Finance is running an 8-hour economy. The Ministry of Finance is not running this 133 shift. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy is not being implemented. Instead of that, Mr. Speaker, when our friends came into government, all they have been doing is sacking Ghanaian youth, is sacking young men who have been employed by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, this is a reality. You can check it out yourself. Across the length and breadth of our country, in all sectors of our national life, in all sectors of our national economy, thousands of Ghanaian youth, innocent Ghanaian youth, some of them NDC sympathizers, some of them MPP sympathizers, some of them non-aligned, ordinary Ghanaian citizens are being sacked. We are not getting 24-hour economy. We are not getting Agenda 113. We are rather getting, Mr. Speaker, a sacking of Ghanaian youth. That is the lot of our people, our opponents from this side. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to point out that, as I said, the current state of the Ghanaian economy, Mr. Speaker, the data may look good, the statistics may look good, but the truth is that the Ministry of Finance is not spending. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at paragraph 123 of the 2026 budget. The budget itself, Mr. Speaker, indicates that for the first 3 quarters of 2025, the Ministry of Finance had projected to spend the sum of 207 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister himself, in reporting to this House, has indicated that they have spent 175.9 billion Ghana cedis, a shortfall of 15%. Mr. Speaker, government spending, let us be clear, government spending anywhere in the world is a catalyst for growth. Yes. And when government spends, what they call the trickle-down economic effect. Mr. Speaker, it trickles down to every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, so when you lock the vote, when you lock the treasury, when you lock the exchequer, when you don't spend, it affects everybody. It affects the nurses. It affects contractors. It affects farmers. It affects each and every person. So and if you want evidence, this is real. I come from a rural constituency of Damango, a farming constituency. Today, Mr. Speaker, on 10th November 2025, Joy News reported, and I quote, "Farmers cry out over unsold rice as 1 million metric tons rot in storage," end quote. Mr. Speaker, we are being told today that 1 million metric tons of rice are packed in warehouses at a value, an estimated value of 15 billion Ghana cedis. Nobody can buy. In my constituency of Damango, Mr. Speaker, maize farmers are having a bad day. Groundnut farmers are having a bad day. It is principally because government is not spending, purchasing power is weakened, credit is unavailable, domestic produce cannot be absorbed, and money circulation is low, liquidity is not in the system. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when you go out there on the streets of Ghana, the statement on the lips of many Ghanaians is that Finance Minister Atufor's money is just on paper. It's just on paper. Mr. Speaker, he makes allocations. Mr. Speaker, he makes allocations as he did when he appeared before this House. 1 billion for agriculture, 100 billion for that, this billion for that. But when you go and look at the actuals, releases are in many cases 30%. Finance Minister Atufor's money is only on paper. It's not in the pocket of ordinary citizens. Yeah. It's not in the pocket of farmers, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. It's not in the pocket of teachers. Yeah. It's not in the pocket of nurses. Yeah. And certainly it's not in the pocket of the unemployed, struggling Ghanaian youth. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, so our friends must get it clear. You can have all the data. You can have all the statistics. You can quieten the economy. You can close down economic activity. You will not have real economic growth in the real sectors. Your books will look good. But in the end, you will realize, Mr. Speaker, that on the streets, grassroots economics will tell you that people are really having a hard time. And ministers across here, Mr. Speaker, our friends, our colleagues, ministers, will attest to what I'm saying. No jobs are happening in the ministries because ministers will not get money to do their work. Ministries, departments, and agencies are not receiving any payment to be able to provide goods and services for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, this government, we want to caution and encourage them to get their priorities right. Mr. Speaker, they should invest in the real sectors. They should invest in agriculture. They should invest in infrastructure. They should invest in the service industry. They should invest in manufacturing. They should invest in areas which will unleash jobs and prosperity for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, but instead, what are they spending on? Mr. Speaker, what are they spending on? And by that, Mr. Speaker, by that, let me refer, Mr. Speaker, to the monetary policy report of the Bank of Ghana, dated September 2025, specifically page 21, Mr. Speaker, where the Bank of Ghana, the central bank of our country itself, has said the three major threats to the national economy of our country, Mr. Speaker, continue to be, in their own words, increasing energy sector payments, revenue performance, rising compensation cost. The emphasis is mine, Mr. Speaker. I refer to rising compensation cost. Mr. Speaker, we have been promised a lean government, and we've been told that we have a lean government. But you have a lean government that is lean on the arms, lean on the limbs, lean in every part, but very bloated on the stomach. A Koshoko lean government. Mr. Speaker, you have a lean government where we have a special envoy for reparations, special envoy to the Caribbean regions, 18 deputy heads of missions. Mr. Speaker, if you want to get the evidence, this is your evidence. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, President Akufo-Addo's government, the distinguished and illustrious president of our country, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, his government, Office of the President in 2024, Mr. Speaker, spent 326 million cedis on compensation in paying government workers, paying ministers, deputy ministers, presidential staffers. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, President Mohammed's government, Office of the President, President Mohammed's government has spent a whooping 540 million Ghana cedis on compensation. 50% increment. Mr. Speaker, so why can't we interrogate this? You have one government that is supposed to have a bloated government, another government that is supposed to have a lean government. The government that has a lean government is spent 356 million Ghana cedis on compensation. That is salary, paying salaries to their workers. The bloated government rather spent 547 million, 50% more, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I say that this is a Koshoko lean government. It is lean on the legs, it's lean on the limbs. But, Mr. Speaker, it is bloated with consumption because you are spending a lot. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. In spite of all these problems, the government, Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these problems, the government wants to spend 1.2 billion United States dollars to purchase presidential debt. 1.2 billion Ghana cedis to purchase presidential debt. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about 1.2 billion United States dollars to purchase presidential debt. When you cannot pay nurses, when you cannot pay teachers, when you cannot buy farm produce, when you cannot recruit workers. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. President Mahama taught us and reminded the country that President Akufo-Addo should take charge. He should not engage in blame game. That is responsible for resolving the problems of this country. President Mahama should take charge. Mr. Speaker, should take charge, and this minority, this MPP minority,
yes,
this MPP minority, this mighty minority, we are saying, so far, so not well. So far, so not good. So far, so much unemployment and suffering. That is what this 2026 budget is offering the Ghanaian people. Suffering and unemployment. I thank you, Mr.
Majority Leader, you have the floor. You have the floor. Yes, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we agreed from the onset to allow free flow of debate, and we're all committed to that. But then we caution that we should be accurate in our statistics and our figures. Mr. Speaker, he said that in this budget, 1.2 billion has been allocated to buy a presidential jet. Mr. Speaker, he should just show us which line item contained in the budget has an allocation or a proposal of $1.2 billion for the purchase of a presidential jet. Mr. Speaker, it is important. This is a House of Records. Otherwise, you have to expunge this from the records of this House. Because nowhere in this budget is $1.2 billion allocated for the purchase of a presidential jet. $1.2 billion. How much is Air Force One? Air Force One, how much does it cost? How much does Air Force One cost? For us to allocate $1.2 billion for a presidential jet. Mr. Speaker, he should show us. He should show us $1.2 billion United States dollars for a presidential jet. I want to see that.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr.
First,
Speaker,
mention the page so that everybody can be with you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to respond to the Honorable Majority Leader and to answer his inquiry. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to page 184 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, and at page 184 of the budget statement, you will see retooling of the Air Force. Mr. Speaker, and retooling of the Air Force, you will see CAPEX. Mr. Speaker, CAPEX meaning capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure. And Mr. Speaker, I referred only to the two presidential jets, which I referred to the two presidential jets, which are. But Mr. Speaker, if you have the budget there, please, if you have the budget with you, you will see. Mr. Speaker, if you have the budget at page 184, you will see at CAPEX that what is actually being budgeted for the retooling of the Ghana Armed Forces is Ghana Air Force, Mr. Speaker, is 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion.
Is it dollars or cedis?
2.5 billion Ghana cedis. Hold on. Mr. Speaker, 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 2.5 billion to buy two presidential jets. And Mr. Speaker, you will see again at paragraphs 1087 and 1091 of the budget statement, 1091 of the budget statement, that $1.2 billion is being programmed, Mr. Speaker, to buy two presidential jets, 4 helicopters.
You are calling another paragraph.
No, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm making a point. And the point I made, Mr. Speaker, I'm making a point. The point I sought to make was that if you have this amount of money, teachers have not been paid, nurses have not been paid, farmers' produce are not being bought, market women are complaining about purchases. There are numerous problems in our country. Why will you spend $1.2 billion to buy two presidential jets, 4 helicopters, and 1 ship? That is the point I've made, Mr. Speaker. That's the point.
Honourable members, I think that when the figure is quoted in cedis and you want to quote it from the budget, you have to quote what exactly is in the budget. Ghana cedis is quite different from dollars. Honorable members, because the figure quoted by the former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, he placed on the record dollars. When given the opportunity, he now mentions cedis.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
This is a house of record.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a matter of personal integrity. Let me state my position. Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to be corrected if I'm wrong, but in this case, I'm not wrong. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, this is a matter of personal integrity. Mr. Speaker,
in your debate, you quoted dollars.
No, but what the dollars is $1.2 billion to buy 2 presidential jets, 4 helicopters, and 1 ship.
Which page of the budget?
That is the point I'm making, and you will find it at paragraph 1087 and 1091 of the budget. Mr. Speaker, what I refer to in the budget itself, Mr. Speaker, what I refer to in the budget itself is a retooling of Ghana Air Force at the CAPEX column, which is the capital expenditure, which is retooling of Ghana Air Force, which is 2.5 billion Ghana cedis. The 1.2 billion United States dollars is for the purchase of 2 presidential jets, 4 helicopters, 1 ship.
Which item in the budget?
And in no humility and modesty, I'm a lawyer. I've checked my first out.
Mention the line item in the budget.
And I know what I'm talking about. It's $1.2 billion.
Yes, Honorable Ayarga. Yes, Honorable Ayarga.
This is the page he's talking about. There's no 1.2 billion.
I have it. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
This is a house of records. This is a house of records. And the honorable member who just spoke is a former cabinet minister for lands and natural resources. I need not to lecture him on the value and importance of accuracy. Mr. Speaker, he referred us to page 184. And I have opened page 184 and item 34, Ministry of Defense. Let's go through the items. The third item under Ministry of Defense is retooling of the Air Force. Retooling of the Air Force. And the figure there, CAPEX, is 2,532 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker,
Yes. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I went to primary school in Boku. You may doubt the quality of the schools in Boku, but I cannot imagine which primary school you went, where you were taught that if you convert 2 billion into dollars, you get 1 billion. I don't know which primary school you went to. I went to Boku, a primary school in Boku, and I know that if you use the exchange rate at the Bank of Ghana, what's the figure? 200. You get $260 million. $260 million. How can you say that when you convert 2 billion, you get $1 billion? How can you convert 2 billion Ghana cedis and get $1 billion? What kind of mathematics did you learn in school? Where did you learn mathematics? Which primary school did you attend? How can you exchange How can you convert 2 billion Ghana cedis and get $1.5 billion? In any case, Mr. Speaker, in any case, he said the allocation was for a presidential jet. He said a presidential jet. The records will bear us out. The videos are there. You said a presidential jet, $1.2 billion. How much is Air Force One? Air Force One, how much is it? How much is Air Force One? Mr. Speaker, he must withdraw. He must withdraw, and it must be expunged from our records.
Honourable members will get to the root of this matter.
This debate has been plagued with lies, inaccuracies, fabricated figures by the minority in order to bolster their argument. We will not accept it. You must be accurate in this debate. I will oppose you.
Order. Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo. Now, an issue has been raised about you quoting $1.2 billion now for presidential jet. Now we are debating the budget. You claimed that the figure is emanating from the budget. The question is, take us to the budget item that indicated $1.2 billion for presidential jets. So take us to the line item in the budget. If we do not have it in the line item in the budget, then do the honorable thing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I should particularly thank you for your indulgence, as this matter borders on my personal integrity. Mr. Speaker, if I got it wrong, I will have no difficulty by withdrawing and apologizing and moving on. But Mr. Speaker, let me crave your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, let me crave your indulgence by indicating to my senior brother, the majority leader, that I also went to Fufuso Primary School in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader asked me a question. He posed a question to me that where did I attend my basic school? Mr. Speaker, I attended my basic school in Fufuso Preparatory Primary School in the Savannah region. Mr. Speaker, when I was in primary school, I sat on the floor and I was in a modest primary school. I know that the majority leader, having attended school in Boko, proceeded to school in Harvard. And he's had very great height. That is commendable, and I salute him for that. Mr. Speaker, like many Ghanaians, I schooled in modest circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I will please, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, I know you are a man of fairness and justice. I know that. Mr. Speaker, and I know that you will not allow any member of this House, regardless of his status in this House, to disrespect, to denigrate, to demean myself, and by extension, the thousands and millions of Ghanaians who went to school in deprived communities. And Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to answer your question, and with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to you, may I humbly, very humbly, and kindly plead with my senior brother, the majority leader, the leader of this House, the man who leads all of us, and the man who guides all of us, to please kindly do the needful by withdrawing and apologizing to my modest, humble selves and the thousands of Ghanaians for this insult. Before I proceed.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, let's have order. Honourable members, let's listen to each other in silence. Honourable Samuel Abdullah Jinapo, I'm capable of dealing with all issues together. So just answer my question, and in conclusion, you will see what I will do. Honourable members, I have listened to both sides. I know what to do in the circumstances. So let's get the main issue resolved, and I will give consequential orders. Honourable members, I will give consequential orders. So my question is on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker. May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, out of respect to you, I will proceed to give the answer. And by giving the answer, Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to page 136 of the budget. Specifically, 136 of the budget. Mr. Speaker, page 136 of the budget. Specifically paragraph, why? No. Mr. Speaker, specifically paragraphs 1091 and 1092. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Finance Minister said to this House. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Air Force will be retooled. Beginning 2026, the government of Ghana will begin the procurement processes for the acquisition of 4 modern helicopters, 1 long range and 1 medium range aircrafts. Mr. Speaker, these aircrafts are expected to be delivered in 4 years' time if the procurement processes are completed in 2026. And then, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, why?
And then, Mr. Speaker, I then refer the House to page 184. Page 184 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, under item 34 titled Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, where it is captured retooling of the Air Force, where the CAPEX, capital expenditure, is quoted by 2.5 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you multiply that by 4 years, which the Finance Minister has indicated in page 136, if you multiply that by 4 years, which the Finance Minister has multiplied in the page 184, Mr. Speaker, every year they will provide for it. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude that the statement I made in my contribution to the debate of the budget is on firm grounds, it's on terra firma. They are beginning this year and they are going to continue for 4 years. And this year, 2.5 billion has been programmed. If you multiply it by 4, it's $1.2 billion to buy 1 ship, to buy 4 helicopters, and to buy 2 presidential jets. Mr. Speaker, the facts and the data are unimpeachable and unequivocal. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, and now waiting for we are waiting for the apology. We are waiting for the apology.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Before I begin to name and shame. Honourable members, no one judges a swimmer by the certificate on the shore. You cannot be judged a best swimmer by showing your certificate on the shore. The budget statement is before us. And I can conclusively say that nowhere in the budget statement has a dollar been indicated, because all relevant pages that are referred to, we can all see that dollar has not been mentioned. Therefore, the submission referring to page 136 of the budget, as well as page 184 of the budget. We all have copies of the budget, and we cannot see any dollar mentioned. Honourable members, paragraph 1091 and paragraph 1092 has been mentioned. Honourable members, if you look at those paragraphs, as a matter of fact, those paragraphs never mention any figure. Honourable members, I will consequentially order that because the honourable member did not refer to a specific page in which the dollar is indicated, everything said by the honourable member in dollar should be expunged completely from the record. Now, Honourable Majority Leader, the honourable member indicated clearly that you have attended basic school somewhere. You don't know which school he has attended. He has taken an offense from it. So, Honourable Majority Leader, you are brothers and you are friends. I will call on you to have that withdrawn, and then we can make progress.
Mr. Speaker, Fufulsu Primary School. Fufulsu Primary School is a very good primary school. I know very, very senior civil servants and academics who are products of Fufulsu Primary School. And I know that you had a good maths teacher in that school. I know you had a good maths teacher in that school. Mr. Speaker, because I know that you had a good maths teacher in that school, that's why I'm surprised that when you convert 2 billion Ghana cedis, when you convert 2 billion Ghana cedis into dollars, you get 1.2 billion. When you convert 2 billion Ghana cedis, you get $1.2 billion. I was surprised because I know the school is very good, and I know you had a good maths teacher. So it is obvious that it is not the school. It is not the school. The school is good. The maths teacher was good. The teachers are good. But how you get $1.2 billion from 2 billion Ghana cedis still baffles me. But Mr. Speaker, if he feels offended, I, who went to Boku in a primary school, was taught to apologize and withdraw. So I apologize and I withdraw.
Honorable members, we need to make progress.
It's not fair, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, we need to make progress.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
We need to make. I'm not giving you the floor. Honorable former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Honorable members, how long are we going to continue to debate this issue? The honorable member has withdrawn and apologized to you. Honorable Abdullahi, we give you the opportunity. You refer us to page 136 of the budget, and you again refer us to page 184 of the budget. What you said is not contained in the budget. That is why I have directed that it be withdrawn. It be withdrawn or expunged from the record. Our friends of the media, I indicated again that honorable member refer us to paragraph 136 and 184. I have not seen any 1.2 billion in paragraph 136. I have not seen it in paragraph 184. So accordingly, I have directed that same should be expunged from the record. Can we make progress? Honorable Chief Whip, I intend not to open this debate again. So we should make progress. With all due respect, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, we have closed the curtain on this with an apology emanating from the minister. So he has withdrawn and apologized.
The leader spoke.
He took offense from something and he has withdrawn and apologized.
We in leadership have a responsibility. Unless you don't want me to speak, this parliament has two sides. Regardless of your numbers. Let's look at the figures. The majority leader got up 3 times. He caught your attention. I have been trying to catch your attention. Speaker, we want to get to the bottom of this matter. And Speaker, I invite you to the budget. Everybody should take the budget. Those who have copies should take the budget. No, I insist. Take the budget. Speaker, come with me to page 1.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip,
Speaker,
we have resolved this particular matter.
So listen to us. Listen to us. Nothing is here. It's here. No, but why did you give it to the next video? Why did you give it to your next better? Speaker,
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Honorable Minority Chief Whip. There is a principle.
No, Speaker.
There is a principle that he who assents, must attempt to prove.
I want to prove.
You are not making any assertion. I have given him the opportunity, and he took us to the necessary relevant pages from which he is speaking.
He should listen to me. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we'll settle this matter here. Look, with the greatest respect, everybody, you can take the budget. Now, Speaker, if you have the budget, I'm starting from page 184. Page 184. Now, if you look at page 184, and then you come under item 34, 1, 2, 3, retooling of Air Force. That's the first figure I want to quote. No. The figure there is 2.6 billion Ghana cedis. Now, note this, write it down. And then let's move on to
Page 190,
page 190.
which is a commitment for 2027.
Now, that is a commitment for 2027. Under the same description, retooling of the Air Force, and that is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. Now, let's move on.
Page 196.
Now, Speaker, page 196, page 916. Under the same description, retooling of the Air Force, and that is 3.3 billion as against the year 2028. Now, let's move on.
Budget.
Which is 200.
Now, then we go to page. No, be patient. No. Now, Speaker, come with me to page 202. Under the same description, retooling of the Air Force, it comes up to some 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. Now, why are you in a hurry? Now, Speaker, I attended Whole Anglican Primary School.
We have moved away from the school that we have attended.
Well, it's just by the way. Now, when you put all that together, Speaker, when you put all that together, even granted that even your mathematics is so bad, if you put all the four together, it comes up to 4 years. 4 years. It's captured in the budget. It comes up to 12.9 billion Ghana cedis. Now, who divided on yourself?
11. So
divide it quickly. I want to convert to dollars. Yes. You people, why are you running away for your budget? Nothing is here. It's here. It comes out to what? The dollars?
it comes out to 1.29 billion.
Okay. Yes. Yes. It is 11 or 10? 10. Now, Speaker. Speaker, do a simple arithmetic in your bid to convert it into dollars. A simple arithmetic. Divide that figure by 10. Some 1.29 million, right?
You are dividing it by what? You are dividing it by what?
$1.29 billion.
You are dividing it by what?
Now you see.
Hello, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. You are dividing it by what?
Speaker, can I conclude? I want to conclude. Our majority leader, clearly, leader, your Boku mathematics is suspect. Majority leader, revisit your Boku mathematics. Your Boku mathematics is suspect. Now, we are not inventing these figures. These figures were prepared at the instance of the president by the finance minister. If you doubt, majority leader, don't oscillate. Don't oscillate. If you doubt these figures, I quoted the pages to you, and I quoted the figures to you. If you doubt it, come back and respond to these figures. Mr. Speaker, we beg you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minority. You are done.
I'm not done.
Are you done?
Speaker, we are saying we have insisted in all our presentation. It has been based on facts. In all our presentation, it has been based on facts.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Honorable Minority Chief Whip. I believe you agree with me that all the pages that you have referred to and all the figures that you have quoted, none is in dollars.
So, Speaker, yes.
Yes, Majority Leader, you have the floor. Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Leader, let me. Let me say the conclusion.
Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Yeah, so clearly, can I conclude? Oh, Leader, I want to conclude so I can speak.
Oh, I thought you've concluded.
You are the leader of the House. You have had so many times. Let me conclude and you can speak.
I thought you have concluded.
So, we don't need to belabor the point. My respected ranking member was on all fours in terms of the facts. Mr. Speaker, you can argue that the figure is not quoted in dollars. Yes, but you can do the conversion. When you do the conversion, he's not far from right. He's not far from right. Majority Leader, I beg you.
Honorable Minority Chief,
if it is the case,
why would the figure be quoted in our legal tender? Then you will be doing conversion. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
You have the seat.
You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let's not forget what was the issue. Let's get back to what was really the issue. The honorable member in the debate
Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, I think you have to stop what you are doing.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
What was the issue? In Honorable Jinapo's submissions, in his comments, he said that we were buying a presidential jet for $1.2 billion. He said we're buying a presidential jet for $1.2 billion. That was why I got up. I normally don't interrupt debate. I have a book. I take note of everybody's argument. As I'm sitting, I'm writing. I take note of everybody's argument because I will have an opportunity to respond in the end. But when you throw out a figure out there that we are buying a presidential jet for $1.2 billion, the cameras captured it. We can play it back. The cameras captured it. That was why I got up on my feet and said, no, it's not possible. I even asked you, how much does Air Force One cost? So clearly he was wrong. When you now get up and say that all commitments for the next 4 years, yes, for it to
Honorable members, I am observing carefully the disorderly conduct.
Mr. Speaker, I was in this chamber sometimes, I think more than a decade before many of you arrived. What you are doing, we've done Westerns. So I can assure you, it won't stop me from making my point. I'm saying that it will not stop me from making the point I want to make today. Even if we will sit here till midnight, my point I will make. And the point is that you lied when you said that we are spending $1.2 billion to buy a presidential jet. You lied. You lied. You lied. You are now trying to correct yourself by saying that all commitments for the next 4 years to retool the Air Force.
Honorable Majority Leader.
To retool the Air Force is $1.2 billion.
Honorable Majority Leader, with all due respect, the statement may not be correct, but the use of the word lied. I will ask that the lie be expunged. Order. I have given my directives, so all should resume their seats. So, Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, if there's nothing in the budget, that says that the government is buying a presidential jet for 1.2 billion, and a member stands and says that the government is buying a presidential jet for 1.2 billion, he has lied. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. What? Okay, so Mr. Speaker, do you want me to say that he was peddling falsehood? It's a lie. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a lie. And when we try to correct that, you now go and then take 4 years commitment for retooling the Air Force, and you now say that, oh, it justifies your earlier misrepresentation. You misrepresented. It's not in the budget. We're discussing 2026. It is possible for us to change the figures in 2027. We can change the figures in 2028, depending on the performance of the economy. So I don't have a problem. I'm not running away from spending 1.2 billion to retool our Air Force. I'm not running away. On the contrary, we in the NDC are very proud that we are able to spend 1.2 billion to retool our Air Force. We are very proud. You run the economy down. You mismanage the economy. You could not even raise money. You could not raise money to support the Air Force. We are confident. We are proud. We are happy that we have the capacity, and in the next 4 years, we will retool the Ghana Air Force and we will invest 1.2 billion United States dollars in the Air Force. We will. We will. In the Air Force. We will. For 4 years. That's a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I still stand my grounds that when he said that we are purchasing a presidential jet for 1.2 billion United States dollars, it is not in the records, and your decision that it should be struck off the records is right. If you go and tabulate all planned expenditure on retooling the Air Force, not buying a presidential jet, I will oppose. I will lead this house. I will lead this side. And if they don't support me, I will lead whoever is willing to be led to oppose using 1.2 billion of our money to buy a presidential jet. I will oppose it. But Mr. Speaker, I am happy. I am proud. I support the finance minister in the next 4 years, to invest $1.2 billion in retooling our Air Force. I support it.
Yes, former defense minister.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is the leader of the House, and he's supposed to help control and help you to control the House with the others. But when he misleads the House, especially me, especially the fact that I'm sitting here, Mr. Speaker, I have the right to correct him. Mr. Speaker, we came here in 2023, Mr. Speaker, no, 2022, Mr. Speaker, July. I laid in this House the purchase of 6 LNG fighter jets for this our nation. Mr. Speaker, the cost of those aircraft at that time, the commitment we gave this nation was 150 million euro at a rate of 15 cedis to 1 euro. If you calculate, that's 1.6 billion Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, we committed this nation at one time, not 4 years, to 1.6 billion Ghana cedi. So when you say that we didn't do it, that is not true. That's the first thing I want you to know. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, secondly, it is a fact that your side led the rejection of the purchase of just one presidential jet. One. Today you want to buy two. And you will not apologize to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
I'll get a chance to speak tomorrow. I will tell you why there are two presidential
Honorable
jets.
Nitiwul, the issue on the floor, as a former minister in charge of defense, does retooling amount to purchase of presidential jet?
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that tomorrow, I will say it, but I'll repeat it tomorrow. I will say it now. Mr. Speaker, I will say it now, but I'll repeat tomorrow. But let me read. Mr. Speaker, let me read page 136. Mr. Speaker, go to page 136, paragraph 1091. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Air Force will be retooled, full stop. Beginning 2026, the government of Ghana will begin the procurement processes for the acquisition of 4 modern helicopters and 1 long range and 1 medium range aircraft. These are presidential jets. A long range aircraft is not for the Air Force, it's for your comfort. It's presidential jets. The medium size, Boeing jets or Airbus jets are the long ones. And I mentioned that we did that one. They carry no less than 100 people. The medium range carry at least 25 people. They are all presidential jets. They are not CASA. They are not military jets. They are presidential jets.
Well, once you choose to set your own question instead of answering the question, may you humbly resume your seat.
They are not military jets. They are presidential jets.
May you humbly
for the
resume your
comfort of
seat.
the executive.
Very humbly.
Mr. Speaker, for the comfort of the executive, not for the soldiers. But tomorrow I will expand because I'll get my chance. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, when it comes to military, I may be a layman, but I do not understand retooling to amount to purchase of presidential jets. And honourable members, I have looked at the relevant pages referred to by the minority chief whip for 4 years. I have not seen any quotation of any amount in dollars. I still stand by my directives that everything said by Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo relating to $1.2 billion be expunged from the record as not being correct. All right, members, let's make progress.
We want to thank you for your directives, but we on this side are not worried, even in the list. We are not worried in the list. All we will say is that the honorable member did not say anything
I will
inaccurate.
proceed to give the floor to Honorable.
He did not say anything inaccurate.
Honorable.
I will leave this for another day.
Thomas Walanyo, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
and thank you for giving me the opportunity to also comment on the budget statements and economic policy for 2026. Mr. Speaker, it's very surprising to see our colleagues this beautiful document that has given hope to the people of Ghana, the ordinary man on the streets, that all of them together have come together trying to find one fault in this beautiful document. It was a great surprise that they brought all their mathematicians and their calculators to the front bench, calculating figures to find one fault. Thank God they couldn't find one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's also surprising to hear them propounding solutions to problems they could have solved. They could have solved in, the last eight months. Today, we have taken over and we have provided solutions to problems that they have created. Mr. Speaker, today, market women in Hokwe called me and they were very happy because according to them, the budget was written to their understanding. Because number one, the VAT reforms that the government has brought has relieved or will relieve most of them of tax burdens. Mr. Speaker, I heard one of our senior colleagues about food inflation, that people are not able to buy, people are a lot of things. That yesterday, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a bachelor, I went to the market and I was able to buy what they were talking about, Mr. Speaker. Last year, this rice, which is Abena rice, was sold at 164 Ghana cedis. Just last year, Christmas, 164 Ghana cedis. This fried tone, Mr. Speaker, was sold at 60 Ghana cedis. Yesterday, just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I bought this for 99 Ghana cedis. And I bought this oil, Mr. Speaker, for 39 Ghana cedis. This is evidence of the economy that we have transformed from where they left it, the junk status, to the status that we have transformed it up to. Mr. Speaker, the COVID levy that has been that will be taken out of our budget next year, which a member of parliament one of the member of parliament said it has not been taken out. Mr. Speaker, according to the market women, they said this COVID levy is going to put back in their packet of them 3.7 billion Ghana cedis. 3.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, all these are good news for our businessmen, our traders, and the ordinary man on the street. Mr. Speaker, on unemployment, last year, the Vice President said he created 2.1 million jobs. 2.1 million, that is more than the unemployed Ghanaians in the country. We have come out with holistic programs that will give jobs to our people. 800 jobs mentioned in the budget, creating jobs for the 800,000 jobs to be created in all angles. Mr. Speaker, one is a 24-hour economy. 24-hour economy that we are debating. Today, you go to Adenta. This yearly office in Adenta is running for 24 hours. Passport office is running for 24 hours. It means we have begun something last year and we are going to continue. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the economic, agriculture, modernization, and agro-industry jobs, that's under Ministry of Agri, Feed Ghana, Farmer Service Center, Farm Banks, all these are creating jobs for the youth, including our brothers at the other side, including MPP members. All of them are getting jobs under this, unlike the failed projects that they introduced that collapsed under their watch just last year. Mr. Speaker, aside this, we have Youth Employment Agency, we have the digital skills, we have the Coders program, we have the digital centers that are opening regional offices to create more jobs for our youth. Mr. Speaker, Youth in apprenticeship program. Youth in apprenticeship program has been allocated.
Honourable member, your time is up. I'll give the floor to Honourable Nana Asafo-Adjei. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for giving me this opportunity to also comment to the budget statement made by the Finance Minister for and on behalf of the President of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I want to pay tribute to the young ladies that lost their lives during the military recruit stampede. Mr. Speaker, I share with their families, and I want to console each and every young man that fell victim as part of that job recruitment stampede. Those from Kumasi, those in Accra, and the rest of the country. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to a very critical and very important point, which is job creation. These young men and women left home to go look for jobs. Mr. Speaker, not just any jobs, but secured, sustainable jobs. That is what they went to look for. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister in 2025 read the budget, some young men of this country were happy. Mr. Speaker, they were happy because in that budget allocation, or in that budget, the Finance Minister made some provision to job creation, and they were happy. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the National Apprenticeship Program, where he allocated 300 million for that project. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the Ejumera project or program, where he allocated 100 million to that program. He mentioned the Digital Job Initiative, 1 million coders, and allocated 100 million to that. Then Kokon Kitinkiti, 245 million, and allocated 245 million. The Agriculture for Jobs and the National Employment Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, when we were doing that budget debate here, I reminded my colleagues at the other side that President John Dramani Mahama and the hands that will bear me out is not a new entity in the scheme of things. We know him. He has been a president before, and I recounted the things he mentioned to entice the youth, yet he failed to achieve them. The Speaker, I mentioned the JIDA program. I mentioned the Sada tree planting program. I mentioned the Inconfirm program. I mentioned the youth in beads making. I mentioned the youth in potholes patching. I mentioned the youth in movie making. All these programs were programs the President John Dramani Mahama promised the young people, but ended up in sham. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the appropriation or you look at the disbursement, Mr. Speaker, all the programs I have mentioned here, some of them did not even get any allocation at all. Those who got allocation was not even more than 20% of them. So the young people in this country who were hoping for jobs to be created by the 2025 budget ended up not having any job. Mr. Speaker, again, when you look at the budget here, in the 2026 budget, he has again rehashed and mentioned again these same programs. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned now the Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the Ejumera program again, and now allocated 160 million. He mentioned the Nkukon Kitinkiti allocated 250 million. In the National Coders allocated 100 million. Now the National Apprenticeship Program, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned 300 million in the 2025 budget and now reduced it to 100 million in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, now in the 2024 budget, they didn't mention any figure, but told us in this house that the national coordinator for the 24-hour program will come to this house. The Speaker, he came to this house, put out his figures, and the program was launched. In the launch of that program, they mentioned that the 24-hour program, the flagship program of the NDC, the Speaker, would require 4 billion to do that. Now, in that document, the component of government commitment to that 4 billion, the Speaker, will be 7% of that 4 billion. Now, when you do 7% of that 4 billion, it is $280 million. The Speaker, when you look into the allocation of the 2026 budget, the minister and the government allocated 110 million. The Speaker, 110 million in dollars is $11 million, which is 3.92% of the allocation that is supposed to say. Mr. Speaker, the question we are asking is that, is this government committed to job creation? Is the youth who are looking up to this government that is going to create jobs should still be hoping and looking forward that jobs will indeed be created? Mr. Speaker, again in the budget, there were some components of jobs that were mentioned. Mr. Speaker, they mentioned that they were going to create 800,000 jobs. And the 800,000 jobs, 490,000 of that 800,000 jobs are going to come from Big Push. Because first and foremost, the allocation to the Big Push is questionable based on the 2025 allocation or disbursement. 2, the jobs that are available, when you look at the World Bank report, Mr. Speaker, I have it here. The World Bank report is saying that only 13% of Ghanaian young men have sustainable jobs. And majority of the Ghanaians who are out there, those who died in Ewak, those who were stampeded in Kumasi, are skilled laborers and professionals. The Speaker, yet the major component of the jobs that will be created by the 800,000 jobs are going to be laborer and pongpo work. Mr. Speaker, now out of the 800,000 jobs, 250,000 of that jobs is going to come from the National Oil Policy, National Policy on Oil Palm Development Program. Mr. Speaker, it's a good initiative. I commend it. But Mr. Speaker, what is interesting is that in that budget, in the 2026 budget, paragraph 929, Mr. Speaker, in that budget, it is stating that the Oil Palm Development Program is a program that is spanning from 2026 to 2032. So, Mr. Speaker, the 250,000 jobs they are even mentioning, it's not 2016, it is 2032. Mr. Speaker, and yet again, it is not a sustainable job, it is a temporary job. Mr. Speaker, I want to submit on this point. and say that, Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country has been deceived. The youth of this country who were queuing and singing, Mahama is a oh, is a oh. Mr. Speaker, they have ended up, Mr. Speaker, they have ended up, the youth now have ended up singing, Mahama Dadamia, Mahama Dadamio, Mahama Dadamia, Jejemia Kukume. Mr. Speaker, what is again important here? What is important here is that,
are we in a music studio?
There is, Mr. Speaker, what is important here is that there is a hidden agenda. There's a hidden agenda of non-job creation, the austerity measures of IMF hidden in this budget. Mr. Speaker, I take you back to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, we go to page 84, paragraph 478. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. In 2025, government would implement the following measures to keep the wage bill within sustainable levels. 1, fully implement the net freeze on employment.
by immediately putting on hold all recruitment, placement into public services. Mr. Speaker, this again, the public services and the recruitment did not find expression in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, it is telling you that the hidden IMF agenda of austerity measure is playing here, and the youth of this country, Mr. Speaker, have no hope, have nowhere to turn to. Mr. Speaker, I again want to submit to the youth who are hoping and looking forward to the president and to this government to give them job, that there is no commitment of this government in creating jobs. None. Mr. Speaker, a government that is interested in creating jobs, Mr. Speaker, now allocate 290 million for the distribution of sanitary pads. Distribution of sanitary pads. And now, Mr. Speaker, allocate 100 million for the training of 1 million coders. Mr. Speaker, the youth out there, I am telling you that the distribution of sanitary pad is more important to the NDC government than the training of coders he mentioned. Mr. Speaker, the National Apprenticeship Program has been allocated 170 million, yet the sanitary pad has been allocated 292 million. Mr. Speaker, the Ejumera has been allocated 160 million, while the sanitary pad has been allocated 292 million. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that all these things put together is telling the youth of this country that the hope is hopeless and there is nothing to look up for in the NDC administration or the NDC budget, particularly the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened that the president makes some mentions of allocations in the budget, yet nothing was done about it. So it gives me so much problem or difficulty to believe and accept the allocations that were mentioned in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 629, the Speaker, in paragraph 629, he mentioned the creation of the whole airport and making it a training hub. Mr. Speaker, nothing of that happened. Now, when you come to the 2026 budget, he mentioned again in paragraph 999 that the Bolegatanga airport will be created. Mr. Speaker, if I'm somebody in Bolegatanga, I will not believe this government, because even the whole people have not even had their budget in their allocation to the airport in 2025. Mr. Speaker, again, he mentioned that in 2025 budget, that there is an allocation of 242.5 million to the victim support of Akosomo Dam spillage. Mr. Speaker, that support to the Akosomo Dam spillage never happened. Now they are making another allocation in the 2025-26 budget that 500 million is being allocated to the dam spillage, victims of the dam spillage. Mr. Speaker, I ask that, is it an addition to the 242 million that was in the 2025 budget, or they have scrapped the 42.5 million and they are now giving them a new 500 million? Mr. Speaker, clearly, for me, the commitment of the government to job creation is questionable. It's in doubt, and it's not something we must place our head. Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised that the president is rather now committing to the purchase of an aircraft, a presidential jet, helicopter, and a ship at the cost of $1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, that argument, our side still holds, and our argument, we still stand by it. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, that was admitted by the majority. Mr. Speaker, that's fair. Our position and our price, the prices for the purchase of the aircraft, Mr. Speaker, is 1.2 billion, and we are surprised that there are important commitments that need to be done for the young people of this country to have jobs. Yet, the NDC government is interested in purchasing and procuring aircrafts and presidential jets.
Honorable member,
I want to
honorable
thank
member,
you for the
will you kindly withdraw the purchase of jet 1.2 billion? I will again give consequential directives that nowhere is it stated in the budget that $1.2 billion will be used to purchase aircraft. Accordingly, Same is ordered to be expunged from the record as not being correct statement. I will then give the floor to Honorable Kwame Jijoli Gakwe.
You are saying where? Look at me very well. No amount of propaganda, no amount of voodoo calculation, no amount of a day calculation will stop me from setting the record. Mr. Speaker, I use the opportunity to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for 2026 fiscal financial year, resetting the growth, job, and economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the vision of this government is anchored on agriculture. Agric is the way to go. In the financial statement, it stated clearly that government is embarking on commercialization, modernization, mechanization, value-driven and market-driven, youth and women-led centered policies. So meaning youth are there, the women are there. So when it comes to gendered budget statement, the gender factors are all factored into the agric. As I speak to you, I'm not going to talk about the whole policy because in this budget statement is like a good book, the Bible. So many things are in it. We can't finish today. I will just dwell on only two policies. One of them is the national policy on integrated oil palm development from 2026 to 2030. Ordinary in policies or strategic document is 5 or 6 years. And so what they stipulated in this budget statement is correct, 6 years. That is the framework for the oil palm. And then, Mr. Speaker, this is the red gold, and this is the way Ghana should go. Formerly, first, we were leading, but we are able to bring Malaysians to Ghana and taught them at the end of the day, they are moving faster than us. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, Ghana is importing over 200,000 metric tons of oil to this country. And when you check on the oil market, a ton of the palm oil is going around $1,000. So if you multiply it by 200,000, Ghana is hopefully losing about $200,000. So in terms of that, that can do a lot for this country, $200 million. In terms of this, Mr. Speaker, the red gold is going to bring a lot of job for the youth and the women. It's going to bring a lot of foreign exchange also. And then when you look at the value chain, looking at the red gold, what is the palm itself, the tree takes about 4 to 5 years before start bearing fruit. And it will take you 25 good years to be harvesting, for 25 good years before you replant. And then in terms of replanting it, the palm tree can be used. You can get palm wine. You can also get appetition from inside. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, when you look at the palm, in terms of fruits and drinks, we have palm oil, palm wine, palm sugar, palm kernel oil, palm sugar. Do research, you don't know. Do your research. Palm sugar is there. Bio shell fuel, palm kernel cake, and then palm oil, and then palm kernel oil. In terms of construction industry, palm oil, the palm tree can be used for leaves, are used for making roof, for shelter, for fencing. The trunks are used for log, they are used for pillars, and the leaves and fibers are woven into baskets as well as wall woven materials.
Honorable member for Suhu, why are you shouting?
In terms of households,
palm oil. The palm tree can be used for broom, for furniture, for utensils, where the nut can be used to craft utensils. These are all value in terms of the value chain regards to palm alone. And if government is investing in palm nut plantation, is a way to go. Mr. Speaker, this is going to generate about 250,000 jobs when the plantation takes off. And government is going to cultivate over 100 hectares of plant plantation. And this 100 hectares is going to cost, and government is putting over 500, is it? 100,000, yes. And government is putting over $500 million into this investment. And which is fulfilling when you look at SDG 14, life below water. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, this is the way to go. So I will urge everyone, including our colleagues on the other side, to take this initiative positively. So when you say that this book have nothing in it, I disagree with you. There are good news in this budget statement. So it's a good initiative, and then all hands must be on deck to actually move on with this policy. Mr. Speaker, it will marvel you that it is only this time, in this era, that a budget statement will be read without Bible quotation. No Bible quotation was read. But in view of this, I want to give my colleagues one Bible quotation. They should go to Psalm 145 or 1 Chronicles 16:34. Listen to the wisdom. The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercy are all over President Mahama and the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, these are the good news in this budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I'll quickly move to aquaculture. Looking at this government this year was able to actually move through the revised version of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act bill, and it was passed by this House. And the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2025 Act 1146 was marked as one of the turning points in regards to fishery industry in this country. As I speak to you, Cabinet have approved Ghana's first maritime protected area, which very soon will be in this House, because the MPA is very crucial. Why we Ghana did this things? It was actually located at the Greater Cape 3 Point into the western region, where the protection of these endangered species will rest, and the eco marine system and then fish habitat will continue to grow, because fish shortage is in Ghana. Ghana is importing a lot of fish, millions of dollars, where we can go into aquaculture. The number of millions of dollars that are actually going out of this country can remain in this country, and they can boost our local economy. And as we speak, so this aquaculture initiative is going to boost, to unlock all the full potential with regards to the ocean economy. One of the things I would like to say is that in this government, in regards to the national blue economy, is on course. And the national blue economy is anchored on SDG 14, which talks about life below the water. One of the good things also with regards to this law we passed is about the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone, now have been extended from 6 nautical miles to 12 nautical miles. And that is good news for our fisher folks as we speak. And the government have allocated a lot of resources with regards to the aquaculture. Why am I saying this? Government have allocated an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis for aquaculture, where 200 farmers will be involved, and then 50 professionals will be trained to actually guide them. And this boils down to women and children, women and youth for this project. In addition to that, input alone, government have budgeted also about $50 million Ghana cedis with regards to the inputs as well as that. In terms of mini harbor as well as markets, government have allocated 50 million Ghana cedis for doing that in the next year. So if you claim that there is no good news in this budget, these are some of the good news I'm sharing with you. So this government is committed. The budget is inclusive in terms of gendered issues. Transparent budget tracking is also involved. Accountability in terms of the budget is also inclusive with regards to this budget statement. So in all, I would like to urge the House to approval of the budget so that the good news in this budget will kick off. In all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk or contribute with regards to this budget. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will then give the floor to Honourable Laurette Koko Asante. You have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the 2026 budget statement and economic policy presented by the Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget and economic policy presented to this House last week paints a glowing picture of prosperity and transformation, but beneath the glossy language and rhetoric lies a document full of half-baked measures, inconsistencies, and misguided fiscal priorities. The NDC government has left Ghanaians high and dry. They've left Ghanaians and kicked them to the curb, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government plans to purchase 4 helicopters, 2 jets, and 2 offshore vessels, what my great-grandmother in my constituency will call 2 ships. Mr. Speaker, this will cost a whopping over 12 billion Ghana cedis, which some of my constituents and the average Ghanaian can understand. In tree, it will cost a Mr. Speaker, do you know what that money can do for the average Ghanaian to ease their lives, Mr. Speaker? Like my constituents in Kwabing, in Moso, and Paming, at a time when the government is asking Ghanaians to sacrifice more, this is a clear case, Mr. Speaker, of Midofo Adadame budget. Mr. Speaker, how can the government seek to purchase 4 helicopters with landing gear, which is extremely expensive, 2 offshore vessels, and 2 presidential jets? When, Mr. Speaker, please listen to me, House. This is very important. I'm not playing partisan here. At a time when the maternal mortality rate in Ghana is rising, I made a statement of this last week with facts, okay? When young women are dying during childbirth or immediately after childbirth, which their deaths could have been prevented because the causes are known and treatable. Mr. Speaker, it's heartbreaking. It breaks my heart when I see the flyers, the funeral flyers of these young women who probably have recently married, dying.
Honourable Asante, I will ask that they should stop your time. Yes, Honourable Majority Chief Whip, they should stop your time. Yes.
Why?
Mr. Speaker, I will not ordinarily do this, but you have given firm directives. You've given firm directives that we should stay within the terms of the budget in making our comments. There's nowhere in this document that this government is purchasing presidential jets. By all means, comment on the matters stated in paragraph 135, on page 135 and paragraph 1075 onwards. But don't deliberately label them presidential jets. They are not. They are not. So the guide, please, the guide given by the Mr. Speaker is something that should be binding on all of us. Let's be guided. Then we can enjoy the comments. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, you have the floor. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have a clear identification of aircrafts that are meant for military or defense intervention and aircrafts that are for normal travels and for the presidency. I don't think it's very wrong to say or imply that this is a presidential jet. And it is something, and we cannot change it, and it is it's because when on this side the majority denied the opportunity to do so. That's why they want to hide from it. But there is no gainsaying that particular aircraft described as a long distance is a presidential jet. And we want to insist that.
Probably that is not what is stated in the budget. It may be your own interpretation. Yes, Honorable Koko Asante, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, how can the government seek to purchase jets, helicopters, and offshore vessels when cocoa farmers were given a paltry 12.27% in increase, which is about 396 cedis over this increase in price this year, when public sector workers were given a mere 9% increase, when emergency care is practically non-existent in Ghana because of the failure of our emergency care system, which remains severely under-resourced or entirely absent. When basic life-saving skills like defibrillators, which when you go to other countries, they're in supermarkets, they're in public places, they don't cost anything, it's non-existent to jump-start a person's heart if they have a heart attack. When ventilators and oxygen are missing and lacking in regional and district hospitals, when the country lacks catheterization labs in regional or district hospitals to diagnose and treat heart attacks and heart conditions, as a result, patients die in transit. You all remember Dr. Kwame Edufori, a Konfuanochi teaching hospital, dedicated doctor who saved lives. He was an emergency room doctor. And yet, when he needed his life to be saved, when he needed an intervention, there was no cath lab at Konfuanochi Hospital. So what happened? What happened? He had to be transferred to Accra, and he died on the way. Isn't that heartbreaking? It is. So I'm wondering, my honorable members from the other side, to think about Dr. Eduofori before they approve the jets and the vessels. Because if a cath lab, and the cath lab doesn't cost that much, okay? It's used for diagnostic and treatment, so it doesn't cost that much. Yet in spite of the urgent needs of the Ghanaian people, the NDC government still plans to buy the jets, the 2 jets, the 4 helicopters, and 2 ships. The cost of these jets and the helicopters and vessels can provide many cath labs and life-saving tools and medicines to equip regional and district hospitals to prevent tragedies. This significant sum, Mr. Speaker, can be better directed towards health and education, which have a more direct positive impact on the livelihood of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, will traders who are suffering sit in the 2 jets? No. Will farmers who are suffering sit in the 4 helicopters? No. Will teachers who are suffering travel in the 2 jets? No. Will the nurses who are suffering use the offshore vehicles or ships? No. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget also does not have any immediate relief for the high utility tariffs. The budget statement failed to announce specific strong measures to drastically reduce the base tariffs that households pay for electricity and water. high utility costs remain a significant burden, major burden on families every month. The government's approach to utility costs does not provide for immediate and direct subsidies or tariff cuts for households. Electricity tariffs saw 3 increases this year at least: 14.75% in May, 2.45% on July 1st, and 1.14% on August 2025. Water tariffs also rose by 4.02% on May 3rd, 2025. But what the government plans to do, Mr. Speaker, again, is to buy 2 jets and 4 helicopters and 2 ships. Mr. Speaker, the government's priorities are clearly misplaced. Mr. Speaker, the budget also lacks a well-defined roadmap for execution of stalled projects. Despite the allocation of $100 million for completion of 10 Agenda 111 hospitals, the budget lacks detailed execution plans necessary to resolve the backlog of these stalled projects quickly and comprehensively. Specifically, there was no clear project-by-project schedule or phase completion date, right? Meaning that the communities cannot determine when the hospitals will be complete. Is it the first quarter of 2026, the second quarter, the third quarter? They can't determine. And this leads to fears in the community that the very commitment is too limited and risks further delays, frustrating local community members who are anxiously waiting for these benefits, like my constituents in the township of Abowosu, where there's an Agenda 111 hospital that is, Mr. Speaker, 93% or more complete. They're anxiously waiting to use it. Instead of that, the government, instead of completing more than the 10 Agenda 111 hospitals, they're rather prioritizing the purchase of 2 jets, 4 helicopters with landing pads, Mr. Speaker. That's no ordinary vessel, okay? And then, Mr. Speaker, plus 2 ships. I ask, Mr. Speaker, is that the priority of the country? No. Traders are suffering. Yes. Farmers are suffering. Yes. Nurses are suffering. Yes. Teachers are suffering. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the budget also lacks a dedicated program to support micro, small, and medium enterprises to overcome the current high interest rate and the cautious nature of banks at this time. This leaves businesses, Mr. Speaker, who are the main drivers of job creation without the quick funding they need to invest and grow, which slows down job creation. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Bank, which was not established, although in spite of it being in the 2025 budget, has found its way again in the 2026 budget. Thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
While the $401 million allocation in the 2026 budget meets the BOG, Bank of Ghana Capital requirement, but even though it meets the commercial bank threshold, it is not sufficient to really boost the capital base. Even though it's 451 now, it's not sufficient for overall operational and capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the question for the Women's Bank is, how much of the allocation will go into the real delivery of the micro enterprises? Mr. Speaker, women entrepreneurs do not need another public relations gimmick. They need access to credit. As it stands now, the Women's Bank is merely a promise without delivery. As we saw earlier in the 2025 budget, Mr. Speaker, traders are suffering. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget, instead of consolidating and strengthening existing structures, the budget simply repackages old promises to score political points. Women deserve better. They deserve practical economic empowerment backed by realistic financing. Mr. Speaker, the much-touted 24-hour economy was announced by the NDC government as one of their flagship initiatives intended to boost productivity and job creation. But the budget lacks clear details with regards to how the government's allocation of the $110 million will be spent, the exact incentives offered, and a definite timeline While the plan is to involve the DBG, Development Bank, and the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, the program's ultimate success hinges on private investment, which requires the government to quickly provide a clear and detailed blueprint that the stakeholders are still requesting. The funding is also inadequate. And I won't even go into the 133 or the 419, I don't want to get into that, okay? But anyway, Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget undoubtedly shows no clear road arrears clearance. There is no schedule and no transparency on how accumulated arrears will be cleared. Contractors, Mr. Speaker, contractors are still in distress, financial distress. Many of them cannot pay loans.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong, Honorable Koko Asante, hold it. Honorable Richard Achampong, you have the floor.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I think we have time allotment for every member speaking. Leaders are supposed to use 1 hour each. Other leadership, we're giving them 35. Chairpersons, ranking, vice, 15 minutes. Other members, 5 minutes. I don't know if, but she's done more than 11 minutes. Ranking for which committee? So, Mr. Speaker, she has exceeded her time allotment.
Honorable Richard Achampong, I believe before submitting the list to me, you have to cross-check all this. What I have before me, Honorable Lorette Koko Asante is supposed to speak for 15 minutes. So if the case is that she's not supposed to speak for 15 minutes, before conclave, all these things should be ironed out.
And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the information. But I remember even the majority leader used certain words. He called upon him to retract those words. How can a member of parliament describe something as 419? Mr. Speaker, this is unparliamentary.
Honorable Koko Asante, the record will show that at the point when for instance, an event with 419, I was asked to withdraw and apologize. So kindly withdraw the word 419 and apologize. It is something that is associated with criminality. Please withdraw. Honorable Koko Asante, kindly withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if I recall correctly, I said I can't, I don't know if it's 133, I don't want to get into that. That's what I said. So.
Why?
Honorable members are directed that the use of 419, which is associated with criminality, should be expunged from our record as if it does not exist.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Thank you.
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of the contractors, as I was saying, are under distress. They can't pay their loans, can't pay workers, have had their equipment repossessed, and yet the government wants to buy 2 jets, 4 helicopters, 2 ships. When contractors are suffering, teachers are suffering, nurses are suffering, traders and farmers are suffering. Mr. Speaker, switching to education, which is critical for our national development. The education sector received a large nominal sum totaling 43.2 billion, 33.3 billion for the Ministry of Education, and 9.9 billion for GET Fund, which constitutes about 14.3% of the 2026 total government expenditure. However, This is still inadequate because it falls below the 15% to 20% international benchmark recommended by organizations like UNESCO. It's barely enough to solve the long-standing massive problems such as needed to improve teacher quality, teacher vacancies, and acquisition of necessary resources to meet global standards. Mr. Speaker, the underserved and rural constituencies, communities like my constituency, Etiwa West, the teacher shortage has reached real alarming levels, right? Schools in these areas operate with 1 or 2 teachers handling multiple classes, leading to chronic loss of instruction and deteriorating performance. There's a widening learning inequality between rural and urban areas, poor performance in core subjects, and rising dropout rates. Mr. Speaker, the problem of teacher shortage must be fully addressed. It has not. Mr. Speaker, TVET funding also has not received any major funding push, and for the long-term job skills mismatch. The youth need this, Mr. Speaker. The youth are suffering and they need skills training. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the 2026 budget is heavy on rhetoric. It's light on substance. The government came to power with loud promises. However, all we have now is spin. Ghanaians deserve better. They deserve a government that feels their pain and responds to their struggles. It's about time the government stopped playing chaskele with the Ghanaians. That this budget is Medofo Adadami budget. Medofo Adadamia.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kofi Bentel Afu.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are speaking for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on the budget statement of the President as presented by the Minister for Finance to this House. And to go into it, Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, Ghanaians all over the country were in despair as to what was happening, to the extent that some have even lost confidence in the nation of not wanting to go to the polls to vote. Then came a savior in the person of President John Dramani Mahama. And in his first budget, which was presented to us this year, we saw most of the things he did to reset the economy. However, our friends on the other side have tried to argue that before the president took power, they had grown the economy by 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, if growth of an economy, and for that matter, its development, is only to be realized in the GDP growth rate, then I think what will it profit an economy if it grew by 5.7% and had to borrow so much to the extent that it became bankrupt and had to go begging arms in arm for its creditors to forgive its debts, to the extent of even creating different shades of haircuts, including Sakura. Mr. Speaker, if this is what we do to grow an economy, then I beg to differ because, Mr. Speaker, what will it profit an economy if it touts itself to have grown by 5.7% and yet unemployment rates for 14.7%, a remnant of which we saw at EWAC recently, which a responsible president in the person of John Dramani Mahama has taken responsibility to take care of all the injured and even the diseased. Mr. Speaker, what will it profit an economy if it says it had grew by 5.7% and yet inflation rate was hovering around 50% at a point in time to an end-of-year rate of 23%, making cost of living so high for its citizens? Mr. Speaker, what will it profit a country if it says it had grown by 5.7% and yet exchange rates were hovering around 28 and 30%? If this is how a party, a political party for that matter, will manage an economy, then I have no distrust to believe that the result of what we saw in 2024 election has come to this far. Mr. Speaker, before I became a parliamentarian, I heard that this house had two sides, your left-hand side and your right-hand side. But ever since I came here, I have seen a median. However, what I have seen are corners, 4 of them, one of which is occupied by the MPP, which was in previous government. So today, our friends in one corner are trying to tell us that they have forgotten the basic economics of the distinction between economic growth and economic development. Today, we are presenting a budget which is not only seeking to grow the economy, but to develop it. Even though we have stated to grow the economy by 4.8%, Mr. Speaker, in this 4.8%, 800,000 jobs are going to be created to solve some of the problems they left behind. In this 4.8 growth rate we are estimating, Mr. Speaker, exchange rate is currently hovering around 10.9%. Inflation is below 8%, and we are targeting an end of year of 5%. Mr. Speaker, if this is how they want us to grow the economy like they did, then let them know that we are not going to manage the economy, because if this is what you did, then I'm not surprised that you went into the examination in December 2024, and your best score was 87 out of 276. You see, we have been reduced to one corner. In this one corner, a minority you are enjoying. We would not want to be like you. We would not want to be like you. And so we are treading cautiously. The Minister for Finance, not only is he a finance expert, he's also an accountant and has taught us how to prudently manage an economy. That is why he's not running his mouth. He doesn't want to run away. He doesn't want to be a fugitive of justice. He wants to be able to come back home and attend funerals of relatives. And that is why he has given us this budget. I know, Mr. Speaker, their only fear is that by the time the programs in this budget have been executed, they will become extinct. And that is why they are doing everything to comment and say this budget cannot transform us. However, the matter speaks for itself. All what the minister has done can clearly tell us that not only is he looking at raking in more revenue, he has also put in measures to stop the leakages, most of which he inherited during their time. You know, to the extent that he's deploying an AI mechanism to make sure all the loopholes occurring at our ports are plugged and blocked so that we rake in more revenue. In fact, if you want to do well as in an economic management, it is not only the case that you focus on raking revenue. If you also are able to block the leakages, make your spendings optimum, and try to be disciplined in your spending. Obviously, if you cannot even rake in more, you will block the leakages and still be better off as an economic manager. This is what we want you to learn. This is what we are doing. And by the time we are done, Mr. Speaker, I know these Egyptians we are seeing today, I know by the time we will not see them anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Nana Ajay Bafwa. You are speaking for 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in this debate. Mr. Speaker, I pray for your indulgence to join my brother Nana Kwame Asafo-Adjei to pay tribute to the 6 gallant women, young women, patriotic young women who sought to serve their nation, but unfortunately met their untimely death. At this point, Mr. Speaker, whilst you've extended your indulgence to me, Mr. Speaker, I wish to mention their names for them to know that we acknowledge what they have gone through. Mr. Speaker, my condolences go to Prudence Ayisi. My condolences go to the family of Prudence Ayisi. My condolences go to Alice Owusu, the family of Alice Owusu. My condolences go to Abigail, the family of Abigail Boateng, the family of Sarah Mensah, the family of Esther Appiah, and Mercy Owusu. Mr. Speaker, these women were not seeking to only serve the country, but to also join the many Ghanaian women who have succeeded in breaking traditional boundaries and stereotype. Unfortunately, they met their untimely death. Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate. To the many that sustained different forms and degrees of injuries across the country, consistent with Exodus chapter 15, verse 26, I assure you that the Lord is your healer. Mr. Speaker, these young ladies met their untimely death just so they could get meaningful, well-paying jobs. Unfortunately, they died. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate, and that as a House, we need to commit to ensure that there would be abundant job for the Ghanaian, particularly our teeming youth who are graduating from our various institutions of learning. Mr. Speaker, this is why we are concerned about the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for us as a nation, yes, we do concede that there's some good macroeconomic indicators. No matter the disconnect between the indicators and the reality, there is that concession. That said, Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that has eluded us as a country, and that thing is the sustainability of the indicators. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say that the indicators we are seeing today is unique. Yes, there may be some improvement. That said, Mr. Speaker, it has become cyclical, that once we subscribe to an IMF program, we begin to experience good indicators. Mr. Speaker, the question we have failed to ask ourselves, indeed, even if we have asked ourselves, the question we have failed to answer is why has the sustainability of the indicators eluded us? Mr. Speaker, it's not far-fetched. The answer is not far-fetched. The answer is in our expenditure choices. Mr. Speaker, when you are running a revenue shortfall, definitely you need to be careful with your expenditure. But when you choose to spend 13 billion cedis in the procurement of aircraft, Mr. Speaker, that certainly is not a prudent expenditure choice. When you choose to spend 13 billion cedis over a period of 4 years to procure aircraft, that is not a prudent expenditure. You know why it's not? I'll tell you why. Mr. Speaker, firstly, we need to convert the 13 billion cedis into dollars. And so the $1 billion that you've been pumping into the economy, you pump it with your left hand and take it with your right hand and export it to a foreign country just to procure jets. Mr. Speaker, whilst you make that choice, what you forget is that you are not just giving the foreign country revenue, you are also giving them, Mr. Speaker, jobs. Whilst your people in your country are not getting jobs, your taxpayers, the people from whom you obtained the 13 billion, they are struggling to get jobs. And this is the decision or the choice you choose to make at this point of austerity, Mr. Speaker, is certainly not a prudent choice. Mr. Speaker, I am not a prophet. But, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing I can prophesy on the floor of Parliament today, that in no time, the NDC government, led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be running back to the IMF because of the choices it is making. It is a very imprudent economic choice. Mr. Speaker, why would you spend 13 billion cedis to procure aircraft when you have 78,000 nurses unemployed in your country? Why would you? Why would you spend 13 billion cedis to procure aircraft when more than 6,000 teachers are struggling to get employment? Why would you spend 13 billion cedis to procure aircraft when about 60% of the 300,000 Ghanaian graduates on a yearly basis don't get employment? Yet you have chosen. Unfortunately, we have learnt our lessons and we are advising you. You know, when you are struggling to get your people employment, these are the choices you've chosen to make. Mr. Speaker, when we say you are not creating employment, your reaction is that you are creating 800,000 jobs. We have reminded you that the 800,000 jobs, they are mainly fleeting by-day jobs. Wala tu wala sa. That is all they are. Which of these jobs will your 60% of the 300,000 graduates do? None. None. Which of these jobs will your 78,000 nurses do? None. Which of these jobs will your over 6,000 teachers who you are struggling to recruit do? None. Mr. Speaker, obviously, little wonder that the World Bank, in its annual update in the month of June 2025, stated as follows. Mr. Speaker, stated that this is stated that a state where economic growth has critically failed to translate into meaningful job creation. Mr. Speaker, our economic growth continues to fail to translate into meaningful job creation because of such choices. When you choose to spend $13 billion cedis to procure aircraft, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard some of our colleagues say that it doesn't include presidential jet. The record of this House will bear us out that any time presidential jets have been recruited in this country, they come in the form of military route ruling. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, we know that what is being procured is a presidential jet. Mr. Speaker, our president prefers comfort to the employment of the Ghanaian youth. Our president prefers comfort to the employment of the Ghanaian youth. That is what is happening, Mr. Speaker. The many youth who had hope that the NDC through its reset agenda was going to create meaningful jobs for them, some of whom have stayed home for 10 years, some of whom have remained unemployed for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, you have disappointed them. You have disappointed them. And it doesn't look like the 2 years ahead of the year 2026, you are going to create the needed jobs. They have been disappointed, and it's unfortunate that this is happening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Malaysia did not develop by making such expenditure choices. Malaysia didn't. It didn't become an Asian tiger by procuring aircraft when its teeming youth don't have a job. Singapore did not develop when its teeming youth were struggling to procure aircraft. Mr. Speaker, when the NDC said it was going to reset, the expectation was that they were going to do something different. However, what they pursue is the status quo, creating unemployment. You have no interest in creating jobs for our people, and it's unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, at this point, in our quest to assist the government to consolidate its finances to create jobs, having advised you on the need to abandon your procurement of the jets, Mr. Speaker, I will draw your attention to the need to consolidate the institutions of state in the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the budget of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, we are told that this year we are giving the Office of the Special Prosecutor a budget of 158 million cedis. Mr. Speaker, it's about time we take a critical look at our expenditure. Mr. Speaker, we have too many institutions fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, the question we have to ask ourselves is whether or not the office of the special prosecutor remains a necessity. Mr. Speaker, the question we need to ask ourselves is whether or not what the office of the special prosecutor is doing, the Financial and Intelligence Center cannot do. The Economic and Organized Crime Office cannot do. Mr. Speaker, in this light, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the office of the special prosecutor, I have never defended it, the office of the special prosecutor, as part of its achievements this year, helped the Comptroller and Accountant General to recover some money through a corruption risk assessment. Mr. Speaker, the Comptroller and Accountant General already has an integrated solution for fighting fraud. Mr. Speaker, it is either we are not being told the truth or the integrated solution for fighting fraud at the office of the Comptroller and Accountant General is not working. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that corruption risk assessment in and of itself can never help in uncovering fraud. Mr. Speaker, when there is a computer software for doing so, Mr. Speaker, we need to consolidate the institutions that fight corruption in this country, Mr. Speaker, by making sure that we avoid duplicity and enhance investment in those institutions, just to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that corruption is fought well without losing good money, Mr. Speaker, as we have seen over the period. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would want to invite the Attorney General to review the office of the Special Prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, we have tried it in excess of 7 years. The results is there for us to see. It is good money chasing bad money. Very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, these are my submissions. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I give the floor to Honourable Dr. Jasau.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity to add my comments to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the financial year 2026. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to make some preliminary observations from some of the submissions that some of my colleagues have made. Mr. Speaker, I see that there appear to be a fetish on referring to retooling of the Ghana Armed Forces as buying a presidential jet. Mr. Speaker, assuming that were even the case, I submit that buying a jet, therefore, is better than hiring a jet that you need to bath in the sky. Mr. Speaker, if you have the courtesy to complain about maternal mortality, Mr. Speaker, you will also have to explain to us why you sank $400 million in a hole that you describe as a
Honourable member, you are speaking for 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, I've heard complaints that there were no compensations to the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Mr. Speaker, the NDC, even in opposition, led initiatives that resettled these victims. It led initiatives that built clinics, schools, fed the victims. When His Excellency the President Akufo-Addo got there, he said they didn't vote for him, and therefore he had no way to care for them. This is the record of this country. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me commend the Minister for Finance for coming to this House in fulfillment of his constitutional obligation under Article 179 and also the Public Financial Management Act, 2016 Act 921, Section 21. Mr. Speaker, he came and delivered the budget on a theme resetting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, having read through the budget statement and economic policy, I'm convinced that a lot of deliberate thinking was put in place to be able to come up with this economic policy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the sections that relate to agriculture in our country, Mr. Speaker would realize that there is a deliberate agenda to see how we can plug a loophole that we've observed in our budget statements in the last few years. Mr. Speaker, one of it is that we've always talked and talked and talked, and the programs and projects that we project are not anything that contributes to economic growth. But on this particular one, Mr. Speaker, you will see that there has been a deliberate effort to speak to the productive capacity building of our economy. Mr. Speaker, why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, if you take the cocoa subsector, you would observe that a lot of arrangements have been put in place that is contributing to growth of the subsector. And growth of that subsector is going to translate into value-added jobs that many Ghanaians will benefit from. Mr. Speaker will recall that in the last budget debate, we complained about cocoa sector debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that that debt has been reduced drastically. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we complain about cocoa sector rose alone, having a debt of 21 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, you recall that we complained that we owed the international financial institutions cocoa of 333,000 metric tons that we couldn't pay for. They had to be rolled over. Now production has increased from the under 500,000 metric tons that we witnessed last year to at least 603,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, this is so significant because it's been able to allow us to pay that debt by contributing 243,000 metric tons of cocoa. We just have about 90,000 metric tons to go. And Mr. Speaker, with the current projection levels and production levels that are ongoing, I'm convinced that we'll be able to make up the production quantities and be able to pay our debts and raise some more additional income. Mr. Speaker, some of the programs that have been budgeted for in the 2026 budget that is so important and that we must encourage as part of the reasons why we should support the passage of this budget is that we have free cocoa spraying that is coming up and will cost us about 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. At the same time, free fertilizer is back for the cocoa subsector. Mr. Speaker, when you have this, it means that the cost of production of the cocoa per unit area for the farmer is going to be less. Once it is less, more growth will come into the economy and the farmer is likely to reap more gains. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is something we must support. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 296, the budget actually tells us that we are going to have an additional 200,000 hectares of cocoa under cultivation. Mr. Speaker, this is a highly decisive step. This is a highly decisive strategic policy, and I think that we must support this and make sure this gives us security, because now you are not going to depend on only individual farmers with their 3 acres, 10 acres, but you have a 200,000 hectare security of cocoa farms that you can project. You can project in real time how much cocoa beans you'll be able to harvest and sell to the international market. Mr. Speaker, complementing this is oil palm. That is referred to as the red gold. Mr. Speaker, the oil palm sector is also another productive sector that is complementing the cocoa. And if you can have these growing in the ways that we envisage, where we are going to have in paragraph 933, it refers us that we are going to have about 100 100,000 additional hectares of new oil palm plantations. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly investing in productive sectors whose value chains is going to translate into a number of jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, government is deliberate about this. There's a budget of $500 million that is going to be rolled over 4 years to be able to handle the production of this sector in a way that we can eventually be competitive with other countries such as Malaysia. Mr. Speaker, complementing this is also rubber. Rubber Ghana at the moment, we have about 178,000 metric tons capacity. But the only raw rubber that we get in the country is just about 100,000 metric tons. And so government have again been decisive in projecting a policy of restricting the exportation of raw rubber. Now, if we restrict the exportation of raw rubber, complementing with additional production capacity of the rubber subsector, it means that we'll be able to process this rubber in country. And we can achieve processing rubber in country, that would likely, in fact, that would definitely throw a lot of jobs along the value chain. And so I see these three crops, cocoa, the oil palm, and also rubber, as strategic, and I am very excited that this budget has deliberately handled these and then allocated a lot of financing budgets to it. Mr. Speaker, I call on all of us to even consider taking some plantations in these oil palm fields. Mr. Speaker, the other complementing one is the Feed Ghana program. Mr. Speaker, will realize that the food price inflation has come down. This year, we are recording 8% food price inflation. Mr. Speaker, that tells you that the rate at which food prices had been increasing that we witnessed in the past is actually slowed down. And that means that many more families are able to afford food. And so, Mr. Speaker, you cannot underrate this. At the same time, the 2026 budget is adding additional measures that will encourage and consolidate this. One of them is that all institutions that are going to be government subvented will need to buy food that are made in Ghana. It means that all these production levels are going to find markets in these institutions that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the National Food Buffer Stock has found expression in our budget. And actually, there's money allocated to buffer stock to be able to execute their mandate, which is to mop up excess food that is produced at the farm gate, store it, and bring it back to the market in a way, in a logistical arrangement that will make sure food prices do not exceed a certain limit. Mr. Speaker, if we can do this, again complementing with the Nkukor Kitinkiti program, where we are going to have poultry for every district up to 10,000 birds and more in coming years, meaning that these Nkukor Kitinkiti will need to feed from the maize and soya that farmers produce. And so very soon, that issue of glut in the market will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, an additional aspect that we need to talk about is irrigation for wealth. Mr. Speaker, I would realize that all of us are experiencing the vagaries of climate change. We don't know when the next rain is coming, and so farmers are really unable to predict how their production cycles are going to run. And so the Irrigation for Wealth Creation is a well-thought program, which is a very direct intervention that will help our farmers maintain, in fact, take care of the risks of the rainfall patterns that they cannot predict. Mr. Speaker, I realize that there's a huge budget of solar boreholes that are going to be created, that are going to be sunk as part of the Irrigation for Wealth Creation. And Mr. Speaker, I see this as a deliberate response to some of the challenges we are facing in the agricultural subsector. Mr. Speaker, complementing all these is the big push road projects that are ongoing on. This is going to support drastically the logistics of carting food from production centers to market centers or consumption centers. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the government is complementing this with an additional 1,000-kilometer roads that will be directed at farm producing areas and farming areas. Mr. Speaker, these roads will do a lot in reducing costs of food production, cost of selling food, cost of sending these foods to areas that are needed for consumption. And so, Mr. Speaker, if you look at these gamut of projects, Amongst others, you will be convinced that government has thought through these projects very carefully and strategically and invested the needed resources that will help us grow the sector in the ways that we want. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make a further comment on the fisheries subsector. Mr. Speaker would remember that recently we just passed the new Fisheries Act, which is Act 1146, 2025. Mr. Speaker, this law is being given expression to in the new budget and economic policy. Mr. Speaker, IUU fishing is something that will be a thing of the past because there's adequate provision for us to fight IUU, and the law buttresses and backs us as well. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, there's a huge conversation around aquaculture in the law and also in the economic policy. And so, Mr. Speaker, this sector is linked very conveniently with the 24-hour economic policy of government, where women and youth employment are emphasized. So there will be aquaculture for women and youth, and there's a huge budget outlay for that. Mr. Speaker, that means that a lot of our youth in the coastal belt and fishing communities will be taken care of adequately under this project. And Mr. Speaker, we should support this. At the same time, fishing inputs, fishing market constructions have also been budgeted for. And so, Mr. Speaker, even with these three interventions, you see that they've been deliberately thought through, they've been consciously provided for, and they are things that will help the growth of the economies of those local areas, at the same time create the jobs that we need for these local areas. Mr. Speaker, allow me to further conclude by submitting to you that one significant thing that is happening is that the production levels that we have found increased in this country are not out of an accident. It is something that has been deliberate, and so what we are going to do, and that's what the 2026 budget comes to solve, is that it's going to make sure that we pay attention to value addition of the produce that we generate in the country. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confident that by close of year 2026, every one of us will have been satisfied that we don't have food security challenges anymore, and that we are on the path of growth, and that agriculture is truly contributing to the growth of the economy. I thank you for the opportunity, and I call on this House to endorse the statement. Thank you.
Honourable members, we now proceed to give the floor to Honourable Sir Kennedy Nyako. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, already we are tired, so I don't intend to keep members sitting for long. Though you have given me 15 minutes, I've been sitting here. Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few comments on the budget statement and the economic policy that was presented to this House on behalf of the President by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the budget trying to find out what are exactly the government policies when it comes to the road and the transport sector. And it will surprise you that I couldn't find any. There is none. All that you see in the budget is the big push, big push, big push, and the rehash of their own manifesto promises. Mr. Speaker, the occasion of presenting a budget in this House is a very critical moment for members of Parliament, because this exercise gives us the opportunity to critique and scrutinize the various documents or allocations that have been made to this House. Mr. Speaker, no wonder that if you look at the 2025 budget, if you go through government performance when it comes to infrastructure, it's nothing to write home about as compared to even 2024, when the government, then the previous administration, was described as a government that has criminally managed the economy. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands, this is just a document that contains in the budget statement that was presented to this House. Appendix 1C. You can find it on page 151. The budget document that you are holding. The budget document you are holding. Go through it. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 2.05, which is under the industry, it's under the industry. If you want to know how a country, the economy has performed, you talk about the industry, which has the manufacturing, the construction, which basically normally talks about the infrastructure development of this country. If you read, you will see that under 2024, in terms of contributions of infrastructure development to our GDP growth, it was 9.6. Sadly, in 2025, it declined to 2.9. And I was expecting that now that government is putting more money, government says that under the big push, is going to spend over 51 billion Ghana cedi in the next 3 to 4 years. I was expecting that we will see some kind of improvement or growth in this sector. But, Mr. Speaker, even when you go to 2027, even that one, they are doing 5.2. So, if you are to juxtapose it to the performance in 2024, that even they were saying that the Akufo-Addo government was not doing much. We did 9.6 growth. It tells you how committed the government was, how the Akufo-Addo government invested into the infrastructure of this country. Mr. Speaker, today they say they are going to inject 30 billion into the big push. And out of this 30 billion, 70% will go into road construction, the road infrastructure, which is about 21 billion. Mr. Speaker, the question is, even in 2025, when they promised that 13.8, out of the 13.8, they were going to invest 70% of it, which is about 9.6 billion. I have in my hands here a document signed by the finance minister. This is the authorization, commencement authorization, that has given total of how much they are going to spend under the big push for the next 4 years. All the projects, about 32 projects that the government want to invest in, make investment, is here, and it's about 51 billion. So if they have given breakdown. They said the first year, which is 2025, they are going to commit, they are giving a commencement certificate of 7.6. Meanwhile, in the 2025 budget, the government is telling us that it's going to spend 70% of the 13.8, which is 9.0. So the question is, where is the 2 billion extra? You promised the people you want to invest this much. And now you are telling us that you can only invest 7.6. So does it mean you lied to the Ghanaian people? You deceived them? When in your own budget.
Honorable member, withdraw the word lie.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
I'm asking you to withdraw.
I have withdrawn, I'm guided. So you cannot deceive the people. You can't say one thing and deliver the other. Mr. Speaker, the next thing that I want to talk about is the government decision to construct an expressway of 198.7 kilometers of Accra Kumasi. I have no problem with it. But Mr. Speaker, the question is, how is the government going to fund it? In the budget, there is no allocation as to how the government is going to fund this project. The big push, that is why I'm saying that I have it here. All the project they want to spend within the next 4 years, they want to do is here, it's captured here, signed. Authorization certificate has been given that they cannot go outside this remit. is here. I cannot find the Kumasi, the new expressway in it. Mr. Speaker, so the question is, it's good if government is looking for any other alternative to construct the expressway. But we must give priority already, Mr. Speaker. The Accra to Kumasi Road, we hear stories about it. It has become danger. Government, the previous government has invested so much in constructing the bypasses, the 8 of them. Yes, the entire stretch from Accra to Kumasi is about 249.1 kilometers. Out of this stretch, Mr. Speaker, if you put the bypasses that we have done, and the one that they have already done, the dual carriage from Nsawam to Apeja Junction, and currently the one they are doing from Ofanko to Nsawam, if you put them together, we have already done about 155 kilometers of this road. What it is remaining is just about 94 kilometers. So as a prudent government, if you want to invest, will you go and look for a new funding to start a new project, or you will look for just money to complete the 94 kilometers which is left, to dualize it to make the road motorable and safe for people who are driving on it? Mr. Speaker, this will cost the government less than even going to invest over $1 billion in constructing the expressway. It's good if government want to look for a PPP to develop it, but government should look for money to complete an investment. This is a huge investment the previous government has sunk in. It's the Ghanaian taxpayers' money. So why are we leaving that one or just delaying the project when we could have invested this money, half of the money that we want to use to start a new project, we could have invested in it to complete this project? Mr. Speaker, it is not going to cost us even more than $500 million to complete this project. But it is going to cost us in excess of $1 billion if we want to do the 198.7 expressway. Maybe in the future, when we are able to solve this problem, the existing one, we have completed the bypasses, we'll be able to look for funding and do it. And I'll be happy because the project, the expressway, at least when it is done, it will go through Achimoda. I will drive on it. But now, the most economic route in this country is the Accra Kumasi Road. It connects almost about more than 11 regions. So if the previous administration have taken a bold step, yes, it is true that there have been some variation to the contract because the scope of work have increased. It is far more better to fund the fund to complete that project than to start a new one. When this project, even in the budget, government is telling us that it is going to take almost 4 years before you complete it. When the bypasses will not take more than 9 months to complete it, why are we doing this to ourselves as a people, as a country? So, Mr. Speaker, you see, the government may have nice policies, they want to do it, but we should not be reduced to just a mere rehash of manifesto promises. But there should be a commitment. Mr. Speaker, let me move to even the railway sector. In 2025, a zero allocation was made into the railway center. A sector that the previous government invested hugely, not less than $1.2 billion in various projects, ongoing projects. And zero allocation was made in 2025. The sad part is that even in 2026 that the government says is committed in investing in the railway sector, is just budgeted just 73 million. What is, do you know a kilometer of a railway track? The cost of a kilometer of a railway line, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about $5.5 million. So the 73 million that is allocating, what is it going to do? It means government is not committed in developing the railway sector. But when you come in the budget, they say, oh, we want to develop the railway sector. You cannot develop the railway sector by just rehashing your manifesto promises in the budget. The real commitment will show in the allocations, the various allocations that you are giving to. Mr. Speaker, like I stated earlier on that I don't want to bother members too much with my comment. I am about to conclude, but before I conclude, various speakers on this side have made mention of government decision to procure 4 jets, 2 aircraft, and 1 ship. The ship is warship.
I thought you said you would speak for 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm within the 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I'll end very soon. Mr. Speaker, I don't have any problem if the government want to retool our security agencies, our army. I have no problem with it. But Mr. Speaker, there is a way that we can prioritize and do it. If you want to buy 4, you can decide to say, let's buy 1 or 2 and use the remaining money to also fix other urgent programs. Mr. Speaker, look at the nurses and the teacher trainees who are at home. Mr. Speaker, this money, even this year's allocation in the budget, the 2.6 billion, if government decide that you want to just acquire only 2 of the jets and use the remaining money, they can employ almost about 60,000 nurses to work and pay them fully. They can employ, if government says that I want to just procure 2 of the jets and wait and procure the remaining next time and use the remaining amount to recruit the nurses and the teachers at home, they can recruit 60,000 trained teachers and nurses who are home. This shows a misplaced priority by the government. They are just interested in acquiring those aircraft and the planes for their own comfort. Mr. Speaker, I want to end here. But before I end, I want to send a word of caution to them. We have been in government before, and we knew how things became at a point in time. They shouldn't be so much comfortable with where they are now. We have been there before. They have to be very careful. The Ghanaian people one day, now that they say they will think that they have the goodwill with the Ghanaian people. The real test of this government will start showing in 2026. That time, they will say that we did not tell them.
Conclude in less than 1 minute. Your 15 minutes will be over.
Mr. Speaker, I want to end here. I don't want to add more to it. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, for a technical challenge reason, we may have to take 10 minutes break. So, yeah, it's not my fault, but it's a technical challenge. So we'll come back after 10 minutes for that technical issue to be resolved. So the House is temporarily suspended for 10 minutes. Honourable members, kindly get seated. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, any indication?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What you do with the debate?
Yeah, we'll take material first.
Yeah.
We want to vary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we want to revert back to item 6, and take the urgent questions, the 6A and 6B
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, leadership engaged that, yes, we should be taking the questions standing in the name of the Ministry of Interior. Speaker, let me also put on record that there were other considerations that both sides were supposed to engage in this in the face of the extended sitting that we were not able to do, because of the extended sitting. So on our side, Speaker, when we are done with Interior, we can't do any other business. We have made our suggestions strongly to the leadership because, and Speaker, there was an earlier directive you gave in respect of, well, if you want to do it, I'm stating my side of the case. If you still want to insist, that's fine. Because you earlier gave directives in respect of foreign affairs, and I had engaged the chief whip. I told him we don't have any problem. We can take it first business tomorrow morning. We do Interior, and then we draw the curtains for the day. That's it.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
I can understand that we've had a long day, but the Minister for Foreign Affairs is here. He came in the morning with a whole retinue of staff to support him answer the questions, and I pleaded with him to allow us to have the debate, and after the debate, he will come back and answer the questions. If you notice, yesterday, we arranged things in such a way that we're having debates, then we'll revert to government business, have debate, revert to government business. So I told him we could do the same thing. So my plea is that he's here. I actually asked him to come back. I called him and pleaded with him to come back. And I also called Honorable Jinapor, who has left, and pleaded with him to come back. And he agreed that he will come back, and he came back. And then Jinapor asked me to give him 15 minutes, and that he will be back here to ask the minister the questions. And I've already informed the minister that I have called Jinapor. He has agreed to come back and ask the questions. So I'm pleading with you, let us have the minister. So once the Interior Minister, Deputy Interior Minister is answering the questions, Jinapor has time to get here, and then he can ask his questions. So it's a plea with, because the truth of the matter is that whether we like it or not, he's the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and he has obligations to travel abroad to execute business on our behalf as a country. He is leaving town tomorrow morning, and that is why I pleaded with him to come back, no matter how late, to have his questions asked so that he can... how many questions? He has 8 questions. Who asked the 8 questions? Who asked the 8 questions? Can we go through the 8 questions to see who have asked them? All 7 of the 8 questions have been asked by MPP members of this House. MPP members of Parliament have asked 7 questions. The NDC member has asked only 1, making them 8 questions. If he leaves tomorrow, I know, you will be sitting there or standing there and saying that ministers don't come to answer questions. And especially you will point to the Foreign Affairs Minister, even though you know that his job means that he should be outside the country most of the time, executing our business. Today he's here, and I'm insisting that ask all your questions so that he can answer them, so that it will be reflected, the records will capture it, and then your constituents would see that you've asked the questions, and then he has provided the answer. So I'm pleading with you, let him answer the questions today, and let Jinapor ask the questions. Even if Jinapor doesn't come back, he's here. Jinapor is here. He gave me his word that he will come and ask the questions. So I'm pleading with you. Let's have the minister, answer the questions.
Speaker, you earlier gave a directive that because of the volume of businesses we have for the day, especially in respect of questions, we will have to go by one follow-up question. Now, Speaker, we intend to respect your directive. And so that itself puts a certain limitation on us. However, because of the consideration and the exigencies of business, Speaker, we had to endure. But Majority Leader, I don't agree with you when you use the language like, he's a foreign minister, whether you like it or not. That is not a good language to use. That's not a good language to use. Let me say it ab initio. Nobody has any issue, and I find it very difficult when it gets to the foreign minister and it becomes like a banter. We are to do or not to do. Nobody has issues with Honorable Samuel Ablakwa. Nobody has issue with him. So, would you listen? Listen to me. You sit at the back and catch the eye of the speaker, especially you. Especially you. Speaker, Majority Leader should hasten with caution when he say whether you like it or not. He is a foreign minister. What kind of language is that?
You were chairman and ranking.
Speaker, he's our foreign minister.
People are saying chairman and ranking.
Leader, Honorable Samuel Ablakwa, the respected foreign minister. He is
chairman and ranking.
Yes, we are. He's the foreign minister of the Republic. We won't take that away from him. We respect him. He knows I respect him. But I'm speaking on principle. You see, and Leader, I have a problem when you go behind me. You are foreign to my backyard. You go and be talking to my members without routing it through me.
Oh, honorable Minority Chief Whip. It's not everything that is for our record. So we'll take the question for the Interior Minister. And you know my practice is that you should continue to engage.
Speaker, we will engage.
So item numbered 6A.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, you are my best friend.
Yes, that's why I'm asking that you should engage.
Speaker, treat me with some kid gloves.
No, there is no issue that I know with Honorable Anodon Pre involved that cannot be resolved.
Speaker, we will resolve it.
Yes.
We will resolve it.
That one I know.
The point is that the point must be made.
Yes.
That my backyard is for me.
That is what I'm telling you, that it's not everything that you place on record.
I cannot go to his backyard without routing it through him. For all you know, he may try to.
But I know you've been penetrating very deep into his backyard.
And now when he says that Honorable Ajinapo is here, there are 8 questions.
I'm saying that I know you've also been penetrating deep into his backyard.
Ablakwa, when he comes to this house, he comes with detailed response. And that is characteristics of him. Very detailed response. And the chamber is almost empty. And you want us to hurriedly rush it through. This is our foreign minister. The foreign minister of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Samuel Ablakwa Okujeto. And he's capable of handling it. For foreign affairs, all the questions are important. All the questions are important, but we know, Speaker, you scan through the questions related to our friend. They're very, very important questions.
So a humble directive, engage as we take the question for
Thank you, sir.
Interior Minister.
Thank you, Speaker.
So, Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I don't go behind you with ill motives. I was in the clerk at table's office when the whip came to me and said there's a decision that we shouldn't take the foreign affairs minister because Honorable Jinapo, who asked the question, has left. And I said, oh, but I can call him. So I called him and pleaded with him to come back. And he said, oh, give me 15 minutes, I'll be back. It was not with any ill motive. And indeed, it is pursuant to our effort to respond to you in particular. Because every Friday, you've reminded us of the backlog of questions You have repeatedly mentioned that there are over 300 questions outstanding. And you have insisted that I must produce every minister to answer questions, and that I'm in the habit of shielding ministers. You've accused me in this house of being in the habit of shielding ministers and not allowing ministers to come and answer questions, and that your questions are so important. I'm surprised that today you are running away from your questions. I'm surprised that I have managed to drag the Minister for Foreign Affairs here, and you of all people, the Hansard will bear me out of how many times you, singularly, have complained bitterly about the non-availability of ministers in this chamber to answer questions. Now the ministers are available, then you say no, that the chamber is empty. Why? The person who is asking the question is sitting here. The clerk at table is here. The media is here to convey it. The records will capture it. So please, I beg you.
On what I said earlier, that he forayed into my backyard to do his own thing, clearly portends of some ill motive. So unreservedly, I retract that, and we can make progress. So, you had caution that leadership should engage.
Yes.
There are very fundamental things the chief whip must do. He knows. So he should engage appropriately. For the meantime, we can start with the
Very well.
Interior Minister.
Chief Whips, engage. It's a directive from the Speaker. Yeah, we take item numbered 6A. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, so we'll take the Interior Minister who was here earlier. He was scheduled to travel. He called me this morning, pleaded that we should take him first. But due to some other assignments, he got in late after we had started with the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, and then after that, the Roads Minister. So when it was time for him to catch his flight, he pleaded that I should ask for you to indulge him and allow his deputy to answer the questions on his behalf. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record that my very good friend, Honorable Ano Dompre, has insisted that wherever a question is asked of a minister and the minister is not available, the minister must make sure that his deputy is here in this house to answer the question. And given that the Interior Minister is not available and his deputy is here, I'm not sure he is opposed. We can go ahead and then have the deputy answer the questions.
Yes.
We are not opposed.
Yes. Thank you
We
very
have always
much.
taken a principled position. We are not opposed.
Thank you.
And besides, the deputy is a very friendly deputy, not like others. So we will agree to him to ask the question.
Question number 6A, urgent question. Standing in the name of Honorable Frederick Yao Ahinkwa, Chairman of. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of Honorable Ahinkwa to ask the question on his behalf.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior, when the curfew imposed on Sampa Township on 18th April 2024, as a result of some chieftaincy dispute, will be lifted. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Interior on the 18th of April 2024 imposed curfew on Sampa in German districts of the Bono region. The curfew imposition was based on the advice of the Bono Regional Security Council and in accordance with the appropriate legislative instrument following a chieftaincy dispute. The curfew was to run from 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. each day, but has undergone a number of reviews. with current hours running from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. each day. Right, Honorable Speaker, just as the curfew was imposed on the advice of the Bono Regional Security Council, the Ministry of Interior will rely on the return of peace in the area and the national security on the advice of the National Security Council to lift the curfew. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question? Subject to the ground rules, you are entitled to one.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, this is a constituency-specific question. So I'll proceed to, yes, Honourable Jerry Ahmed. Very well. Question number 6B, standing in the name of Professor Kinsley Nyako Kwadaso, constituency.
Speaker, respectfully, I come under Order 88.3.
Please do.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior measures the ministry has put in place to promote and ensure enhanced security and safety in the country, especially during the Christmas period.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Interior, through the Ghana Police Service, has instituted a comprehensive nationwide Christmas security strategy covering 25 police regions to ensure safety, law and order before, during, and after the festive season. The strategy is anchored on enhanced visibility, community engagement, intelligence-led operations, interagency collaboration, and targeted deployment to crime-prone locations. As part of the preparations, the police administration has suspended all annual leave and recalled all able and essential personnel back to duty, effective Monday, 17th November 2025, to augment operational strength nationwide. In addition, the service has taken delivery of 40 multi-purpose armored vehicles, which are being deployed to strategic violent crime hotspots across the country to enhance police response and deterrence. Right, Honourable Speaker, highway patrols have also been significantly and intensified along major national corridors to ensure safe movement of people, goods, and during the period. Across all regions, the police have intensified day and night foot and mobile patrols and snap checks in business districts, markets, transport terminals, beaches, and entertainment centers, and all tourist sites. Motorbike and highway patrols along major corridors including Accra, Kumasi, Techiman, Tamale Bolga, and Paga. Takrady, Agona, Nkwanta, Elubu, Accra, Aflao, Kintampo, Tamale, and all regional intercity routes. Increased barrier and checkpoint operations, including random stop and search operations. All police regional intelligence units have been directed to strengthen community informant networks, monitor emerging threats such as robberies, terrorism spillover, and cyber-enabled crimes affecting mobile money and electronic transactions. Provide security for concerts, carnival, church conventions, crossover services, and open-air gatherings. Deploy rapid response teams to manage large crowds and emergencies. Conduct targeted operations in identified criminal hotspots across the regions, such as Aveno, Ashama, Kasua, Swami, Tanoso, Krofum, Tamale Santra, Walewale, Sunyani, Zongo, Takwa, Kufuridua Central, Ho Central, and other known high crime suburbs. The police administration is also working closely with other security agencies such as the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, Narcotic Control Commission, and the National Intelligence Bureau to ensure security and safety during the period. Right, Honorable Speaker, given the increased commercial activities during Christmas, the police, in partnership with MMDAs and market associations, will roll out deployment of additional uniformed personnel in some major markets and trading centers in the country. Fire safety inspections and removal of illegal electrical connections in the market nationwide. Support banks, ATM mobile money operators, and electronic transaction points. Right, Honorable Speaker, to address congestion and reduce accidents, the police MTTD has deployed personnel along all major highways and urban traffic choke points to enforce speed limits, drink driving regulations, and roadworthiness checks. The police will also conduct point operations with DVLA, National Road Safety Authority, to minimize crashes and fatalities. All regional commands have intensified community policing, radio and TV awareness campaigns, public education on personal safety, cyber safety, and property protection, monitoring of social media platforms for security-related intelligence. Right, Honorable Speaker, these nationwide measures are expected to reduce robberies, assaults, and thefts, manage congestion and traffic crashes, ensure secure movement of people and goods, provide safe environments for Christmas activities, and then guarantee a peaceful, safe, and enjoyable festive season for all residents of Ghana. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up with, first of all, commending the Minister with such a comprehensive response, but to find out from him whether with all this enhanced security, you'd hear what the police is likely to do, including stop checks and mounting barriers and ensuring that people are not driving and drunk and all of that. But you also indicated that they would not be going on leave. I just want to find out from you, are we going to give them any compensation for staying on track during this period? And also to find out, when there are issues of fireworks, how do we intend to control or manage those as well? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Please, can you, the last part of your question. How do we quench fire?
There is an indication that we are now intending to purchase some fire tenders. And I'm also asking, when there are issues of fireworks, because Christmas you would see a lot of fireworks. Yes, and how do we intend to manage or control that?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think that in my answer, I made mention of the fact that there's collaboration between the police, immigration, and then the fire service. Therefore, through that, they are able to, attend to issues that will lead to, outbreak of fire through those fireworks and things that you described. So there's a serious collaboration. It is not the fire alone, fire service alone, it's not police alone, but all of them work together to take care of our safety. Thank you. Compensation. I think the police administration will take care of that. Thank you.
Honorable
police administration
Jerry
will take
Ahmed, these are
the details will be discussed.
housekeeping matters
Yes, thank you.
and within the ambit of the police administration. Yes, that ends the urgent questions for Interior. We then move to oral questions. Question number 343, standing in the name of Suleimana Al-Hassan, Member of Parliament for Yunyu.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Interior the plans the ministry is implementing to address the pressing security concerns in the Yunyu and Swan district, to establish a dedicated district police command rather than sharing with the Bunkrugu district. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that Yonyo Nasuam Police District was approved by the police administration as a police district in 2023. A senior police officer was posted to the district before the 2024 general election to oversee 7 police officers, but was reposted due to lack of office and residential accommodation. The district is currently putting up a police district headquarters, which is about 85% complete. The district has also made available 2-bedroom self-contained apartment for the occupation of the district police commander. Mr. Speaker, it is envisaged that this district would have a full-fledged police command when the project is completed. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's have some order. Honourable members, this is also a constituency-specific question. We move to question number 344, also standing in the name of Honourable Suleimana Al-Hassan, MP for Yunyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second question is, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what measures are being taken to deploy additional police personnel to the Yunyu and Swan district to effectively address the rising crimes and armed robbery incidents in the constituency. Thank you.
Your question ends at incidents. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, just as I indicated in my earlier response on policing in the Yunyu district, the police administration is considering beefing up its presence in the area with the posting of additional police personnel to augment the strength of the current officers in the district and as a measure to curb rising crimes. However, in the interim, the Bunkrugu district has been instructed to intensify patrols in the area. Mr. Speaker, another measure the police administration is considering to reduce, if not eliminate robbery in the area, is the intensification of public engagement and the creation of a neighborhood watch committee in selected communities in the enclave. This initiative allows the police personnel to interact with the community members, providing them with essential security tips and encouraging them to share information with police. It fosters a sense of involvement, thus empowering the community to play an integral part of the security framework in the constituency. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Our members, this is also a constituency-specific question. We'll move to question number 394, standing in the name of Honorable Lawrence Ajinsan, Iman Lower Denchira constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise under Order 88.3.
Please proceed to ask the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for the Interior. The ministry has developed a long-term strategy for electoral security reforms, particularly one aimed at curbing the impunity of politically motivated violence during elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, question number 394.
Mr. Speaker, the police stations in Chifu, Himan, Lower Deja fall under two separate police districts. The Jukwa Police Station falls under the Cape Coast Police District, and the Chifu Himan Police Station under the Chifu Praso District. The police administration has recently transferred a number of police constables to every police district in the country. Hence, the two police stations will soon have their share of the transferred officers. Mr. Speaker, with respect to logistics, the Ghana Police is generally facing shortage of vehicles. It is envisaged that under the government's retooling of the security services, every police station, including the two police stations under consideration, would benefit from the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. There won't be any follow-up question. Thank you.
Honourable members, we now move to question number 549. I think you asked question number 549 instead of 394. Yeah, so yes, the minister answered the right question. So we move to question number 549. 549.
Thank you.
Standing in the name of Charles Uredu, MP for Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior whether the ministry has developed a long-term strategy for electoral security reform, particularly one aimed at curbing the impunity of politically motivated violence during elections. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Interior, through the Ghana Police Service and in collaboration with other security agencies, has developed a comprehensive long-term strategy for electoral security reform aimed at curbing politically motivated violence and promoting credible, peaceful elections. A key component of this strategy is the establishment of an election command center to coordinate and manage all election-related security operations nationwide, ensuring effective engagement and communication from the national level. Police are also deploying personnel. They are also deploying personnel equipped with body cameras and other electronic surveillance tools to promote transparency, accountability, and real-time response to incidents during elections. Mr. Speaker, a strategic framework document has been developed to outline pre-election, election day, and post-election security measures. This framework emphasizes stakeholders' engagement, public education, and collaboration with political parties, civil society, and the media to build trust and reduce tension. The police, Mr. Speaker, now actively participates in inter-party advisory committee meetings to listen to stakeholders' concerns, contribute to decisions and address election security issues directly. Institutional coordination has also been strengthened through the National Election Security Task Force, which fosters close collaboration between the police, Electoral Commission, the armed forces, and other security agencies. Finally, enhanced community engagement and monitoring have been instituted to improve early warning systems, assess post-election security performance, and inform continuous reform for future elections. These interventions collectively demonstrate the ministry's sustained commitment to ensuring safe, transparent, and violence-free electoral processes across the country. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in the minister's response, he did say that they've outlined some measures, i.e., police participating in IPAC meetings, and also the setting up of an election command center as measures that have been have been put in place to ensure that...
Honourable Member, what is your question?
Mr. Speaker, my question is that if these measures are actually in existence, how come do we still have a high incidence of electoral-related violence in Ghana? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing process, and definitely there might be some limitations. As usual, we are human beings, and therefore it is not all of us that behave well sometimes. So we expect that as we continue to engage, we continue to work together. Now that the Ghana police is also attending IPAC, it wasn't like that. They will understand things better. The parties will engage them further, will understand them better, and I believe that going forward, the incidents, will reduce. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the questions slated for the Minister responsible for Interior. Honourable members, on your behalf, I sincerely thank the Deputy Minister for attending upon the House and providing answers to the questions scheduled. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. You are hereby discharged. We then move to urgent questions number 6C, standing in the name of Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo. So, Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, the Minister, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to draw your attention to the other paper addendum, which same thing has been advertised on, and it has a different numbering. So, other paper addendum, page 1.
Yes, the same question, but the numbers are different. So, honourable members, let's turn to the other paper addendum, urgent questions number 1, standing in the name of Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo. May I ask the Foreign Minister to take the designated seat? Yes, Honourable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, just for your information, both sides have engaged that we should consider varying the original understanding, that it wouldn't just be a follow-up question, but there will be more follow-ups. And I've been told the minister is aware of that, yes.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Yes, so Speaker, we are doing that out of deference, really. Very well, thank you.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, that is so. That's the agreement.
Very well. Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs how many Ghanaians are affected by the Executive Order 14159 of the President of the United States of America, titled, quote, "Protecting the American People Against Invasion," end quote, and the measures the ministry has put in place to ensure their safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable Ranking Member for the question relating to how many Ghanaians are affected by Executive Order 14159 of the President of the United States of America, titled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, and to outline the measures the ministry has implemented to ensure their safety. The Executive Order of the President of the United States of America aims to strengthen the United States immigration enforcement by expanding the use of expedited removal, allowing deportation without court hearings. It proposes withholding federal funds from sanctuary jurisdictions and imposing criminal and civil penalties on immigrants who fail to register as undocumented. The order also calls for a substantial increase in hiring immigration and customs enforcement ICE and Customs and Border Protection CBP agents, restricts immigrants' access to public benefits, expands Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act agreements with local enforcement, and increases federal prosecutions of immigration-related offenses. Updates from the Ghana Embassy in Washington, D.C. regarding the deportation of Ghanaians from the United States since my last briefing to Parliament in March 2025 are as follows. So far, Mr. Speaker, 388 Ghanaians have been in detention since January this year on immigration-related charges. Of this number, 120 are awaiting final decisions by the Board of Immigration Appeals. 49 have exhausted all legal processes and await final deportation arrangements. As of today, per the ministry's records, 169 Ghanaians have been deported to Ghana since January 2025. Of this number, 90 arrived in Ghana unaccompanied on commercial flights and 66 on chartered controlled flights supervised by ICE agents. As of 18 November 2025, the Washington Mission has only one pending request from the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency in respect of the issuance of travel documentation. A key development instituted by the Department of Homeland Security since 5th May 2025 is the launch of the Customs and Border Protection Home app, designed to facilitate the voluntary deportation of undocumented migrants residing in the United States. The app allows immigrants to initiate the self-deportation process, providing financial and travel assistance to support their return to their country of origin. Additionally, it has been disclosed that any migrant who uses the app to self-deport will receive a payment of $1,000 upon confirmation of their return to their country of origin. Mr. Speaker, measures taken by the ministry. Upon receiving notice of detained Ghanaians from the United States government, Ghana's mission in Washington visits and provides legal and consular assistance. The ministry, through the mission, verifies their nationalities and issues them with required travel documents before deportation. The Ghana Immigration Service, the National Security, Ghana Port Health, the Ambulance Service, and NADMO are duly informed of the list of deportees, the date of their arrival, and flight details. The deportees, upon arrival, are provided reintegration assistance, including food, social support, psychosocial services, money, skills, counseling, and medical support to facilitate their smooth reintegration into the Ghanaian society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security data, it shows that countries like Liberia has an overstay rate approaching 50%. Djibouti has 53%. Guinea has a similar percentage. And yet, Mr. Speaker, they were not included in this Executive Order 14159. The question, therefore, is, Mr. Speaker, why is it that Ghana, with a comparatively lower overstay levels, is captured under this Executive Order 14159 and further subjected to visa and deportation-related sanctions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important to emphasize that Executive Order 14159 is not targeted at specific countries. ICE officials are emboldened by this executive order to remove those they consider aliens, quote and unquote. That is the terminology U.S. authorities use. And so it is important to recognize that the 388 Ghanaians who have been in detention since January this year were rounded up not because of their nationality or a targeted operation at Ghanaians. It is a general implementation of the Executive Order 14159. Now, on the matter of the overstay rate, from official documentation, Ghana is currently doing about 31% of those overstays. And I am glad to place on record, Mr. Speaker, that we have had engagements with our counterparts in the U.S., and that is why, following those engagements, Ghana has been removed from the 36-country restriction list because the overstay rate was a criteria used by the Trump administration to impose visa restrictions. So we lost the privileges, 5-year visas, and other visa privileges that we used to enjoy. But following those bilateral engagements, Ghana has since been removed from that 36-country restriction. And we can confirm that Ghanaian visa applicants are now enjoying a restoration of the 5-year visas. So for the record, Ghana is not currently under any form of sanction whatsoever so far as our bilateral relations with the United States of America is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any further question?
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking the Honourable Minister for the lucid clarification he's given to this subject and proceed to ask my second supplementary question, which is that, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain to this House what specific factors led to Ghana's inclusion while these other high-risk countries were exempted? And by that, I'm referring to the visa and deportation-related sanctions in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the specific case of Ghana, the official communication from the United States of America indicated that it was a case of visa overstays. And then the second concern the United States
officials raised had to do with official delegations that did not see 100% return of all of those who were on those delegations over a number of years. But as I indicated, we are out of that restriction, and I think that we have to commend all our officials for the high-level diplomatic engagement that I humbly led, and I must thank everybody for the support, particularly the Foreign Affairs Committee, my hardworking staff at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then our colleagues at the Washington Mission. They facilitated these engagements with the State Department. I must also place on record that there was an 8-point criteria that led to countries being placed under those restrictions. In the case of Ghana, it was just visa overstays and then official delegations and all those on the official delegations not returning. And so we should place on record that unlike other countries that face grave allegations, I'm not saying that visa overstays is something we should be proud of, but as compared to other items of the criteria like sponsoring terrorism, harboring terrorists, engaging in money laundering, all of those matters that were listed in that 8-point criteria put out by the Trump administration. Ours was just a case of visa overstays. And I think that in terms of the culpability of Ghana, it's just this issue with students not returning after their courses of study. But we must really be honest in this discussion that it is also U.S. companies that really lure students, entice them with very juicy offers when they graduate, and they then find it difficult to return to the motherland after graduation. We have intensified public education, and we are urging our students that when you are graduating and you are offered these very lucrative offers, you have the right to consider them, but don't proceed to start working with a student visa. You can reapply for the appropriate visa, a visa that allows you to work as a fresh graduate in the United States of America, if you so decide that you want to work in the United States of America. So we have intensified public education. Our Information and Public Affairs Bureau is running all kinds of public education to help with our students in particular and visa applicants generally to take advantage of these various visas. Some of our citizens genuinely do not know that there are different categories of visas, that if you travel to the US with a student's visa, you can't work with that visa after graduation, even if the visa is still valid. What you need to do is to come back home and reapply, or even you can apply from the US, reapply for a different category of visa, a visa that allows you to work. So we hope that with the public education, we are going to have this challenge of visa overstays by our students, which is at 31%, resolved once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is any further question? Probably your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be my final supplementary question. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, in his response, alluded to the bilateral relations between Ghana and the United States. Mr. Speaker, I concede that the world and Ghana as well is going through very unusual and extraordinary times when it comes to American foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, to lay a foundation to ask the question, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is been on record to have written a copious article about the United States, which gained a lot of international reportage. Mr. Speaker, you know also that His Excellency the President has also had occasion to write a full-blown article about the United States' president's handling of the president of South Africa.
Honorable member,
President Ramaphosa.
what then is your
I'm laying a
question?
foundation, Mr. Speaker. I'm just laying a foundation. I'm laying a foundation. Mr. Speaker, finally, I'm laying a foundation so that I can ask the question. So the minister can. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
finally,
member, just advent your mind to Standing Order 88.7.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the minister, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, that is why I began by saying, Mr. Speaker, that's why I began by saying that the minister himself, in his answer, alluded to the bilateral relations between the U.S. and Ghana. And finally, Mr. Speaker, then I pose a question to the minister. The minister is also on record to have had some issues with U.S. Senator Jim Risch. So the question is, what is the state of Ghana's bilateral diplomatic relations with the United States? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of all this,
Honorable member, guided by the rules, the question is disallowed. It's not emanating from the original question. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
you can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put on record that the Ghana overstay rate is 21% and not 31%, as the minister alluded to. Also, the Ghana visitors visa overstay rate
Honorable member,
is
you are
7.5%.
completely out of order. Kindly resume your seat.
I am asking a question.
Honorable members, this is a house guided by rules. So with all due respect, let's look at the relevant rules and then see whether the honorable member is really out of order or it is not, he is not out of order. Honorable members, this is what Standing Order 88.7 states. A member in asking question shall not, 1, address the House, B, raise any argument, or C, offer an opinion. So you have to operate within the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the guidance. Mr. Speaker, the minister put out some records. 388 Ghanaians, 49 of them are waiting deportation, 90 of them are already in Ghana, 1 person pending, and all that. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister if he has averted his mind to the ICE website, which have over 30,000 Ghanaians listed. Now, the difference is that when ICE have not apprehended you or...
Honorable member, you are again completely out of order. Honorable member, put your microphone off. Yes, Honorable Patricia Kiaji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I heard you. The reference you made was 87C, but it is 88.7.
That is what exactly I mentioned.
You made them.
Order
I think there was a selection.
88.7.
Okay.
And that is what I have read.
He meant 88.7, but
It made an 87.
It's 88.7. Should I read it again? 88.7. A member in asking questions shall not address the House, raise any argument, or offer an opinion. In this case, in asking questions, we don't need your opinion. You need not raise any argument, and you must not address the House. You go straightly to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully take your clue, but I don't see how I can ask the question without the foundation. Mr. Speaker, relax. Why?
Honorable member, unfortunately, that is the rules that governs the House. I also
Speaker,
don't see how
Mr.
I
Speaker,
can bend the rules to allow you to offend same.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister that the number of Ghanaians listed on the ICE website far outnumber the number of Ghanaians that have been written to the embassy. In case there are additions, as the ministry made some preparations towards that.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to place on record that the number 388 is the official number provided to us by the Department of Homeland Security of the United States of America. And that is the figure we are working with. We've seen those publications, websites, media reports, and all of that. But we work with official documentation. We have the names of these persons. We know where they are. As I indicated earlier, our diplomats at our Washington mission have gone to visit them. We are extending consular assistance to them. We are supporting them with legal support as is required of us as a country that cares about its citizens and always cherishes the consular obligations that we owe our citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, for the record, we are working with 388. That is what we have been provided by U.S. authorities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, let's now, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Minister, there have been some complaints from the deportees that on the flight during the deportation, they are put in shackles and then chains. What efforts have you put in place to ensure that their rights are not abused? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's a very important question from the former Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. And I would like to emphasize that the government of Ghana would not condone any attempt to violate the fundamental human rights of our citizens. We have made clear that deportees have rights and that they should be deported within the confines of international law. They should not be abused. Their rights should be respected. And that is why we insist that before these compatriots of ours are deported, we should be informed. And when we are informed, we ensure that we are at the airport to welcome them and to properly reintegrate them. And we do make sure that we engage them. So far, our engagement with these deportees, there has not been any evidence of violation of their rights when we have engaged them. But we have made clear that Ghana would not countenance that. And I want to use this opportunity to assure members of this August House that we are keeping an eye on their rights, right from when they are arrested, detained. We make sure that we visit them and we make sure that they are detained under conditions which are humane and which do not affront their dignity as human beings. And we do not compromise on that at all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's move to question numbered 1B, also standing in the name of Honourable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, Member of Parliament for Damongo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs what assessment was conducted on third-party deportees and their potential risk to Ghana's security and social stability before receiving them into the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Ranking Member for the question and for the opportunity to provide the necessary clarification. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs operates strictly within the framework of Ghana's laws and the established interagency coordination mechanisms governing the admission of foreign nationals into the country. In matters involving persons of special status or third-party detainees, the Ministry does not act unilaterally. Instructions are sought from the President of the Republic and Cabinet. The Ministry also works in close collaboration with the relevant national security and immigration agencies. In accordance with established procedures, all communications concerning such individuals are received through formal diplomatic channels and duly verified. Upon receipt, these matters are immediately referred to the competent security agencies, including the Ministry of the Interior, the National Security Council Secretariat, and the Ghana Immigration Service for the required background checks and threat assessments. Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure this Honorable House that in all matters involving the admission of persons under special circumstances, the requisite security assessments and interagency clearances are undertaken by competent authorities. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs proceeds only on the express directives of the President, the collective advice of these agencies, and in full compliance with the procedures governing such engagements. Furthermore, the Government of Ghana has consistently maintained in its engagements with all relevant states and institutions that individuals with criminal records will not be accepted into the country. This position reflects Ghana's unwavering commitment to safeguarding national security and ensuring that all processes involving the admission of foreign nationals comply with domestic law and international obligations. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a long and respected tradition of providing refuge to persons on humanitarian grounds, consistent with our national laws and international humanitarian obligations. Over the decades, the country has received refugees from diverse countries such as Liberia, Sierra Leone, Lebanon, Cote d'Ivoire, and many others, reflecting our enduring commitment to humanitarian principles and regional stability. This tradition, Mr. Speaker, has over the years also included the reception of individuals admitted under special arrangements, such as the well-known case involving the two former Guantanamo Bay detainees resettled in Ghana under an international agreement. In all such instances, the government has maintained a firm commitment to stringent security assessment, robust interagency coordination, and continuous monitoring to ensure that national security and public safety are effectively safeguarded. Ghana has over the decades maintained our enviable track record as a bastion of peace and stability, despite our friendly and our humanitarian posture, which is a vindication of the thorough background checks, security assessments, and safety protocols we have enforced over the years. The Ministry continues to work closely with the relevant national security and immigration agencies to ensure that all individuals admitted under such arrangements are handled in strict accordance with established procedures and that Ghana's security and public safety are upheld at all times. The Ministry continues to closely monitor such matters in coordination with the appropriate security and immigration agencies to ensure that Ghana's sovereignty, security, and international responsibilities remain fully protected. Mr. Speaker, the government remains fully committed to maintaining the peace, stability, and security of our nation and will continue to collaborate effectively with all relevant institutions to uphold these objectives. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Abdullah Jinapo, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honorable Minister for this very comprehensive response he's given. Mr. Speaker, on the strength of Article 75(2) of our national constitution and the express and clear Supreme Court decision in Bamford versus Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, why hasn't the minister brought the agreement between Ghana and the United States, which has resulted in these deportees, to this House for ratification in the light of these clear provisions of the Constitution and the Supreme Court? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is our understanding that the MOU with the United States of America, it's an understanding, just an exchange of notes. It is not a binding agreement. We can walk away from this at any time. And the Attorney General has well advised us that because it is an understanding, which you know as ranking member, we go into on a daily basis. I mean, if you look at the work we do at the Foreign Ministry, on a daily basis, we can go into about 50 MOUs. If we were to bring MOUs, which are not legally binding, to Parliament, it will be impractical. I mean, our foreign policy will grind to a halt. We will not be able to function. So, loose understandings, note verbals, exchange of notes cannot be treated as agreements or treaties, as we have been well advised by the Attorney General. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to use this opportunity to place on record that the Attorney General has formally informed us of legal action which has been brought by a citizen of this country, the activist Oliver Baka-Vomawo. And so the Attorney General has advised that in our public pronouncements and discussions on this matter, even in the House, we should be guided to contain our commentary in a way that it does not prejudice the outcome of the case that has been brought by a citizen at the Supreme Court. So I will be well guided because of the Attorney General's advice in how we proceed on this matter. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister is, in the light of the clear, and I'm happy Mr. Speaker is a senior lawyer, in the light of the clear decision of the Supreme Court in the Bamford case, where the court went as far as saying even note verbals require parliamentary ratification. The court said even note verbals and said MOUs require parliamentary ratification. And this decision is in black and white, and it was very, very explicit.
Are you talking with reference to Article 181(5)?
Mr. Speaker, I'm making reference to Article 75(2), which was interpreted, Article 75(2) of our national constitution, which was interpreted by the Supreme Court in the case of Bamford versus Attorney General 2017-2020 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report at page 82. And you will find these express decisions of the Supreme Court, where they said even note verbals. The minister refers to note verbals and says exchanges of notes between states. The Supreme Court said even exchange of such note verbals requires parliamentary ratification. And so the question to the minister, my very good friend, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, the question to him, why has he not, in the teeth of this clear decision of the Supreme Court, brought this agreement, this very important agreement, to this House, this sovereign House of the people, the People's House, for ratification?
It appears you are repeating your question. The question has been answered. I've heard the minister stating that this is not a binding agreement, a binding memo, and that on daily basis they do that. Parliament will therefore be inundated if that is what they are supposed to do. So I consider your question to be repetitive.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, this is a completely different question. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question as to why the minister did not bring the agreement for ratification. And in the minister's answer, he said the advice given to him by the Attorney General is that MOUs are not binding and therefore are not to be brought to ratification.
He said this particular one.
No, he said MOU.
This particular MOU is not binding.
And he said even note verbals. And I said the Supreme Court decided that even non-binding MOUs...
Well, let me hear Majority Leader.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I did not hear the minister say it is an MOU. I heard him say an understanding. I heard him say it is an understanding between our foreign ministry and the government. So let's keep to the wording. He said understanding. So unless you show that in the Supreme Court decision, they included understandings. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, so the question is simple. The understanding between the government of Ghana and the United States of America, is it an MOU or not? Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, is he an understanding or MOU?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the... Okay, sorry.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our rules are clear. Is that okay? A question shall not solicit the expression of an opinion or the solution of an abstract legal case. Mr. Speaker, to ask him to make a determination. No, he's asking him to make a determination whether an understanding is an MOU or some other legal document. So he's asking him to make a legal determination, to give an opinion, what he thinks. No, it's clear. No, exactly. So he's asking him to give a legal opinion, to make a legal determination, clearly in violation of our rules. You can ask him because he earlier indicated that this matter is even in the courts. I'm sorry, this matter is in the court. And these same issues that we are discussing will come up in arguments in court. And the court will be expected to take a decision on that. What we say here definitely will have an impact on the outcome. 86, Order 86. So the rules are clear, Mr. Speaker. The rules are clear.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, for the avoidance of doubt, this is an understanding which is not legally binding. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Your last question.
My last question. Mr. Speaker, my last question. Mr. Speaker, my very good friend, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, he has a very big reputation of being very intelligent and smart and clever. The majority leader is
Honorable member, you are completely out of order.
Making my friend...
You are completely out of order.
The final question, Mr. Speaker. The final question. Mr. Speaker, the final question. Mr. Speaker, Dutch Weller, DW Africa, a reputable German international news broadcaster, is reported that Eswatini, which is in a similar situation like Ghana, is being paid $5.1 million United States dollars from the United States. Mr. Speaker, the question on account of receiving third-party deportees, the question to the minister is what stands in for Ghana, Mr. Speaker, especially that our peers such as Nigeria, Senegal, and the rest are not part of this arrangement.
Question completely overruled for not being within our orders. Honourable member, your question is to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs what assessment was conducted on third-party deportee. Yes. and their potential risk to Ghana's security and social stability. You are talking about receipt of money.
I'll ask a new question. Mr. Speaker,
Please,
I'll ask
if you don't
I'll
have
ask a new question.
any other question,
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask a new question.
please.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask a new
Yes,
question.
do ask the new
Mr.
question.
Speaker, but before I do, in fact, this question arose from the minister's answer. That's why I was getting a lot more clarification from the minister, because the minister veered into those areas. So the
Then
final
you
question.
should have been quoting the minister rather than quoting Swatini.
Oh, but I quoted him first, Mr. Speaker. I did.
Please ask another question.
Mr. Speaker, so the question, Mr. Speaker, the question to the minister, and I take out the Eswatini and DW Africa. The question to the minister is that, given the obligations Ghana has taken arising out of this understanding, to quote the minister's words, this understanding with the United States of America, what is in it for Ghana, for our national interest and in the promotion of the public interest of Ghana? What is the quid pro quo? What is the consideration?
Yes,
what does
Honorable
Ghana
Minister.
get out of this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate for the record that the government of Ghana has not requested any monetary support, logistical support, any material support for this intervention. The understanding is purely on humanitarian grounds. We are Pan-Africanists. These are fellow West Africans who are in distress, being detained, being treated shabbily, without dignity, and we cannot look on as Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana, a Pan-Africanist country. We are saying that Ghana is your home. You can come here. In any case, under ECOWAS protocols, West African nationals do not need visas to travel. In the spirit of regional integration, they can enter Ghana without visas, visa-free, and stay here for 90 days at least. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the decision we made purely on humanitarian and Pan-African grounds, and we did not ask for a cent, a peso, from Trump's America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Wanyimedu Antwi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may want to find out from the Honorable Minister how I want to find out from the Minister if he distinguishes an understanding of Ghana as a government with another country as not falling under Article 75. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, our rules are clear. Soliciting the expression of an opinion or the solution of an abstract legal case or a hypothetical proposition is not allowed by Order 86(1)(f). What you're asking him to do is to express an opinion. He's already indicated to you that we have an understanding, we are not bound legally, and in any case, those citizens are equal citizens who have a right. They have a right to even tell the American government that drop me in Ghana. And when they arrive at our airport and show that they are an equal citizen, you can't say don't enter Ghana. So what's the legal issue here?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not invoking his opinion. He's rather interpreting Article 75, that this understanding, to quote the minister, this is an understanding of Ghana, between Ghana government and the United States of America. And I'm saying that, is he saying that the framers of the Constitution under Article 75 did not anticipate, understanding, as he is quoting.
Honorable Kwame Anyimedu entry. The minister indicated clearly that he got an advice from the Attorney General's department. So having told you that I was advised by the Attorney General's department, if you are not soliciting his opinion, why won't you take the advice given to him by the Attorney General? So clearly you are soliciting the opinion of the minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not arguing with you, I'm grateful. But I believe that as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is not every advice that the Attorney General gives that the ministry is bound by.
Well, Honorable Anyimedu, you know that when it comes to legal matters, Attorney General is the advisor. Do you want the minister to ignore Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana? The minister cannot ignore the constitutional imperative in Article 88. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the whole question is premised on Article 75, and the original person who asked the question made reference to it. You see, 75 says that, A1, the president may execute himself or cause to be executed treaties, agreements, or conventions in the name of Ghana. So there is execution. A treaty, agreement, or convention executed. So first, to make a claim that there is a treaty, an agreement subject to parliamentary ratification, you must establish execution. But when a foreign minister meets his counterpart, say, we want to do this, can we let the citizens come to your country? And he says, well, in any case, they are equal citizens and have a right to come. We will receive them if they come, except that give us information, give us prior notice. I sat in cabinet, I heard all the conversations, so I know what deliberations went into it. No treaty executed that must come before this House, unless you produce a manifestation of an executed treaty. Execution is an operational term there. If it is executed, then of course, and execution is a term of art. So please, let's not go there. Asking the minister for his opinion on complex legal matter. He said he's been advised by the Foreign Affairs, the Attorney General. So let's leave it at that. And the Speaker has ruled.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Honorable Anyimedu.
I don't intend to litigate over this, and if Mr. Speaker permits me, I'll ask another question.
Yeah, please do.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the minister what he means by understanding under the circumstance.
Well, Honorable Minister, according to Anyimedu entry, the word understanding is nebulous. So what do you mean by understanding?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in diplomatic terminology, understanding simply means that we are ad idem and we are proceeding together in deepening our bilateral understanding.
Mr. Speaker, if I am permitted, Mr. Speaker, if I'm permitted, Mr. Speaker, again, the minister uses a legal terminology to mean that when the parties, two countries, are at ad idem, and I want the minister to explain further. Thank you. When two countries are at ad idem, what does the minister mean by that?
Honorable Anyimedu, acting ad idem is acting with a common purpose. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister whether the advice from the Attorney General was in writing or verbal. Thank you.
Well, the Constitution says the Attorney General should give an advice. The Constitution didn't indicate such advice should be in writing or it should be oral. So if you have another question, ask.
No, Minister.
Or you can look at Article 88.
Minister, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, he said that he has been advised. I'm not challenging that. I'm only asking the minister whether this advice was in writing or was verbal. That's all. Because he said he has been advised. And Mr. Speaker, there are
and I'm also
ways of
referring you
advising
to Article 88. Any further question? Yes, you have the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor. You ask your question. And I intend not to put that question to the minister. Yes, if you have a new question, ask.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister whether the understanding between Ghana and US was in writing or verbal.
Well, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the understanding was communicated via exchange of notes. And in diplomatic corridors, I'm sure you understand what the exchange of notes are. So that was the format. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other? Yes.
I don't want to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, per the answer of the minister and his reference to the answers to the ranking member's question. The Speaker, I heard the minister on TV3 saying we have visa restrictions, we have AGWA extension, and we want to reduce the 15% tariff. The Speaker, I want to ask if these things, per what he said on TV3, influence the agreement.
Well, I have not heard those things on the floor. So the rules will not allow you to bring TV3 issues which have not emanated here. I believe you can also look for a media platform and do it. So, Honorable Kabiru, do you have a question to ask? I think that will end the question. Then we have a lot of oral questions to be. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy and thank you very much for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister whether the understanding that was reduced to a note verbal, their house could be furnished. Their house could be furnished because, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Kabiru, tell me the rules in questions and supplementary questions that allows you to make demand of note verbal.
Mr. Speaker, the rules has not specified whether I cannot also make requests for such. The rules has not also made any request, unless of course there's a rule that refers me to the fact that we cannot. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Kabiru,
Mr. Speaker,
if you want to make demand of something, you know how to do. This is not the appropriate platform, so kindly resume your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for most countries, there are classifications of documents that can be shared. So it's not every document that you can just give out. Even if from the Ghana side, you don't have a problem giving it out. From the US side, there are a lot of clearances that...
Remember, if he's using the appropriate channel, he will realize that some documents are classified information. Yes, Jerry Shaib.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the respected minister, how many deportees have we received so far, and if he's checked their security backgrounds before taking them in?
Well, that was the essence of the question asked and answered. Honourable Member, the question is to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs what assessment was conducted on third-party deportees and their potential risk to Ghana's security and social stability before receiving them into the country. So the question that was asked and the question that we are asking, what difference do we have? I think it amounts to the same thing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too clear if you mentioned the numbers we have received. I asked, yes, because I am asking.
Very well.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so far, the third-party deportees we have received, the number is 38. The first group of 14, and then a second group of 24. So 38 have so far been received. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out from the respected minister how many are Ghanaians and what other countries are they coming from?
He is talking in terms of third-party deportees. That's the number that he has given. So regarding the third-party deportees, why are you talking how many are Ghanaian and how many are...
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the correction. So, beyond the third-party deportees, Mr. Speaker, beyond the third-party deportees, which countries are they coming from?
What do you mean by beyond the third-party deportees?
It's a 1.2 billion question.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to find out the nationalities of the third-party deportees.
That wasn't what you said. You said beyond the third-party deportees. Then I'm asking, what do you mean by beyond the third-party deportees?
I have changed my question.
Yes. So the third-party deportees,
What are
you
the
want to know?
nationalities of these third-party deportees?
Well, I will urge you to ask a specific question so that the minister can prepare the answer, and all the 38, the countries that they are coming from, the minister will state so. Honourable members, I think we are moving to the oral questions, which are a lot, and we need to take all of them today. We move to questions number 472, standing in the name of Reverend John Ntim Fojo, Member of Parliament for Asin South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on Order 88.3 to seek permission from you to ask for and on behalf of Reverend John Ntim Fojo.
Well, it doesn't lie on my permission. Once you have not been authorized to ask the question, please resume your seat.
No, Mr. Speaker, he has authorized me, and I'm asking or seeking your guidance, your approval, if I have to. Yeah, sure.
Yes, you can ask the question.
The Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs which factors accounted for Ghana's abstain vote taken at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva in July 2025 in respect of renewing the mandate of the independent experts on LGBTQ rights. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as you are aware, Ghana was elected to the Human Rights Council in 2023 for a 3-year term, commencing on 1st January 2024. Since Ghana's tenure began, Ghana has demonstrated exceptional leadership, serving as the coordinator of the African Group of the Human Rights Council in 2025. We have also successfully led the African Group to negotiate and table several pivotal resolutions, including 1, the negative impact of the non-repatriation of funds of illicit origin and the importance of improving international cooperation, HRC 58. 2, technical assistance and capacity building for South Sudan and Mali, HRC 58. The elimination of female genital mutilation, HRC 59. Reparatory justice and a world of sports free from racism, HRC 60. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has strategically co-sponsored 12 resolutions aligned with the government's priorities, including those on the right to food, the human rights of older persons, women in diplomacy, water and sanitation, and the rights of women and children in conflict. Ghana's tenure on the Council has strengthened our reputation as a champion of human rights and social justice. Ghana's delegation to the Human Rights Council meeting on 7 July 2025, which voted on the renewal of the mandate of the independent expert on protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, was led by Ghana's permanent representative to the United Nations in Geneva, an accomplished and experienced career diplomat. Before the vote, our delegation in Geneva held extensive consultations on the matter in Geneva and Accra. The voting on the 7th of July 2025 was on resolution number 59, the mandate of independent expert on protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. This was not a vote on LGBTQ, whether a country supports LGBTQ or not. We need to clarify that. Mr. Speaker, it may be noted that the resolution on the mandate of the independent expert was first adopted by Human Rights Council in 2011 and subsequently renewed in 2014, 2016, 2019, and 2022. The resolution requests the independent expert to continue to report annually to the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly on the implementation of the mandate in accordance with their respective programs of work. During the 59th session of the Council, Ghana's permanent representative used the occasion to state clearly Ghana's position on LGBTQ. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote from the permanent representative's address. Quote, "Our understanding of the traditional definition of gender is the male sex or female sex, especially when considered with reference to social and cultural differences. Similarly, sex, in our view, refers to the two main categories, male and female, into which humans and most other living things are divided, used for statistical and policy purposes," unquote. Mr. Speaker, Ghana therefore abstained from the vote in accordance with Chapter 5, Article 17 of the 1992 Constitution, which specifically prohibits discrimination on the grounds of gender, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, creed, or social and economic status. For the avoidance of doubt, there was no vote on the support of LGBTQI+++, for which Ghana abstained. Misleading and baseless media reports on this matter were clarified by the ministry through a press statement on 9th July 2025. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very mindful of the Ghanaian public's general and strong opposition to the practice of LGBTQI++, and the government's strong stance against the subject of LGBTQI rights. It will, therefore, Mr. Speaker, be totally against the will of the Ghanaian people and the government led by President Mahama if the Foreign Ministry undermines this position. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister whether or who authorized the decision to abstain, whether from him or from the president.
Yes, Minister.
Well, Right Honourable Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I have the resolution which the Human Rights Council voted on. I brought a copy here, and I would like to lay it, Mr. Speaker, for the House to consider. And the resolution is very clear, Mr. Speaker. It says that a vote on the mandate of the independent expert on protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, unquote. That was the resolution. There was no vote on support for LGBTQI. There was no vote. So, Mr. Speaker, I will table the resolution. And I have also stated, the second part of your question, I have stated that our permanent representative, a distinguished career diplomat, consulted extensively headquarters and the African group in Geneva, where Ghana is currently the chair of the African group on the Human Rights Council. And this was the decision we came to, that on the tenure, that is extending the mandate of the independent expert, Ghana will abstain because we do not really want to take a position on whether the tenure of the independent expert should be extended or not. To us, that was not really a significant matter so far as our foreign policy priorities are concerned at this point in time. So, Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate, for the record, there has been no vote on LGBTQI, support for LGBTQI. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that if the Foreign Ministry had gone to abstain or vote for LGBTQI, as some misleading media reports claimed, I have no doubt that President Mahama will have relieved me of my position immediately, because I know President Mahama's position. I know the position of the people of this country, including our constituents as members of Parliament, and the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Speaker Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin. We all know strongly opposed to LGBTQ. And indeed, all of us, that day I recall, during the private members' bill, all MPs were asked, if there is a single MP who does not support the private members' bill, stand up. We were all here. All 275 of us at the time, including me, nobody stood up to oppose the private members' bill. So I will not, after that, go to the Foreign Ministry and give instructions to the contrary. So, Mr. Speaker, let us clarify the point. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the long and short of the minister's response is that Ghana abstained. Mr. Speaker, I also want to...
Honorable member, what do you always like running commentary contrary to our rules? The question I asked is, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Then please ask the supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, anyway. Mr. Speaker, I have the mandate of the General Assembly with me here, and I don't know if I have to tender it. But, Mr. Speaker, the mandate here, the 59 mandate, is for the promotion, protection. I want to ask the minister if he agrees that Ghana abstained from the promotion and the protection of
Member, once you've resumed your seat, if any other person is not ready to ask a supplementary question, let's move to question number 416.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker.
Standing in the name of Kwame Jijoli Gakpe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs the current state of Ghana's chancery in Nigeria, given the recent report of deterioration, and what measures the ministry is implementing to rectify the structural defects, outdated furnitures, and improve poor sanitation.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Keta, my good friend, the Honourable Kwame Jijoli Gakpe, for his timely and important question regarding the current state of Ghana's chanceries in Nigeria and the measures being implemented by the ministry to address reports of deterioration, structural defects, outdated furnishings, and sanitation concerns. The ministry is fully cognizant of the vital role our diplomatic missions play as the Republic of Ghana's fiscal representation abroad. I wish to assure this august House that the ministry has taken concrete steps to address these concerns, ensuring our missions operate in an environment befitting the dignity of our nation. Before I address the specific interventions, allow me to provide context by reflecting on the historical and strategic significance of our bilateral relations with the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, Ghana and Nigeria share a long-standing and multifaceted relationship rooted in shared history, cultural affinity, and regional cooperation. As founding members of ECOWAS and key actors in continental diplomacy, both nations have consistently collaborated on peacekeeping, trade, migration, and democratic governance. The presence of vibrant Ghanaian and Nigerian communities across borders further underscores the depth of people-to-people ties and mutual interdependence. Ghana and Nigeria also share a deep and complex history rooted in our common colonial heritage under British rule, where both nations inherited similar administrative and legal systems. While our relationship has experienced moments of tension, notably the Aliens Compliance Order of 1969 and Nigeria's mass deportation of Ghanaians in 1983, it has matured into a robust partnership anchored in ECOWAS cooperation as well as shared security interests. Our diplomatic missions in Abuja and Lagos serve not only as administrative outposts, but as symbols of Ghana's enduring commitment to regional solidarity, sovereign dignity, and strategic engagement with Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I undertook a 3-day working visit to Nigeria from 5th to 7th April 2025 to inspect all our diplomatic properties in Abuja and Lagos. This visit was prompted by persistent reports of infrastructure deterioration and was aligned with the ministry's renewed commitment to prudent asset stewardship and institutional accountability. During this visit, I personally witnessed the extent of deterioration at both missions, manifesting in structural defects and operational deficiencies that not only undermine the welfare of our diplomatic personnel, but also diminish the image and structure of Ghana's representation abroad. The conditions I observed during the inspection were not merely technical shortcomings, but reflect a broader pattern of infrastructure neglect that has accumulated over years of deferred maintenance and underinvestment. Mr. Speaker, our diplomatic missions in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, namely the High Commission in Abuja and the Consulate in Lagos, have historically operated from refurbished or acquired facilities, many of which were not originally designed to meet the evolving demands of modern diplomacy. Over the years, these properties have served Ghana with distinction, but they now bear the weight of time, deferred maintenance, and changing operational requirements. In Abuja, the Chancery Building, while still functional, exhibits visible signs of structural fatigue, cracks in the walls, outdated electrical and plumbing systems, and limited spatial configuration have constrained the mission's ability to operate at optimal capacity. The residential units, which house home-based staff, have also deteriorated, with issues including water seepage, an unreliable power supply, inadequate ventilation, and security vulnerabilities. Mr. Speaker, regarding Ghana's consulate in Lagos, the situation is even more acute. The consulate located at number 12 Oba Akinjobi Street, GRA Ikeja, was acquired in 2008 from a private consortium. However, due to delays in transferring the title to the government of Ghana and securing budgetary allocations, the facility has not undergone any major renovation since its acquisition. The building now suffers from severe leakage from the roofs and compromised ceilings, persistent plumbing failures and sanitation hazards, non-functional air conditioning systems in a high humidity environment, outdated and broken furniture, fixtures and fittings, diminished security, infrastructure, and poor lighting conditions. Mr. Speaker, it is important to underscore that these infrastructure challenges are not isolated incidents, but symptomatic of a broader pattern of underinvestment in our foreign service infrastructure. The ministry has therefore resolved to treat the rehabilitation of our missions not as routine maintenance, but as a strategic imperative, one that aligns with our national identity, institutional pride, and commitment to ethical governance. Following my inspection, Mr. Speaker, I issued the following directives which were communicated through official press releases and parliamentary statements: immediate submission of renovation proposals by both missions, suspension of all asset disposable activities pending full audits, prioritization of sanitation, security, and staff accommodation upgrades, and acceleration of property registration processes in Lagos. These directives are part of a broader policy shift to restore dignity, functionality, and institutional pride to Ghana's foreign service infrastructure. As part of the ministry's strategic transitioning from rental to infrastructure development initiative, we have successfully reviewed a comprehensive proposal submitted by the Abuja mission for the extensive renovation of the main chancery building. The proposal outlines a detailed scope of interventions to address structural defects, modernize the facility, and elevate the chancery to a standard that reflects Ghana's diplomatic stature and operational relevance. While the comprehensive plan for the main chancery undergoes final budgetary and technical review, the ministry has already approved the immediate rehabilitation of 4 residential units located directly behind the chancery block. This proactive measure is essential to maintaining acceptable accommodation standards for our home-based staff and ensuring continuity in operational readiness and staff welfare. Mr. Speaker, the ministry places highest premium on the safety of its personnel and the protection of national assets. In line with this commitment, I am pleased to inform this Honourable House that approval has been granted for a substantial enhancement of the security infrastructure at our chancery in Abuja. The approved upgrades include the deployment of comprehensive closed-circuit television CCTV systems throughout the chancery compound to strengthen surveillance coverage and support real-time incident tracking, the establishment of an additional strategically positioned security outpost to reinforce perimeter surveillance and enhance the mission's capacity for swift incident response, the installation of solar-powered compound and street lighting systems to guarantee continuous illumination independent of the national power grid, thereby enhancing nighttime visibility and strengthening overall security coverage. The ministry undertook the following actions in respect of the Lagos consulate. The ministry moved with urgency to initiate remedial action, guided by our commitment to institutional accountability and the restoration of dignity to our foreign service infrastructure. As part of this effort, we have received a formal renovation proposal from our consulate in Lagos through our mission in Abuja, which has been incorporated into the broader framework of the strategic transition from rental to infrastructure development, the STRIDE initiative. Our new policy, STRIDE, has received cabinet approval. Its implementation begins in 2026. The 2026 budget has made provision for the STRIDE initiative. STRIDE will end the unacceptable phenomenon of spending averagely $50 million annually on rent and significantly transform the state of Ghana's diplomatic properties. I wish to assure this Honourable House that the renovation proposals being reviewed will comprehensively address the matters raised. Specifically, the plans include corrective measures for long-standing plumbing and sanitation deficiencies, as well as the development of obsolete fixtures and furnishings. Our objective is not merely to undertake repairs, but to transform the chancery into a modern, functional, and aesthetically appropriate environment, one that supports the well-being of our staff and offers a dignified, welcoming space for all who engage with our consulate. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that having initiated all necessary steps to rectify these problems, one of the key factors in realizing our goal remains the finalization of the property registration in Lagos. The process is being actively prioritized and is expected to be completed imminently by our mission, serving as a critical prerequisite for the commencement of the outlined renovation works. Now, Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, I immediately cancelled 2 controversial transactions initiated by the previous administration to sell Ghana's diplomatic properties in Nigeria and Zambia. In the case of Nigeria, a part payment of $1.5 million had already been made to a private individual under very questionable circumstances, a gentleman by name Mr. Bright Mensah Bonsu. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to inform this House that the said individual has since been arrested and criminal prosecution has commenced. This decisive action reflects a zero-tolerance stance on state capture and our unwavering commitment to the principles of Operation Recover or Loot Oral, which I was really proud to chair. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs remains resolute in its commitment to restoring Ghana's diplomatic infrastructure to standards that reflect our national dignity, operational excellence, and international obligations. The missions in Abuja and Lagos are being prioritized under the STRIDE initiative, and we are actively pursuing legal, financial, and technical pathways to ensure their full rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are not merely infrastructural. They are emblematic of our broader vision for ethical governance, prudent asset stewardship, and the preservation of Ghana's legacy abroad. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, renovating and then vis-a-vis pulling down the structure and bringing new one in terms of cost effectiveness, where is it? Who should when you are about to sell the chancellor? I would like to find out from you whether pulling down the whole structure for new building rather than renovation, which one is cost effective?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to place on record that a structural integrity report is available, and the structural integrity that was carried out advises that for the Abuja Chancery, we should carry out major renovations, and that the foundations and the columns and pillars are still strong. On Lagos, we are awaiting the structural integrity report. It has started, but that has not been concluded. But we also have the hurdle of securing the title, making sure that we get all the appropriate documentation on the Lagos Chancery. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the progress reports. I thank you very much.
Any further question?
Mr. Speaker, no, I just want to use the opportunity to thank the Minister for saving this country yearly $1.50 million every month. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Foreign Minister, under President Mahama I, when we had the Honourable Hannah Tete being the Foreign Minister, there was this facility that was accessed from the Société Générale, about $50 million US, that was used to purchase some of these properties. Would you want to avert your mind to that kind of facility to be able to get that needed funds, to embark on this project that you want to do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable MP is right about the $50 million facility which was secured by the Honourable Hannah Tete from Société Générale. Except that the records available at the ministry, which I'm sure the former Deputy Minister can confirm, is that the $50 million has been exhausted. So that fund is no longer available. So we need to have a new arrangement which can take care of the challenges we are facing with rent. We still are renting in too many of our countries where we have diplomatic missions. Chanceries, we are renting ambassadors' residence for staff. And even though the $50 million facility helped, it really did not address the issue comprehensively. And so we are hoping, we've done the analysis, and we will need about $350 million, according to what the transaction advisor appointed by the Ministry of Finance has indicated. And they are currently going through the processes of negotiating with the banks to put together a consortium of banks to take care of these urgent requests of transitioning from rental to owning our own property so that we can save scarce taxpayer resources. So, Mr. Speaker, when the negotiations are concluded, I'm sure we shall return to this House for the final arrangement to be approved by this House. And then we will know exactly how much is going to be committed to the STRIDE initiative. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 191. Standing in the name of Honourable Frank Asiedu Bequin, Member of Parliament for Sunu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this treasured space. I arise to ask the Foreign Affairs Minister the strategy of the ministry for the new foreign policy document per the National Security Strategy of 2020. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member of Parliament for the question. It is well known that the current administration pledged in its 2024 manifesto to restore Ghana's global influence and enhance our role in international relations by pursuing a comprehensive foreign policy that reaffirms our founding Pan-African vision, considers contemporary geopolitical realities, and emphasizes strategic engagement. Upon assuming the post as Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana, I tasked the ministry to initiate the process of formulating a comprehensive foreign policy that aligns diplomacy with economic development, security needs, and global trends to enable the country to secure its national interests and support domestic priorities. A ministerial committee, after several meetings, prepared a proposed document which was circulated for staff input. This process, which is critical to ensuring ownership and buy-in of frontline executors of Ghana's foreign policy, culminated in a draft concept paper. Subsequently, a committee comprising foreign service officers and members of the International Relations and Foreign Policy team of the NDC Manifesto Committee held a meeting in the ministry on Wednesday, 21st May 2025, to evaluate the draft concept paper. The meeting, which was chaired by the Chief Director of the ministry, after extensive deliberations, concurred on the need to consolidate the draft concept paper and the policy paper submitted by the team, as well as establish a joint working committee to plan and organize a workshop for the finalization of a comprehensive foreign policy. The draft concept paper emphasizes economic diplomacy in support of macroeconomic stabilization, trade and investment promotion, manufacturing and agriculture, digital transformation, clean energy, youth employment, and infrastructure-led development, all of which are central pillars of the government's agenda and have parallels in the National Security Strategy 2020. The comprehensive policy will operate across multiple interrelated dimensions of international engagement. It will serve as a strategic framework that enables our foreign policy practitioners and implementers to fully appreciate and navigate the complex web of international relations, ensuring that our national interests are effectively promoted and protected. Mr. Speaker, the core components of the draft policy, which will be considered at a stakeholder workshop scheduled for the 8th and the 9th of December this year to finalize the policy document, include political and diplomatic engagement, economic diplomacy, security and defense cooperation, cultural and diaspora diplomacy, environmental and climate diplomacy, and multilateral and regional engagement. Mr. Speaker, it is worthy of note that the core components of the draft comprehensive policy will align with the National Security Strategy 2020, which also recognizes cooperation with other friendly states at the regional, continental, and global levels. The strategy also recognizes that security threats require not only national but also regional and global countermeasures. The draft policy is being crafted with the same mindset of an intricate connection between national security threats end the regional and global challenges that confront Ghana. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yes. Mr. Minister, going by this position, do you mind expanding the consultation processes?
Yes, Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a very important proposal. And Mr. Speaker, I would work with this House to expand the consultative process. We certainly had already earmarked consultations with Parliament, but I'm sure that we can all work together to have a wider scope to include as many Ghanaians, CSOs, and experts who are willing to join us to prepare this national security strategy document and the comprehensive foreign policy. So we'll work with colleagues to expand the consultations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Since the national security strategy document tends to deal with traditional and human security issues, can you give me some timelines?
Give you what? Guidelines?
Timelines.
Timelines?
Yes, please.
Very well.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the broad consultations that we have planned will come off on the 8th and 9th of December this year. Our program is that by the first half of 2026, we should have this comprehensive foreign policy launched by His Excellency the President. So we are working towards July 2026 for this very, very important comprehensive foreign policy document to be outdoored. But Mr. Speaker, let me also place on record that we are not waiting for this document to be outdoored before we really address the threats that we face, particularly the threats of terrorism and violent extremism. So in February next year, we shall be convening an international conference on the security threat, particularly from the Sahel region. And we'll be working with colleagues. I know that the Honorable Protozoa, as we all call him, would want to work with us, because I know that these are matters that are of enormous interest to him. So, Mr. Speaker, we are really conscious of the threat which keeps escalating day by day. And even before we outdoor this comprehensive foreign policy, we are engaging and putting together this conference to make sure that we replace the moribund Accra Initiative and have a platform that is fit for purpose to address the extremist threat that we face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question? Thank you very much. We then move to question numbered 329, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel K. Ntekuni, Pro West.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs the efforts being made by the ministry to locate and bring back the Ghanaian youth who are currently trapped in La Côte d'Ivoire by QNet under the guise of aiding them to travel to Europe and other countries for greener pastures. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the honorable colleague for his question. In recent years, Mr. Speaker, a significant number of vulnerable Ghanaians, particularly the youth, have fallen victim to the increasing activities of cross-border fraudulent syndicates operating in some African countries, including Cote d'Ivoire, under the banner of QuestNet International, QNet. The syndicates exploit Ghanaian nationals, mainly fellow Ghanaians who also lure unsuspecting compatriots to supposed transit countries in West Africa. So it has become a chain. Mr. Speaker, the Cote d'Ivoire is one of the hot spots. In January 2025, 160 cases were recorded by our mission in Abidjan. Out of this number, 60 Ghanaians are in Abidjan district and 100 are in 3 locations in the hinterlands of Cote d'Ivoire, namely Ganoa, Nisia, Daloa, and Divo. Out of the 60 in Abidjan, 40 Ghanaians screened were found to be victims and were released by the Ivorian authorities. The other 20 were found to be perpetrators and are still in detention facilities in Abidjan. They have appeared in court 3 times since June 2025. The last court date was 17th October 2025. Investigations and the trial process are still ongoing. Measures taken by the mission in Cote d'Ivoire. Our mission has undertaken consular visits since June 2025. The mission has also worked with the family members of the 20 Ghanaians who are being prosecuted to provide legal services. The mission has also alerted Ghanaian border authorities to enhance efforts to curb the flow of Ghanaians through our land borders. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs would therefore encourage all Ghanaians to acquaint themselves with the evolving modus operandi of these QNet scammers and assist in creating awareness in their families and communities. In conclusion, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is appreciative of the collaboration it has enjoyed with other MDAs and our counterparts in Cote d'Ivoire in taking joint action towards tackling this menace, which is causing significant financial strain and emotional stress on affected Ghanaians and their families. The ministry will continue to take necessary measures to ensure the public is well informed on this fraudulent scheme and ways to avoid becoming victims. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Right Honourable Speaker, no supplementary question. I want to thank the Minister for his answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to question number 330, standing in the name of Honourable Frank Asedu Bequin. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I rise to avert our minds to Order 88-4. 88-4, and with your permission, I read. The answer to a question shall, whenever practicable, be printed and a copy delivered to the member asking the question not less than 15 minutes before the time fixed for the sitting at which the question is to be answered. And conspicuously missing in the order paper is my answer.
Well, Honourable Member, turn to page 15 of the order paper addendum.
It is not.
Page 15 of the order
I don't
paper
have a copy.
addendum.
I don't have a copy. I don't have a copy. It's not there.
Very well. Honourable Member, it appears it's just the repetition of the question.
Some people should be respected. Conspicuously missing in the order paper.
Honourable Member, who is showing you the disrespect? Is it the foreign minister or the clerk?
Because I feel that.
Honourable Member, I'm saying that you say some people should be respected.
Sure, sir.
Who is showing disrespect
Because
to some
I feel
people?
that.
Who is showing disrespect?
I feel that my answer should be captured.
Honourable member, resume your seat. We should all be guided in the language that we use on the floor. Yes.
Speaker, I'm sure it was an oversight. He didn't know. He actually came to ask me, and I hadn't seen it until the minister also.
Yes, I don't have a problem. There is a problem which we are all trying to address. I am particular about the language you use, that some people should be respected.
Speaker,
then the question, therefore, is, what has anybody done to show disrespect to the people of Sohum?
Speaker, so we apologize and we withdraw. Speaker, we apologize and withdraw.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the question that the honourable member has asked, I believe, is to ask the Minister for Foreign Affairs the psychosocial support the ministry has taken to help the foreign service workers, diplomats, and their families who were asked to leave Ghana Embassy in Washington impromptu. What has this got to do with the Sohum people? The question is not about Sohum people. If it was a constituency specific question, then you can even relate it to Sohum people and say that somebody is trying to disrespect. Yeah, it's a question about Washington D.C.
Honourable Jerry Ahmed, I'm tempted to give the floor to the honourable member to do the needful.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. I'm guided.
Withdraw.
I withdraw. So with that established, Mr. Speaker, I'll go with your leave. I'll go ahead and ask my question. I rise to ask the Foreign Minister for Foreign Affairs the psychosocial support the ministry has taken to help the foreign service workers, diplomats, and their families who were asked to leave the Ghana Embassy in Washington impromptu. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I commend the colleague for the question. Pursuant to the findings of a special audit team that I constituted following allegations of malpractices involving officers at the Washington, D.C. mission, I directed the recall of all officers at the Washington mission and caused a forensic audit to be undertaken by the audit service. Initial reports submitted by the audit service indicate substantial amounts of money involved, and there are currently ongoing investigations into the IT systems, passport, and visa equipment to ascertain the full details. Pursuant to Chapter 4:13.3 of the Foreign Service Regulations, FSR, which stipulates that, quote, all officers, including ambassadors, shall undergo briefing and debriefing before and after their tour of duty in Ghana missions abroad, unquote. The affected officers who were recalled were subsequently taken through a debriefing session. Mr. Speaker, key actions taken include the debriefing sessions, which allow them to share and reflect on their experiences at post, thereby enhancing their mental and emotional well-being. Furthermore, on humanitarian grounds, an officer who was near term was granted an extension to allow for delivery and postnatal recovery before returning to Ghana. The officers concerned were also encouraged to schedule appointments with the ministry's clinical psychologists to assess any necessary emotional and wellness support. Also, in addition to the statutory 10 days of disembarkation leave, the affected officers were granted an extended leave period to support their overall well-being and settling in process. They have since assumed official duties at the ministry, and subsequently, one officer has been reposted to our mission in Brussels. These interventions reflect the ministry's continued commitment to the welfare and well-being of the affected officers. Those found to have committed infractions have been queried. Further recommendations to be considered by management, including establishment of an anonymous channel, such as an online suggestion box, provision of continual professional psychological support to the record officers. The ministry has also extended investigations to cover all the officers who served at the mission from the time of the engagement of Mr. Kwatin with the mission. The forensic audit of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, will soon be made available to this House as soon as it is received. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Considering the issues surrounding their reposting, are you prepared to go public on those who did not cause any infractions?
Well, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I have indicated, the forensic report will be published and will be made available to this House, so that I agree that it is important that those who led us to this international embarrassment will have to be sanctioned, and they have to be named and shamed. That's why I support the work of the Public Accounts Committee, what this House has been doing for decades. And then those who the audit will determine that are innocent, are not culpable, I think that it's also important that that separation, that distinction is made, so that they are not all lumped together. We are conscious of that, and we'll make sure that everybody's rights are protected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yeah, in the official report of Wednesday, 18th June 2025, you promise of bringing to this House the next day the report. When are we getting it? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a former chairman of the Government Assurances Committee, I take assurances to this House very seriously because I know the consequences. And true to the pledge I made, the next day I promptly brought the audit report, which is available in this House. If you check with the clerks at table, they received it, an acknowledged receipt of the audit report. So, Mr. Speaker, it is in this House, and I did comply with the pledge I made. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for showing up.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 439, standing in the name of Honourable Emmanuel Tobin. Anya Soto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration the strategic objective of the ministry to seek to achieve through the establishment of a new mission in Hungary, and what resources have been allocated for its operationalization. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I commend the colleague, the Honourable Tobin, for the question. The decision to establish a fully operational Ghanaian diplomatic mission in Budapest, Hungary, was not merely an act of expanding our geographical footprint or simply planting a flag. It was a meticulously calculated strategic intervention designed to accelerate our nation's economic and potential advancement. We seek to anchor our economic and diplomatic interests firmly within the vital Central and Eastern European bloc, capitalizing on Hungary's unique position as a gateway to the region and a willing partner in Ghana's national development agenda. Hungary reopened its embassy in Accra on 1st April 2016 after a 30-year hiatus. since 15 December 1987, signaling a renewed commitment to Ghana-Hungary bilateral relations. This was part of the Hungarian government's Southern Opening foreign policy program to expand ties in sub-Saharan Africa, restoring its diplomatic missions that had been closed since 1989. Our decision to establish a mission in Budapest is a reciprocal gesture, one that restores diplomatic symmetry and affirms Ghana's status as a responsive and strategically engaged partner in Central Europe. The establishment of this mission is fundamentally anchored on three strategic pillars, which align directly with Ghana's core foreign policy objectives of development, diplomacy, and enhancing global influence. Economic diplomacy, trade, and investment expansion. The foremost objective is to aggressively leverage Hungary's established industrial base and market access to the European Union. The mission will serve as a dedicated platform to execute a targeted economic diplomacy agenda. Specifically, we will be attracting Hungarian investments into Ghana's priority sectors, particularly our free zones, to accelerate industrialization and job creation. Hungary has demonstrated specific interests and expertise in areas such as chemical materials production, poultry operations, and agrotechnology, which directly address our national priorities for reducing import dependency and modernizing our agriculture sector under the Reset Agenda. Hungary also offers a robust manufacturing base, particularly in automotive and IT. We will use the mission to actively target Hungarian businesses for investment in our priority sectors, including energy, infrastructure, and ICT. Furthermore, the mission will actively facilitate structured businesses, matchmaking, and engagement, working to increase the volume and diversity of our non-traditional exports, such as cocoa products, cashews, and handicrafts, by establishing efficient trade corridors into Central and Eastern European markets. This positioning is strategically vital as we seek to diversify our international investment partnerships beyond traditional sources. Hungary has extended a credit facility of $100 million to Ghana, targeting critical sectors such as wastewater management, energy, agriculture, and infrastructure. A resident mission in Budapest will allow Ghana to negotiate, monitor, and implement these agreements with greater precision. It will also facilitate direct engagement with Hungarian development agencies and private sector actors, ensuring alignment with our national development priorities and building on existing agreements to support Ghana's development agenda. The strategic partnership with Hungary's any security printing company to produce Ghana's new chip-embedded passports underscores the potential for mutually beneficial collaboration, informing part of the decision to establish a diplomatic presence in Budapest. A diplomatic presence in Budapest will enable us to deepen cooperation in cybersecurity, e-governance, security printing, and broader management technologies. This aligns with Ghana's broader digital transformation agenda and enhances our institutional resilience. On human capital development and knowledge transfer, Mr. Speaker, a critical component of our strategy is maximizing the benefits of the bilateral educational cooperation, particularly the prestigious Stipendium Hungaricum Scholarship Program. Hungary offers substantial opportunities in technical education and specialized fields, notably medicine, engineering, and water management. Mr. Speaker, since 2016, over 750 Ghanaian students have benefited from Hungarian government scholarships under the Stipendium Hungaricum program, leading to a growing Ghanaian community in Hungary. The mission will prioritize the efficient administration and maximization of Ghana's over 200 scholarship slots offered annually. On enhanced political influence and consular outreach, strategically, the mission enhances Ghana's political presence within the European Union and, crucially, the Visegrad Group, the V4, made up of Hungary, Poland, Czechia, and Slovakia. Hungary is an influential member of the European Union and a key player in the Visegrad Group. The diplomatic seat allows Ghana to maintain a high-profile presence, providing a direct and influential channel to advocate for our national interests on trade, security, and global governance within the key European bloc. Mr. Speaker, on resource allocation and operational status of the mission, I now turn to the critical subject of resource allocation and the current operational status of our new diplomatic mission in Budapest, demonstrating the ministry's commitment to equipping this strategic post for success. The operationalization of the new mission is being executed with utmost fiscal prudence, leveraging existing budgetary allocations for the expansion of our diplomatic network. The ministry has ensured a robust financial commitment to the mission from the outset. As part of the 2025 budget, an amount of 1,233,488 Ghana cedis and 32 pesos per month has been allocated to the Hungary mission's operations. This continuous funding ensures that the mission has the necessary recurrent resources to maintain its functions. Since the commencement of operations in July 2025, a substantial amount of about 3.7 million has already been released to the mission as of September 2025. This upfront release of funds has been crucial in accelerating the initial establishment phases, including securing accommodation and commencing essential legal and administrative processes. On human and administrative resources, the mission is rapidly moving towards its full operational strength, although some key personnel are still in transit. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I will ask that the Hansard should capture the full staff establishment and then the leadership of the embassy, which is led by His Excellency Dr. Daniel Kwame Ampofo, a former member of this House, a very distinguished former colleague of ours. On infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, significant progress has been made in establishing the fiscal presence and logistical backbone of the mission since the team's arrival in July 2025. The ambassador's residence and accommodation for the 3 posted officers have been successfully secured. The location of the chancery has been identified, and the prerequisite legal processes for the contract signing are underway. The signed contract and necessary renovation works are expected to be completed by the end of this month. On logistics, Mr. Speaker, the mission has finalized the procurement of 3 vehicles, including the official representational vehicle, which are scheduled for delivery by the official agent in December this year. On administrative milestones, the team has successfully secured diplomatic identity cards and residence permits, established bank accounts for financial transactions, and received 6 months rent payment upfront, which were critical initial requirements for establishing legal and financial capacity in the host country. On staff welfare, we are also proactively engaging with all our staff and arranging for dedicated medical center and exploring comprehensive health insurance options to ensure the well-being and security of all our mission staff. The ministry continues to work diligently with the team in Budapest to complete all remaining establishment processes, and we are grateful for the support received from all stakeholders, including members of this House, for our budget approval. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the establishment of the Ghanaian diplomatic mission in Budapest is not an expenditure. It is a strategic investment. The mission is a critical vehicle for advancing Ghana's national interests, specifically by accelerating our economic diplomacy drive, ensuring a sustainable pipeline of human capital development through Hungarian scholarships, and solidifying our political influence with Central Europe and the European Union. With the necessary financial resources secured, including a robust monthly allocation and significant initial releases, and a dedicated core diplomatic team already on the ground, the mission is on track to be fully operational. The successful acquisition of residences, the near finalization of the chancery, and the procurement of logistics all testify to the diligence of our ministry and staff. We are confident that this mission will yield substantial and quantifiable benefits for the people of Ghana, opening new doors for trade, investment, and education. We will continue to provide this August House with regular updates on its progress as we complete its operationalization by the end of this year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this August House for your continuous support and collaboration in securing Ghana's prosperity on the global stage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No, sir. I just want to thank the minister for answering the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, question time is ended. On your behalf, I thank the minister responsible for foreign affairs for attending upon the House and responding to questions scheduled for him. Honourable members, we are moving back to item numbered 8A. Continuation of the commentary. Honourable members, I proceed to give the floor to Honourable Dr. Minta Kwamina Nyaku. Dr. Minta Kwamina Nyaku, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2026 financial year under the theme, Resetting the Growth, Jobs, and Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to make some preliminary comments. Submissions from some members of the other side drew my attention to two different issues, and I will want to address that, please. The first one is about the Office of the Special Prosecutor. We all know that that office was established under the previous government, that is His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, the former president. Today, it was very interesting to hear that members of the other side were calling for the office to be scrapped. That clearly indicates that they were in a haste to come up with an office that could not even generate any issues to be able to suffice the reason that it was established. Mr. Speaker, another member mentioned that our budget is Koshoko budget. And it was very interesting to hear former minister claiming that this budget is a Koshoko budget. In their 8 years in power, we all witnessed the cedi to the dollar ratio. We saw inflation. We saw issues concerning Agenda 111. We saw issues concerning one district, one factory. We witnessed one village, one dam. We witnessed 1 million, one constituency. We even witnessed that they wanted to build an airport in Cape Coast. They came out with an ad hoc initiative, which is a NAPCO. They came out with unemployment rate at 13.4%. In all these years, we couldn't label their budget as Koshoko. Today, members on the other side are claiming that a budget that has an overall growth of 6.3 in 2025 compared to that of 2024, 5.1, cannot deem that as a budget that is more prudent. We've seen agri grow at 6%. We see services sector also grow at 8.8%. Mr. Speaker, industry is growing over 3.2%. Households are spending more, we are exporting, and then government is also spending less. That shows prudent and careful management of public money. I am surprised that those at the other side of the aisle could not appreciate the fact that public debt has dropped from 69% to 45%. This is the first drop in 10 years from today. That is something that they should appreciate. This particular budget, I would say, is Obiabe Didi budget instead of Koshoko budget. The budget is talking about 24-hour economy.
Honourable member, what is the meaning of Obiabe Didi?
Everybody go chop some. Jerry will have his own. Mr. Speaker, the flagship of the NDC, which is a 24-hour economy, the government has assigned 110 million to this particular project, and the goal is to create 1.7 million. Unfortunately, when they introduce one district, one factory, when they introduce 1 million, one constituency, when they introduce one village, one dam, cumulatively, they could not be able to produce 1.7 million jobs. If the 24-hour economy is going to produce 1.7 million jobs, then it should all support, especially in areas of agric, especially in areas of manufacturing,
and especially in areas of logistics and services. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that the 50 initiatives that a 24-hour economy is targeting, government, transport, when you're looking at issues of air cargo facilities, and then the agro-industrial goods, that is an area that we should all contribute and support in making sure many of our youth who are currently unemployed will have access to jobs. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the budget that is on page 68, paragraph 471, if I may read, Mr. Speaker, illegal mining remains an existential threat. Government has declared critical water bodies and forest reserves as high security zones. All importers of excavators now require prior approval from the Ministry of Transport, verified by shipping lines and customs. The Minerals Commission has begun installing GPS tracking on heavy equipment for real-time monitoring. Mr. Speaker, I'm picking on this particular paragraph mainly because we want you to appreciate the fact that the current president has taken good initiatives to be able to fight galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the budget is also trying to let us appreciate the fact that one commitment that this particular government has taken is the initiation to be able to ensure that we are going to repeal LI 2462, which has already been revoked. And then as I speak now, people have not been given any permission to go and mine in any of the forest reserves. This government has taken the step to set up the NIMOS, which is to ensure that all galamsey operations across the country would be dismantled. Mr. Speaker, the government has placed permanent military presence in 44 galamsey hotspots across the country. They have also initiated geofencing and geo-tracking of all excavators, as I initially reiterated, to ensure that illegal mining are not done in Ghana. The government has repossessed 9 forest zones, which are declared as a no-go area under the MPP regime, and then the government is now ensuring that no one will mine in these respective 9 forest zones. If I recall, Mr. Speaker, the former president was saying that he was going to put his presidency online if he fails to fight galamsey. Unfortunately, the time that he declared that was the very time that they were able to register 1,990 companies to mine across legitimately and illegally. According to the Ghana Mining Repository, from 1988 to December 2016, only 19 licenses of various types of companies were registered to mine. That would indicate the fact that even though the former president was asserting that he was willing to fight galamsey, his actions proved otherwise. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to pick on the fact that page 69 and paragraph 473. Mr. Speaker, to formalize small-scale mining, government launched the Responsible Cooperative Mining and Skills Development Program in August 2025. 3 cooperative schemes, namely Obuasi, Bibiani, and Anwa Teleku Bukasu, have been launched to promote responsible mining and rehabilitation across the country. Mr. Speaker, I would want to pick up on the last bit, which talks about EPA. This budget has been able to ensure that when you come to paragraph 479, page 72 of the budget, that the Environmental Protection Agency issued over 13,000 environmental permits, monitored more than 12,000 projects, and restored nearly 4,000 hectares of degraded land. The new EPA Act 2025 gives the EPA stronger enforcement powers and establishes the Ghana Common Carbon Office to implement carbon market projects. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy, and I want to ensure that we push and support this budget, and then also assist the EPA to continuously to advocate and educate and work across the country to fight the depletion of our environment, minimize galamsey, and also improve unemployment across the country. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present this case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Charles Oredu. Honorable, you are speaking for 15 minutes. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, people are not concerned about your health, but I am. It's past 9 o'clock, Mr. Speaker. It's past 9, Mr. Speaker. And the Speaker is not here. The second Deputy Speaker is not here. And we have sat throughout this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I think I am concerned. And I think that we need to be conscious. We can continue tomorrow.
Yes.
And that is my prayer, Mr. Speaker. That time is fast spent.
I appreciate your concern, but I just don't want to place on record the message that I have given you. So he is our last speaker. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the budget statement as read by the Honorable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, let me say that in terms of elegance, the Finance Minister looked elegant, in his Italian suit, matched with an Italian silk tie. But in terms of substance, Mr. Speaker, I have issues with some of the statements that he made on Thursday. Mr. Speaker, in terms of job creation, we all know that the anchor of NDC's victory in the last elections had to do with the promise they made to Ghanaians that they will be creating enough jobs for the teeming youth of Ghana, to the extent that they suggested this 133 formation. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 1182, it stated clearly that under the 2026 budget, the NDC government looks to create about 800,000 jobs at the end of the 2026. They go further by breaking these 800,000 jobs down. If you check paragraph 1183, they make mention of 490,000 to come from road construction. Here they are talking about laborers for road construction. If you check paragraph 1185, they also state that 20,000 will come from jobs in the garment industry. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you check paragraph 1186, they again make the claim that they will get 700 jobs from the agro-processing sector. Then when you come to paragraph 1187, they say they are going to create 250,000 jobs in the oil palm development policy that they intend bringing up. So when you do this addition, I just did this, like people will say, I did, is it arithmetic or algebra? I just did basic addition. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when you add these figures together, you arrive at a total figure of 760,000. So clearly, there's a shortfall from 800,000 to 760,000, meaning there's a shortfall of about 40,000. I don't know where, Mr. Speaker, they are going to generate the figures to fill in this gap. Mr. Speaker, again, on the issue of the 1 million coders program, we all know that this was a key campaign issue in the last general elections. The NDC promised that they were going to get enough youth, register them, and then train them under this coders program. They plan to train 1 million people. So last year, for 2025 budget, when we saw that they've earmarked about 100 million for the training of 100,000 youth, we all thought that, okay, this is a first step. So let's wait for 2026. In 2026, the anticipation was that if they've reduced the number from 1 million to 900,000, simple division will tell you that if they train 300,000 in 2026, 300,000 in 2027, and 300,000 in 2028, they will exhaust the 1 million coders program that they had planned to train the youth on. Mr. Speaker, when we heard the minister speak, I was surprised because for this year's, for 2026 budget, again, the minister is repeating 100 million for the same 100,000 people, meaning that now there's going to be a backlog of close to 800,000 youth who are yet to be trained. And from the way it's going, like they say, Mr. Speaker, agrobesa ne efrianopa. Please, you are not, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's clear that the NDC government does not prioritize issues of the youth. They say one thing and then they come to do something different. When it comes to rural telephony, Mr. Speaker, again, for 2025, we all know that in our communities, most of us here are MPs representing rural communities, rural constituencies. I come from Ebrim, it's a rural constituency. And most of the areas lack connectivity. We don't have, people cannot even make calls in most of the towns in my constituency. And I know, Mr. Speaker, and I know because I've had a lot of discussions with my colleagues here. And then most of them will tell me that in their communities, they cannot make calls. That's why the NDC, when 2025 earmarked 100 million to connect the communities that are underserved, we all thought that, okay, if this is a start, let's look for it, because even the 100 million was not enough, because we have so many communities out there that are waiting to be connected. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, rather than even increase the quantum of money that has been earmarked for this project, they rather reduce the amount from 100 million to 30 million, Mr. Speaker. From 100 million to 30 million, Mr. Speaker. So when you do this, where lies your commitment to the people in the rural communities? Mr. Speaker, I really believe that the NDC government, led by His Excellency the President, is shortchanging the people in the rural communities. If you are really sincere about getting them connected, we will not give them this paltry 30 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 369, and with your permission, I want to read. Through sustained diplomacy, Ghana successfully negotiated the restoration of 5-year multiple entry US visas for Ghanaian citizens, a major relief for frequent travelers and the diaspora community. Mr. Speaker, this to me shouldn't be in the budget statement because this is not an achievement. Mr. Speaker, we bequeathed a country to you where citizens of Ghana were able to apply and secure 5-year US multiple visas. You come in and then by whatever means, the US government says that, okay, due to one reason or the other, we want to restrict the issuance of 5-year US multiple visas to you. You decide to go and negotiate with the US government. After the negotiation, Mr. Speaker, you come back to tell us that we should hail you, we should clap for you, because you've done something that has never happened before. Mr. Speaker, forgetting that when we handed over the reins of government to you, Ghanaians were receiving 5-year multiple US visas. Mr. Speaker, and even what even makes me laugh, Mr. Speaker, is this coordination that the very moment our foreign minister announced that the decision is being reversed, the U.S., Mr. President John Dramani Mahama also announced that henceforth Ghana will be receiving deportees from the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, this situation, when you sit down and you do the analysis, it tells you clearly that there was a barter trade somewhere. Quid pro quo. Mr. Speaker, recently, just last week, the government of Eswatini, led by their foreign minister, addressed their parliament. And then, Mr. Speaker, the foreign minister said that from that arrangement that they had with the U.S. government, they got $5.1 million. Again, Mr. Speaker, the Rwandan government, per their foreign minister, has also come out to say, per this same arrangement, they've also received close to $7 million. Mr. Speaker, my question is, how much did Ghana receive for this arrangement? How much? If we didn't receive anything, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
then our money is stuck
Honorable
somewhere.
Majority
We should
Leader.
go for the money.
Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. You cannot impute improper motives. You cannot say that because coincidentally, at a time when the U.S. eased the visa restrictions on Ghana, and then it was followed by a decision by Ghana to receive ECOWAS citizens being deported from the U.S., then you are imputing that there is some quid pro quo between Ghana and the U.S., and therefore you are suggesting that Ghana traded the receipt of the ECOWAS citizens for the easing of visa restrictions on Ghanaian citizens. I think that is not within our rules. So if you could just withdraw that and then continue with your debate, I think it will be in order.
Honourable Member, do the needful.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the impugning of the motive. I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, continue.
Mr. Speaker.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 990, and I read, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Airport Company Limited will introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani, construct a new airport at Bolgatanga, and build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between terminals 2 and 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, passengers, airline passengers, are very sensitive to price changes or to price increase. This airport development levy or fee is going to lead to an increase in the cost of tickets. Mr. Speaker, when this happens, two things will happen. Domestically, already, we have issues where a lot of Ghanaians are complaining that the charges of hour and then precision air are such that they cannot even afford, to the extent that they all prefer traveling by bus, traveling by road. We will end up killing domestic tourism if we continue in this trajectory. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to international tourism, again, West Africa is noted for having the highest cost of ticketing or tickets globally. A lot of people complain that when you are traveling within West Africa, the cost is such that you can't even bear. And Ghana is noted to be one of the leading or one of the countries that charges the highest when it comes to ticketing. So this thing of year of return, 30 December, where under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he went out there, preached, got a lot of Ghanaians and people in the diaspora who started visiting Ghana, this thing or this approach, this policy is going to be negated if we go according to the plan as put forward by the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, again, this $500 million oil palm policy, Mr. Speaker, I have issues. The reason is that, Mr. Speaker, in most of these constituencies, in most of the communities that grow oil palm, when you speak to the farmers, they'll tell you that galamseys come to them to buy their lands to go search for gold. To the extent that now we have situations where people are ready to sell their 1 acre plot of land for 15,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, for 15,000 Ghana cedis. This issue of galamsey, Mr. Speaker, would have to be dealt with. Other than that, this $500 million will go down the drain. This investment will go down the drain. Again, I know that, Mr. President, in trying to avoid calling for a state of emergency, decided to form the NIMOS. NIMOS is doing its job, but Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very, very difficult to fight this issue of galamsey. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Attorney General, Ghana's Minister of Justice, held a press conference and said that he has reports that the NDC national officers were involved in galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General of Ghana made this statement. So it tells you that the situation is such that if Mr. President doesn't call for a state of emergency, this matter will not go away. So, Mr. President, I'm calling on you to kindly call for a state of emergency so that we tackle this menace that's affecting our society. Mr. Speaker, I will be remiss, Mr. Speaker, I will be remiss if I fail to comment on the unconscionable $1.2 billion or the over 13 billion Ghana cedis decision of the NDC government to purchase presidential jets, to purchase 2 presidential jets. Mr. Speaker, we were told by the current Minister for Foreign Affairs that the current presidential jet is in pristine condition. Mr. Speaker, if we now have a presidential jet that has just returned from France, having been surfaced and being in pristine condition, why on earth?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, thank you very much. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, he repeated a misrepresentation that was corrected earlier in the day, and you gave a ruling. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the day, the question of the planned budgetary allocation for retooling the Air Force over a 4-year period was exhaustively debated. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, even though it was presented that the figure is $1.2 billion US, in fact, if you add the figures, which I took my time to do, if you add the figures and you use the current exchange rate to do the conversion, it is not even up to $900 million US. It's not. It is not. You can go and add the figures and do the conversion. And this is something that is being planned for a period of 4 years. This year's budgetary allocation is just about $250 million US. And it is not for the purchase of a presidential jet. It is for the retooling of the Air Force, which includes the purchase of helicopters and other aircrafts and all the other ancillary equipment to retool the Air Force. So that is why the Speaker ruled earlier that you should not make that misrepresentation. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you momentarily were paying attention to something else. He repeated it, so I want that struck off the records so that we can.
Well, accordingly, that is said to be expunged from the records. Yes.
I think we have gone over this issue over and over again. So we respect your ruling, though, but I believe that it has been made very clear that the long span is always a commercial jet that is purchased for the presidency. We explained it over
Honorable
here,
Deputy
and I don't think
Minority Leader, is it fair and just that a matter that I rule on as a result of disrespect to the chair, whatever I rule on will be repeated?
Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you and informing you, yes, we respect your ruling, all right. But your ruling was that the figure should be expunged from, the figure that was mentioned should be expunged from the list. But what is of interest is whether the long span is a presidential jet or not. That's the presidential jet. That's the issue. And that's the whole thing. I don't know.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed. You see, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, I will say this for the last time. If you are sitting at the front and your leader has the opportunity to speak, it is not fair and just after the leader, I should give you the opportunity to also speak. This courtesy must be extended to our leaders. That's why the leaders speak last. This is not the first time I'm making this assertion. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much for the edification. Save that my leader can be on their feet, or any leader can be on the feet and may not avert his mind or a mind to a particular issue. The moment you call the leader's attention, you may trigger the leader off from the tangent he or she was leaning to. So sometimes, and that is why we are in leadership respectfully, you may have just thought of something and you may want to bring it. So, Speaker, I think that because you have ruled, I do not want to belabor the point, but just to say that if the majority leader is asking that some parts of my colleagues' submission be expunged, I think that because you may have ruled earlier, it was just to the effect that you were talking about the amount. It was not to the effect of the description or the narration, as in whether or not there were 2 presidential jets and 4 other jets.
Honorable Jerry, I think we are completely out of order. Resume your seat. Honorable members, there is nothing wrong when you quote what is in the budget. It won't be wrong. Honorable members, by the power vested in the speakers by Standing Order 56-2, we have done more than 5 hours continuous sitting. I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is therefore accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 20th November 2025 at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.